Chapter 4092. One cultivator after another was pulled into the whirlpool by the blood-colored energy whips. No, no, no! Many cultivators screamed in fear. The unknown was the most terrifying. Everyone didn't know much about the blood-colored whirlpool. So, at this moment, their hearts were filled with fear of the blood-colored whirlpool. Lin Feng slashed out several sword chi. Those sword chi slashed at the blood-colored whips. The sword chi pierced through the blood-colored whips. However, the moment the blood-colored whips were pierced through, a mass of blood-colored energy surged out and directly engulfed Lin Feng. The next moment, Lin Feng was swallowed by the blood-colored whirlpool. A terrifying force crushed over, trying to destroy Lin Feng's body. Around him, banging sounds could be heard. One cultivator's body directly exploded, turning into the purest blood-colored energy. When he saw those cultivators die, Lin Feng felt that something was wrong. Even if the other party wanted to kill them, there was no need to turn their bodies into pure energy, right? And Lin Feng saw that the pure energy was surging towards the depths. Lin Feng activated his devouring martial soul. The devouring black hole spun. A powerful devouring force surged out and directly swallowed the terrifying blood-colored energy that enveloped his body. Then, the blood-colored energy was refined into pure energy source by Lin Feng and then absorbed by his body. Lin Feng beat them at their own game and planned to go deeper to see what was going on. He landed in the lake. Then, he saw a huge dragon lying at the bottom of the lake. The huge dragon had a grayish-brown body. Its body emitted a sinister and terrifying aura. The energy that those cultivators turned into after they died. All of them were swallowed by the huge dragon. Corpse dragon. After seeing the huge dragon, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. It was a corpse dragon. Strictly speaking, it was equivalent to a yin corpse. The legend of the dragon was true. But the dragon here wasn't a real dragon. It was a corpse dragon. Kill it! The Daoist shouted in a deep voice. He summoned an immortal sword and slashed at the corpse dragon. At this moment, there were about 100 cultivators still alive. Everyone else had already fallen. Everyone summoned all kinds of magic treasures or unleashed powerful divine abilities to attack the zombie dragon. Despicable ants, go to hell! The zombie dragon roared. It opened its bloody mouth and spat out energy balls one after another at the cultivators. The zombie dragon's energy balls were extremely powerful. It contained a terrifying power that could destroy the world. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The zombie dragon's energy ball exploded. All of a sudden, destructive energy swept through the world, surging out. Its power was unimaginably terrifying. The magic treasures unleashed by the cultivators were blown away, and the divine abilities they unleashed were destroyed by the energy balls spat out by the zombie dragon. The zombie dragon was simply too powerful. His combat strength. It was heaven-defying to the point of causing others to be aghast. That was only the zombie dragon's first wave of attack. Soon, it unleashed its second wave of attack. The zombie dragon's second wave of attack was still the same terrifying energy balls. One by one, the energy balls shot towards the cultivators. Horrified, the cultivators hurriedly summoned their defensive magic treasures to block the attack, but it wasn't an easy task. The zombie dragon's energy balls were simply too powerful. Many of the cultivators' defensive magic treasures were instantly destroyed by the energy balls spat out by the zombie dragon. Then, the cultivators were blasted to death by the zombie dragon's attacks. Their deaths were extremely gruesome. After several rounds of attacks, only 2 cultivators were left alive. One of them was Lin Feng, and the other was the Daoist. The rest had all died under the zombie dragon's attacks. The zombie dragon sucked in a large mouthful, instantly devouring the energy source of the cultivators' deaths. Ha 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 ha, after absorbing the energy source of these cultivators, I'm one step closer to regaining my vitality. The zombie dragon laughed loudly. The zombie dragon was still a yin corpse. Yin corpses had many restrictions, such as being afraid of daylight, sunlight, and so on. No matter how powerful these creatures were, they could only live in a dark environment. They couldn't easily appear in a world illuminated by sunlight. That was why they moved at night. But if these yin corpses could give birth to a new life force within their bodies, then they could live like normal people. With the passage of time, when the life force in their bodies became stronger and stronger, they could even complete the transformation of their bodies. At that time, they would no longer be yin corpses. They would become new living beings. Their blood would no longer be cold, but warm. Their bodies would no longer emit a foul stench, but the bodies of normal living beings. The zombie dragon's previous appearance was to lure cultivators here, then devour them to help it complete its transformation. As long as the transformation was successful, the zombie dragon would be able to leave the lake. When the time came, it could be reborn. Let's kill it together. The Daoist looked at Lin Feng and said, "All right." Lin Feng nodded gravely. There was no other way now. If they didn't kill the zombie dragon, they would be killed by it. Lin Feng summoned 4 stone swords. The 4 stone swords floated above Lin Feng. With the protection of the 4 stone swords, Lin Feng moved towards the corpse dragon. The Daoist summoned an 8 trigrams diagram. It was obviously a Daoist treasure with great power. The Daoist also charged at the zombie dragon. "Lowly ants, you want to deal with me? How laughable. Even though my cultivation has fallen, I'm still not someone that ants like you can contend against." The zombie dragon sneered, then reached out with its enormous claws and attacked Lin Feng and the Daoist. The dragon's claws blotted out the sky, leaving Lin Feng and the Daoist with nowhere to run. Killing intent flashed in their eyes as they urged their treasures to break the zombie dragon's claws. Clang, 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 clang. Lin Feng's stone swords slashed at the zombie dragon's claws. Clang, 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 clang. It sounded as if they were slashing at magic treasures. Lin Feng knew he was in trouble when he heard the clang. The zombie dragon had cultivated its body into a magic treasure. Just like the heretic dominator saint, who had cultivated his body into a magic treasure. The heretic dominator saint never used magic treasures against his enemies, because his body was the most powerful magic treasure. The Daoist's 8 trigrams diagram also slammed into the zombie dragon's claws. Like Lin Feng's stone swords, it couldn't break through the zombie dragon's defense. Chapter 4093. When Lin Feng was swallowed into the corpse dragon's stomach, Lin Feng discovered that not only was the corpse dragon's body hard on the outside, but its insides were also incomparably hard. Lin Feng commanded the 4 stone swords to slash at the walls of the corpse dragon's body. Clang, 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 clang. The corpse dragon's body. It was a little too hard. This was a manifestation of the extreme cultivation of yin corpses. When a yin corpse reached the peak of cultivation, there was no longer any blood or internal fluids in its body. These things had completely fused with the flesh and bones of the body. The flesh and bones of the body had turned into stone. Therefore, the flesh and bones of the body, it would become incomparably hard. Just like the situation that Lin Feng was in right now. A large amount of sinister and terrifying energy suddenly emanated from the corpse dragon's body. The energy was constantly eroding Lin Feng's body. The corpse dragon wants to refine me. Lin Feng raised his brows slightly. The sinister and terrifying energy was clearly under the corpse dragon's control, which was why it was surging toward Lin Feng. Now that Lin Feng was being swallowed by the corpse dragon, it would definitely think of a way to refine Lin Feng. Lin Feng was at his wit's end. Now that he was trapped in the corpse dragon's body, he would die sooner or later if he couldn't get out. Therefore, he had to think of a way to leave. However, for now, Lin Feng hadn't thought of a way to leave the corpse dragon's body. His situation was extremely bad. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar came from Lin Feng's space-time domain. The dragon's resonant roar came from Xiaolong. The little fellow had awakened from its slumber. Swoosh! Before Lin Feng could summon Xiaolong, it flew out of the space-time domain on its own. Flapping its wings, it hovered in front of Lin Feng. Xiaolong's body was like a ball of sun. When the sinister and terrifying energy surged over, it was instantly dispersed by the heat radiating from Xiaolong's body. "Little fellow, why did you come out?" Lin Feng looked at Xiaolong and asked, puzzled. "Eat, eat, eat." Xiaolong looked at Lin Feng with his big round eyes and said in a childish voice. What would you like to eat? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. Xiaolong was still too young, and his ability to organize his speech was not particularly strong. After hearing Lin Feng's question, the little guy said in a childish voice, "Eat, eat, eat." It was still the same 3 words. Little Dragon was much younger than Bibi and Dragon Rabbit. It was too young, so it only knew how to say these 3 words at the current stage. However, the little dragon knew where the food it wanted to eat was. After saying that, the little guy flapped its wings and flew forward. Lin Feng followed behind Xiaolong and rushed forward. The corpse dragon's abdomen was so huge that it was like an independent space. And it was pitch black. It was hard to tell which was which. However, Xiaolong had his own goal. The little guy's speed was extremely fast, and it didn't take long for him to stop at one of the inner walls. "Eat, eat, eat," Xiaolong cried out excitedly. "Is it here? Is there something you want to eat here?" Lin Feng pointed at the area, then looked at Xiaolong and asked. Xiaolong quickly nodded. Lin Feng summoned more than a dozen powerful magic treasures. Then, he urged those magic treasures to attack the corpse dragon's body. Clang, clang, clang. The corpse dragon's body was too tough. The magic weapons bombarded the corpse dragon's body, producing a series of clanging sounds, but they couldn't break the corpse dragon's defense at all. This guy was too strong when he was alive, so after his death, his body turned into a yin corpse. He became so tyrannical. However, Lin Feng was not to be trifled with. Under the continuous bombardment of so many magic treasures, the corpse dragon's body finally couldn't take it anymore. Crack, crack, crack. The corpse dragon's body began to crack. Since its body had become like a rock wall, its flesh and blood would not fly everywhere. Xiaolong saw that the corpse dragon's body began to crack, and it immediately cried out in joy. Lin Feng was about to destroy the corpse dragon's body in one go, but at that moment, dense runes appeared on the corpse dragon's body. Those runes contained extremely terrifying power. When Lin Feng's magic treasures attacked the corpse dragon's body again, they were immediately blocked by those runes. No matter how powerful Lin Feng's magic treasures were, they could not break through those runes. Corpse dragon's runes, Lin Feng frowned. Those were runes condensed by the corpse dragon itself, and they were very powerful. Breaking through the corpse dragon's runes was as difficult as ascending to heaven. However, Lin Feng did not give up. He continued to urge many powerful magic treasures to attack the corpse dragon's runes fiercely. However, to Lin Feng's disappointment, his magic treasures were still unable to break through the corpse dragon's runes. At that moment, the corpse dragon's damaged body was rapidly recovering. Eat, eat, eat. Xiaolong immediately became anxious, and the little guy suddenly flapped its wings. Xiaolong flapped its wings faster and faster. At first, it only formed a few wind blades that slashed at the corpse dragon's runes. Xiaolong was still young. Its attacks naturally could not destroy the corpse dragon's runes. However, not long after, then, something shocking happened. Xiaolong's body actually turned purple. Xiaolong's wings also turned purple. When Xiaolong flapped its wings, within Xiaolong's wings, purple energy blades flew out one after another. Those purple energy blades contained mysterious runes. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing those runes. However, Lin Feng had a feeling that those runes were also dragon runes. Those dragon runes were a type of mysterious dragon runes that Xiaolong had mastered. Xiaolong was so young, yet it had already mastered such powerful dragon runes. It was simply inconceivable. Xiaolong's origin had always been a mystery, but its innate talent was indeed somewhat inconceivably strong. When the purple energy blades slashed at the corpse dragon's runes, Lin Feng discovered that the corpse dragon's runes actually began to tremble violently. The corpse dragon's runes were unable to withstand the purple energy blades that Xiaolong's wings swept out. What a powerful purple energy blade! Not only did it cause tremendous damage to the corpse dragon's runes, but it also seems to have a racial advantage over the corpse dragon's runes. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He cooperated with Xiaolong, urging more than a dozen powerful magic treasures to attack the corpse dragon's runes. Crack, crack. The corpse dragon's runes immediately cracked. Not long after, the corpse dragon's runes exploded, and the purple energy blades swept out from Xiaolong's wings swept across the corpse dragon's body. Chapter 4094. The Dragon Crystal. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the black energy crystal. The black energy crystal contained an extremely powerful energy. It was the zombie dragon's energy source. At least 60 to 70% of the dragon's energy was concentrated in the dragon crystal. No wonder the dragon was so excited. It had sensed the dragon crystal's existence. Lin Feng grabbed a stone sword and dug out the dragon crystal. Because Xiaolong had continuously sent out purple energy blades, the energy consumption within Xiaolong's body was extremely high. The little guy was almost unable to float in the air. It was almost exhausted, but when it saw the dragon crystal, it was extremely excited. The dragon crystal had a very significant effect on the dragon's growth. It could help the dragon's cultivation improve rapidly. It could even awaken its ancestors' memories and awaken all kinds of bloodline abilities. It could also help the dragon grow and evolve quickly. Lin Feng sent the dragon and the dragon crystal back into the space-time continuum. At this time, a series of angry roars came from outside. "My dragon crystal! You lowly ant! How dare you dig it out of me?" The zombie dragon roared furiously. It stood up and shook its body. Lin Feng couldn't stand still inside the dragon's body. He was swayed from side to side by the zombie dragon. At this time, a powerful force surged and wrapped around Lin Feng, as if trying to throw Lin Feng out. Lin Feng quickly put away his magic treasures. Lin Feng had just put away his magic treasures when a powerful force suddenly threw Lin Feng out. Lin Feng flew out of the zombie dragon's bloody mouth. "Give me back my dragon crystal." The zombie dragon roared furiously and stretched out its huge claws to grab Lin Feng. Previously, the zombie dragon had devoured the energy sources of so many cultivators to increase the energy of the dragon crystal. Only when the energy in the dragon crystal increased to a certain level could it complete the transformation. But now that Lin Feng had dug out the dragon crystal, there was no need to talk about the transformation. Zombie dragon hated Lin Feng to the bone. Just as the zombie dragon's huge claws were about to grab Lin Feng, a light flashed. Lin Feng suddenly disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, Lin Feng appeared 300 meters away. At the critical moment, Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique to dodge the zombie dragon's attack. "Despicable ant! Do you think you can escape?" The zombie dragon roared furiously. Its mountainous body soared into the sky and chased after Lin Feng. Even though the zombie dragon had lost its dragon crystal and its battle prowess had dropped significantly. However, the strength of the zombie dragon was there for all to see. The zombie dragon still possessed an almost heaven-defying combat strength. The combat strength that the zombie dragon possessed could only be described as shocking. After its huge body stretched out, it gave people an unparalleled sense of oppression. The zombie dragon opened its bloody mouth and blasted one energy ball after another at Lin Feng. The energy balls blotted out the sky and covered the earth. There was no way to avoid them. After sensing the terrifying power of the energy balls, Lin Feng didn't dare hesitate. He hurriedly took out the ruler's armor. He used the ruler's armor to protect his body. At the same time, the energy balls exploded. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With an earth-shaking boom, the energy balls exploded. The destructive energy blasted Lin Feng's body. Although he was wearing the ruler's armor, a supreme treasure with astonishing defensive power, Lin Feng felt that all the bones in his body were broken. He was bleeding from all 7 orifices. The crazed zombie dragon was simply an existence that couldn't be resisted. Fortunately, the ruler's armor protected Lin Feng. Otherwise, it would have been too dangerous for him to face the attack of the crazed zombie dragon. Zombie, dragon, sky, breaking, claw, accompanied by a deep roar. The zombie dragon's huge claw viciously swiped at Lin Feng. Lin Feng tried to use the Great Death Substitution technique to dodge the claw, but Lin Feng found that the zombie dragon's attack had sealed off the surrounding void. It caused Lin Feng to fail in using the divine ability. Danger, danger, danger. The situation was extremely dangerous. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal an extremely grave expression. Just as the zombie dragon's attack was about to hit Lin Feng, at that moment, a cultivator appeared in front of Lin Feng. The cultivator couldn't help but shout in the face of the zombie dragon's attack. Merciful and compassionate palm, boundless Buddhist light surged out. The being that had suddenly appeared and clashed with the zombie dragon's claw. Although the being had dispelled the zombie dragon's claw, he was also sent flying by the zombie dragon's claw. The being was strong, but there was still a gap between him and the zombie dragon's combat strength. Lin Feng took the opportunity to quickly retreat. When he saw the person who had attacked him, his face was full of shock. Lin Feng never expected that the person who had attacked him would be the old monk who had been beaten up by everyone and then fled. "Why are you here?" Lin Feng looked at the old monk in shock. He didn't expect the old monk to appear here. The old monk said, "Amitabha. Excellent, excellent. Where there is darkness in the world, there will be the power of justice to maintain world peace." After hearing the old monk's words, Lin Feng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This old monk was quite narcissistic. Lin Feng said, "Since you're here to help me, it means that you're not on the zombie dragon's side. When you chased us away earlier, it was out of goodwill, right?" The old monk said, "Of course." Lin Feng asked, "Why don't you make it clearer?" The old monk said, "How many people in this world can see clearly? If you're greedy, what's the point of making it clearer? But, if you wanted to chase us away, why did you kill us?" Lin Feng asked. The old monk had killed some people earlier, but he hadn't killed many. "If I can scare off the rest by killing a small number of people, I can save the majority. This is kindness and virtue." Lin Feng was shocked. Every word the old monk said contained the truth. "Old bald donkey, how dare you interfere with my affairs? You're courting death. This kid is going to die today, and you, old bald donkey, are going to die by my hand." The zombie dragon roared angrily. After its roar, a large amount of corpse energy emanated from the zombie dragon's body. The corpse energy. It seemed to blot out the sky. Zombie dragon space. The zombie dragon's cold and sinister voice was heard. The corpse energy actually condensed into a space. Chapter 4095. Kid. I'll be the main attacker later. You support. Let's kill this zombie dragon together, the old monk said. Lin Feng felt that the old monk seemed to be peeping at the zombie dragon's body. Thinking about it, the zombie dragon was so powerful. At its peak, it was much stronger than the old monk. If the old monk devoured the zombie dragon, then the old monk's combat strength should be greatly improved. So, it was normal for the old monk to peep at the zombie dragon's body. The old monk appeared to save him, but it was not entirely to help him. The old monk should have been hiding in the dark. Then, in the dark, seeing that his strength was not ordinary, he appeared in time to save him, wanting to join forces with him to deal with the zombie dragon. Killing the zombie dragon was also what Lin Feng wanted to do. Lin Feng's thoughts coincided with the old monk's. He said, "All right. There's no time to lose. Let's end this quickly." The old monk also agreed with Lin Feng's suggestion. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for them. Because this was the zombie dragon's space. In the zombie dragon's space, the zombie dragon's combat strength would obviously be greatly improved. The only thing to be thankful for now was that the zombie dragon's dragon crystal was dug away by Lin Feng. If the zombie dragon's dragon crystal was still there, then Lin Feng and the old monk did not need to continue fighting with the zombie dragon at all. They could just surrender. After losing the dragon crystal, although the zombie dragon was still very powerful, Lin Feng and the old monk joining forces was not completely unable to fight the old monk. Evil vanquishing sword. The old monk shouted in a low voice and directly took out a treasure sword. It was a treasure sword imprinted with countless Buddhist patterns. Obviously, that treasure sword should be a Buddhist supreme treasure. The old monk held the treasure sword in his hand, and instantly, the Buddhist patterns on the treasure sword seemed to come to life. An earth-shaking sound resounded between heaven and earth. The voices were so loud that even the deaf could hear them. It was like the divine sound of the heavenly Tao. It resounded in all directions. The power of that treasure sword was absolutely unimaginable. Moreover, the supreme treasure of Buddhism, was extremely powerful against evil ghosts. The zombie dragon was a yin corpse, which happened to be restrained by the old monk's evil vanquishing sword. Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword. With the black dragon sword in hand, he charged at the zombie dragon. Lin Feng began to try to awaken the black dragon sword's artifact spirit. When the black dragon sword's artifact spirit awakened, the power of the black dragon sword, he would reach the peak for a short time. When the time comes, the power of the black dragon sword was completely released. It was absolutely terrifying beyond imagination. 100,000 divine thunders. The zombie dragon roared. Within the space of the corpse dragon, bolts of divine lightning shot towards Lin Feng and the old monk. Those divine thunders were rather special. They contained an unimaginable destructive power. Lin Feng and the old monk didn't dare to underestimate them. At this moment, the old monk shouted, "Namo Amitabha, ancient Buddha light shield. Protect me." As soon as the old monk finished speaking, an endless amount of golden light surged out of his body. Then, 7 ancient figures appeared within the golden light. The 7 ancient figures were the 7 ancient Buddhas. 7 ancient Buddhas. All of them sat cross-legged and recited Buddhist scriptures. As their voices rang out, a large golden energy shield emerged. That large golden energy shield enveloped Lin Feng and the old monk. When the dense divine lightning struck, the golden energy shield immediately blocked the attack of the divine lightning. Lin Feng was shocked. This old monk had a very powerful technique. The golden defensive shield he condensed was really powerful. Lin Feng didn't dare to delay and hurriedly summoned the black dragon sword's artifact spirit. The old monk took the lead and flew in front of the zombie dragon. "Damn bald donkey, go to hell!" The zombie dragon roared, stretched out its huge claws, and attacked the old monk. The old monk's body turned into a golden stream of light. At that moment, the old monk's speed reached an unbelievable level. Relying on his lightning-fast speed, the old monk dodged the zombie dragon's huge claws that were attacking him. He quickly rushed towards the zombie dragon's head, wanting to pierce through it. But at this moment, 2 cold beams of light shot out from the zombie dragon's eyes, which contained endless killing intent. The 2 beams of light pierced through heaven and earth and arrived in front of the old monk in an instant. Even the old monk couldn't withstand the attack of the zombie dragon's eyes. Bang! Bang! The zombie dragon's eyes fiercely bombarded the old monk. With a dull sound of collision, the old monk's body was directly sent flying. Unable to withstand the attack of the zombie dragon's eyes, his body exploded in midair and shattered. However, at this time, Lin Feng had already rushed to the zombie dragon's side. Roar! The artifact spirit of the black dragon sword awakened and let out a high-pitched dragon roar. Lin Feng sensed the terrifying power surging out of the black dragon sword. After the artifact spirit of the black dragon sword awakened, its power greatly increased. As for Lin Feng himself, he held the black dragon sword in his hand and used the man descending from the heavens, an unparalleled divine ability that could slay immortals with one strike. Lin Feng and the black dragon sword became one. He turned into a dazzling beam of killing light and rushed in front of the zombie dragon in an instant. Lin Feng knew that the zombie dragon's head was too hard. Although he was now one with the sword and activated the power of the black dragon sword, Lin Feng wasn't sure if he could break the zombie dragon's defense. There was a high chance that he would fail. Therefore, when Lin Feng turned into a dazzling beam of cold light and rushed at the zombie dragon, his target was not the zombie dragon's head, but the weakest part of the zombie dragon. The zombie dragon originally had 2 weaknesses, one of which was its reverse scale. The reverse scale of the dragon was the weakest part, but ever since it turned into a yin corpse, the zombie dragon's reverse scale had long been trained to be invulnerable. Therefore, Lin Feng gave up on attacking the reverse scale of the zombie dragon. There was only one target left, which was the zombie dragon's eyes. However, it was extremely difficult to attack the zombie dragon's eyes. This was because sometimes, a weakness was often an advantage. For example, the zombie dragon's eyes were its own weakness, but also the place where it could release its strongest attack. When Lin Feng turned into a cold beam of light and attacked, The zombie dragon's eyes swept out terrifying beams of light one after another. Lin Feng turned into a sword light and kept dodging the zombie dragon's eyes, but he still couldn't completely avoid them. Lin Feng was hit by one of the zombie dragon's eyes. His body flew backward and returned to his original body from the state of a cold beam of light. However, before Lin Feng could stabilize his body, the zombie dragon's huge tail had already whipped at Lin Feng. Lin Feng wanted to avoid the attack of the zombie dragon's tail, but he couldn't. A muffled sound of collision was heard. Chapter 4096. Damn it, this guy is too strong. Lin Feng's expression turned extremely gloomy. The zombie dragon's power was beyond imagination, and this was even after its dragon crystal had been taken away. The old monk didn't die after his body exploded. His body quickly reassembled, but he didn't continue to take human form. Instead, he turned into a golden skeleton. We're no match for this guy even if we join forces. It seems that we can only think of a way to escape, Lin Feng said helplessly. If he could kill the zombie dragon, Lin Feng would definitely think of a way to do so without hesitation. However, the current situation was extremely unfavorable for them. The old monk didn't seem to want to leave, but they really had no way to deal with the zombie dragon. In the end, he said helplessly, then we'll think of a way to break out of here. Break out? What a joke. You're trapped in my space. Do you think you can break out of here just because you want to? You're delusional. The zombie dragon said disdainfully. Lin Feng and the old monk ignored the zombie dragon and quickly flew toward the barrier of the space. The two of them then began to attack the barrier, hoping to destroy it. However, they tried several times. In the end, they failed. It seemed that destroying the barrier of the zombie dragon's space was indeed a very difficult task. At this moment, the zombie dragon began to chant a mysterious incantation. As soon as the mysterious incantation was uttered, the inside of the space suddenly emitted waves of violent fluctuations. The fluctuations were so abnormally terrifying that they shocked everyone. Then, one giant dragon after another appeared in the corpse dragon space. Waves of destructive energy emanated from the bodies of the dragons. It was formed from hundreds of dragons. All of them pounced on Lin Feng and the old monk. It's the evil dragons of the zombie dragon's space. The old monk's expression turned gloomy. These evil dragons were formed from the inside of the zombie dragon's space after fusing with the zombie dragon's evil thoughts. They were extremely evil. Their strength was extremely tyrannical. The old monk felt that things were getting troublesome. Lin Feng also felt the danger. He had to think of a way to solve the crisis in front of him. Otherwise, he and the old monk would die without a burial place. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Lin Feng suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He thought of the remains of the ancient Buddha. The skeleton in the Chonglu Devil Palace. It was the skeleton left behind by one of the 7 great ancient Buddhas after his death. That skeleton was extremely terrifying and contained a monstrous divine might. Lin Feng was still unable to unleash the true power of the skeleton, but the old monk was an eminent monk of Buddhism. Perhaps he had the ability to release the power of the ancient Buddha skeleton? Of course, Lin Feng didn't know much about the old monk. Moreover, the old monk was a yin corpse. Lin Feng was somewhat afraid of the old monk. If possible, Lin Feng did not want to expose the matter of the ancient Buddha's bones to the old monk. But now, Lin Feng couldn't care less anymore. Now that he was on the verge of death, he had to deal with the crisis before him first. Swoosh. Lin Feng waved his hand and the ancient Buddha skeleton immediately flew out. He let out a long whistle and said, "Senior, I obtained this ancient Buddha skeleton by chance. It's very powerful. Perhaps we can use this ancient Buddha skeleton to destroy the corpse dragon." The old monk looked at the ancient Buddha skeleton. The golden flame in his eyes suddenly jumped violently. This is... The old monk was shocked. Then, he revealed an extremely excited expression. He was experienced and knowledgeable. He should have recognized the origin of the ancient Buddha skeleton. Ha 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 ha. With this ancient Buddha skeleton, we can turn the tide of this battle. The old monk suddenly laughed loudly. He put his palms together and chanted, Namo Amitabha. Then, Golden light shone brightly. He was surrounded by the golden light and looked very sacred. The old monk stepped forward. In the next moment, his body merged with the ancient Buddha skeleton. When the old monk's body merged with the ancient Buddha skeleton, Lin Feng immediately felt an unimaginably terrifying power surging out of the ancient Buddha skeleton. It was as if a titan from the primordial era had awakened from a deep slumber. Shock, emotion, disbelief, and incredulity. The ancient Buddha skeleton began to chant an incantation. A world in a grain of sand, a body in a leaf. There are billions of Taos in heaven and earth. There is only Buddha in my heart. When this majestic and loud voice came out, endless Buddhist lights gushed out from the ancient Buddha skeleton. These Buddhist lights were like a tide rushing towards the surroundings. The dragons were drowned by the golden Buddhist light. They let out sorrowful cries. Those dragons, they were struggling violently. They wanted to break free from the tide formed by the Buddhist light, but they failed. The dragons immediately vanished into thin air. When the tide formed by the Buddhist light slammed into the crystal wall of the corpse dragon's space, even the crystal wall of the corpse dragon's space started to crack. Go to hell, the corpse dragon roared furiously and began to chant an incantation, using a draconic divine ability. In an instant, divine abilities blotted out the sky and blasted toward the ancient Buddha skeleton. Million Buddhas greeting. The ancient Buddha skeleton roared and struck out a palm. Between heaven and earth, there was only that huge palm left. The huge palm slammed forward, shattering all the divine abilities cast by the corpse dragon. Then, the huge palm slammed hard on the corpse dragon's body. Bang! The sound of a violent collision was heard. The corpse dragon was sent flying by the ancient Buddha skeleton's million Buddhas greeting. The divine ability of million Buddhas greeting was so powerful that the already cracked space of the corpse dragon could no longer withstand the energy fluctuations emanating from the million Buddhas greeting. The space completely collapsed. Divine mountain quakes all demons in a flash. The ancient Buddha skeleton let out a long howl and once again condensed a powerful divine ability. A huge divine mountain appeared and descended from the sky, suppressing the corpse dragon. You want to suppress me? Dream on. The corpse dragon roared. The corpse dragon roared and swept its huge tail towards Godly Mount, 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 Godly Mount. Divine mountain quakes fell from the sky and suppressed the corpse dragon in the void. Whoosh 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 whoosh. As soon as the corpse dragon was suppressed, the 4 stone swords flew in front of the corpse dragon under Lin Feng's control. Then, the 4 stone swords instantly pierced through one of the corpse dragon's eyes and flew into the spacetime's head. They then found the place where the corpse dragon's soul was hiding and attacked it directly. The souls of these yin corpses were not strong, and so was the corpse dragon. The 4 stone swords destroyed the corpse dragon's soul in an instant. Chapter 4097. The corpse dragon was finally killed. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Swoosh. With a flash of light, the old monk and Lin Feng's ancient Buddha skeleton separated. Then, the ancient Buddha skeleton flew into the Chonglu demonic palace. The old monk said, "Benefactor, name a price for this ancient Buddha skeleton. No matter what the price is, this poor monk will buy it." The ancient Buddha skeleton was very important. Lin Feng would never use the ancient Buddha skeleton to trade with the old monk. Before taking out the ancient Buddha skeleton, Lin Feng was worried that the old monk would remember it. Now, it seemed that he still couldn't escape the fate of being remembered by the old monk. Lin Feng said, "The ancient Buddha skeleton is already intertwined with my fate. I can't take it out for a trade. I hope Senior can forgive me." The old monk naturally didn't believe Lin Feng's words. The old monk said, "A Buddhist immortal scripture for your ancient Buddha skeleton. How about it?" A Buddhist immortal scripture? Lin Feng was shocked. It was really attractive. Especially since the Buddhist immortal scripture was different from the immortal scriptures of other factions. The Buddhist factions had always been very mysterious. The Buddhist orthodoxies were rarely passed down. The outside world didn't have a special understanding of the Buddhist orthodoxies. The old monk's Buddhist immortal scripture would definitely be very attractive to anyone. Even Lin Feng was very interested in the Buddhist immortal scripture that the old monk was talking about. However, Lin Feng knew that the price he had to pay to get the Buddhist immortal scripture from the old monk was too high. Lin Feng was naturally unwilling to trade the ancient Buddha skeleton for the Buddhist immortal scripture. Lin Feng naturally didn't want to do this business. Putting aside the powerful strength of the ancient Buddha skeleton, let's talk about the secrets hidden in the ancient Buddha skeleton. It was also very shocking. Perhaps in the future, as Lin Feng's research on the ancient Buddha skeleton became more and more profound, he might be able to obtain a few Buddhist immortal scriptures from the ancient Buddha skeleton. This wasn't impossible. Immortal scriptures are like floating clouds to me, Lin Feng said. The old monk said, "Almsgiver, you must be joking. Anyone who wants to constantly improve themselves needs to cultivate a powerful immortal sutra. Almsgiver, your talent is outstanding. If you obtain the immortal sutra, your cultivation speed will definitely increase greatly." Lin Feng said faintly, "To put it bluntly, I don't lack immortal sutras." The old monk continued, "No wonder benefactor is so indifferent. Apart from the immortal scripture I promised to give you, I can also tell you where the third-generation fire god's legacy is. What do you think?" The first fire god was Zhu Rong. As for the other generations of Vulcan, Lin Feng had no idea. However, these fire gods were all titled gods. Their strength was unimaginably terrifying. To be able to obtain the legacy of the third-generation fire god, to any cultivator, this was a heavenly opportunity. However, Lin Feng had already made up his mind. No matter what this old monk offered him, he would not trade with this old monk. The remains of the ancient Buddha were too important. He would regret it sooner or later. Lin Feng said, "Perhaps I'll disappoint you. I have no intention of exchanging the remains of the ancient Buddha with you, almsgiver. Since you don't know what's good for you, I can only kill you." The old monk's gaze suddenly turned cold. Then, he stretched out his large hand and grabbed at Lin Feng. "You really turn hostile just like that. A yin corpse is a yin corpse. You're no longer the holy monk from before." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He threw a punch at the old monk's attack. Bang! Both sides collided fiercely. Then, they both retreated hundreds of meters away. Lin Feng withdrew his stone sword and quickly retreated. He looked at the old monk indifferently and said, "No matter what the reason is, since you helped me once, I won't lower myself to your level." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng quickly flew up. As for the old monk, he quickly chased after Lin Feng. His speed was still a little slower than Lin Feng, so Lin Feng shook him off. In the end, the old monk gave up and returned to the depths of the lake. After leaving the lake, Lin Feng continued to fly towards Ning City. A month later, Lin Feng finally arrived at Ning City. Ning City was bustling with noise and excitement. A large number of cultivators came in and out. However, after arriving at Ning City, Lin Feng felt a stifling atmosphere. Perhaps it was the internal strife of the Ning family that caused this stifling atmosphere. After resting for a day in Ning City, Lin Feng went to the Ning family to look for Guan Guan. After so many years, he did not know how Guan Guan was doing. The Ning family mansion was built in the depths of Ning City, covering thousands of acres. As expected of a top family, the mansion was magnificent. When he arrived outside the Ning family mansion, Lin Feng was stopped by the guards. "This is an important place of the Ning family. Unrelated people, leave quickly or you will be killed," the leader of the guards said coldly. Lin Feng flicked his finger and thousands of immortal stones flew out. The leader of the guards hurriedly kept the immortal stones. "Help me pass the message. Say that Lin Feng is here to see her," Lin Feng said. The leader of the guards smiled and asked, "Young master, please wait for a moment. I will send someone to inform Miss Guan Guan." The leader of the guards was about to send someone into the mansion to pass the message. At this moment, more than 10 cultivators riding on strange beasts rushed over. These people stopped at the entrance of the mansion. The group of guards hurriedly bowed to these cultivators. The leader of the group was a young master with extraordinary strength. Even though he was far away from Lin Feng and the rest, He could still hear the conversation between Lin Feng and the leader of the guards. He glanced at Lin Feng indifferently and asked, "Who are you? Why do you want to see Guan Guan?" Lin Feng said, "I am her friend." "Friend? He. I should have known. Since Guan Guan's father is a lowly human cultivator, her friend must be a lowly human cultivator as well. How despicable. This lowly human friend of a lowly human cultivator actually came to our Ning family. This is a great insult to our Ning family." The young master sneered with an extremely arrogant expression. He did not take Lin Feng seriously at all. Moreover, his words were filled with contempt and humiliation for the human race. With Lin Feng's current state of mind, it was rare for him to get angry. However, he was infuriated by this young master. That was because this young master had not only humiliated the human race and him, but he had also insulted Guan Guan. Guan Guan was one of Lin Feng's favorite women. This young master had actually dared to insult Guan Guan. This had touched Lin Feng's reverse scale. "Do you know, you have committed a crime punishable by death? Kneel. Kneel before me. Slap yourself in the face. Or else, I will cripple you." Lin Feng looked at the young master with an indifferent expression. When they heard Lin Feng's words, everyone was stunned. No one had expected Lin Feng to say such words. They were in front of the Ning family mansion. Lin Feng, a foreign cultivator, actually dared to ask the young master of the Ning family to kneel and slap himself in the face. Chapter 4098. Lin Feng's words were so arrogant that the surrounding air seemed to have frozen for a long time. Everyone looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. In their opinion, Lin Feng was courting death for daring to humiliate Ning Shuyu like this. Ning Shuyu was the name of this young man. He was a member of the Great Elder's lineage. His talent was good, and with the help of the clan, he was now an imperial emperor. Since the great change of the world, it was not difficult to break through to the emperor realm. Therefore, many emperor realm experts had emerged. The Great Elder's lineage and the clan leader's lineage had been fighting openly and secretly. Guan Guan's background was criticized by the Great Elder's lineage. Since the decline of the human race, many races looked down on the human race. There was a historical reason for this. The innate human race was once incomparably glorious. The success of the innate human race was envied by countless forces. As time went by, except for a limited number of races, the rest of the innate human race had declined. After becoming the current human race, those forces might have found something they could be proud of. Trampling the former experts under their feet and humiliating all of them would give them a sense of pleasure. This was also the reason why so many forces were arrogant. "Boy, do you know what you are talking about?" Ning Shuyu's eyes flashed with killing intent. Someone dared to humiliate him like this. Someone dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Ning Shuyu. This was the first time he had experienced such a thing. Now, Ning Shuyu had an impulse to tear Lin Feng into pieces. "What? Don't you understand human language? Looks like I overestimated your intelligence," Lin Feng said indifferently. His words humiliated Ning Shuyu once again. Ning Shuyu was trembling with anger. Ning Shuyu thought he was arrogant enough, but after seeing Lin Feng, he realized how humble he was. A strong dragon could not suppress a snake in its old haunts. However, all of this seemed to be untenable in front of Lin Feng. "Catch this boy for me. I'm going to cut this brat into pieces." Ning Shuyu waved his hand gloomily. "Yes, sir, immediately." More than 10 cultivators around Ning Shuyu answered. These people pounced on Lin Feng like wolves and tigers. A bunch of ants dare to make a move against me? Did he eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? Lin Feng's gaze turned cold. Next, his body emitted a terrifying aura. That aura. It pressed down on the group of cultivators. Lin Feng's terrifying aura enveloped those cultivators. The cultivators were all sent flying. Catcher, catcher. The bones in his body were broken by the terrifying aura emitted from Lin Feng's body. There were many people. In mid-air, he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. He fell to the ground. He began to convulse violently. Lin Feng's body swayed. The next moment, He had already arrived in front of Ning Shuyu. He raised his right hand and slapped toward Ning Shuyu. Slap. Before Ning Shuyu could even react, he was sent flying by Lin Feng's slap. Barf. In midair, Ning Shuyu spat out a large amount of blood. There were even many of Ning Shuyu's teeth mixed in the blood. Ah, I'm going to kill you. Ning Shuyu roared angrily, and his eyes turned blood red. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Now that Lin Feng had slapped him, he felt even worse than if he had been slapped by Lin Feng. Ning Shuyu roared directly, and then quickly rushed toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his right hand and swept out a sword qi. Whoosh! The sword qi flew directly toward Ning Shuyu. With a puff, the sword qi directly penetrated Ning Shuyu's dantian. Ah! Ning Shuyu screamed miserably and fell down from midair. My dantian, my dantian. Ning Shuyu's face was full of horror and despair. His dantian. It was crippled by Lin Feng. Ning Shuyu turned from a powerful cultivator into a cripple in an instant. The conflict here naturally attracted a lot of cultivators to watch. When those cultivators saw Lin Feng crippled Ning Shuyu, they all had a look of disbelief on their faces. Lin Feng was just a foreign cultivator, but he crippled the young master of the Ning family in front of the Ning family mansion. He was simply provoking the Ning family. Did he not take the Ning family seriously at all? Many people felt that it was unbelievable. They didn't know what Lin Feng was thinking. Although Lin Feng's strength might be very strong, he was just a young cultivator after all. No matter how strong he was, there was a limit after all. Now, he had completely offended the Ning clan. The Ning clan was not a kind person. Lin Feng, at this time, a surprised voice came. Lin Feng looked over and saw Guan Guan. It turned out that when the guard leader saw the conflict between Lin Feng and Ning Shuyu, he hurriedly sent someone to inform Guan Guan. The guard leader took 1,000 immortal stones from Lin Feng, so he still did something useful. Originally, he thought that if Guan Guan could come in time, she should be able to save Lin Feng's life. But who would have thought that Lin Feng was so powerful that he could cripple Ning Shuyu so easily? Before the guard leader could recover from the shock, Guan Guan had already rushed over. After seeing Lin Feng was fine, Guan Guan let out a long sigh of relief. Guan Guan's long black dress wrapped around her beautiful and alluring body. Her delicate and beautiful face had a faint charming temperament. Anyone who saw this beautiful face would feel a rush of excitement. After seeing Guan Guan, Lin Feng was very happy. He had missed Guan Guan all these years. Guan Guan was one of Lin Feng's favorite women. Of course, her position in Lin Feng's heart was very different. Hey, isn't that Goddess Guan Guan? This is interesting. That boy is actually Goddess Guan Guan's friend. Goddess Guan Guan is a member of the Patriarch's lineage, while Ning Shuyu is a member of the Grand Elder's lineage. Both sides are like fire and water. I wonder what will happen next. I guess that boy will quickly escape Peace City with Goddess Guan Guan's help, right? Otherwise, the Grand Elder's lineage will not let him go. Yes, this is the only way to survive. Even if he escapes Peace City, he must be on guard against being found by the Grand Elder's lineage. If he is found by the Grand Elder's lineage, he will also die. Chapter 4099. Guan Guan. You little b****, your friend caused me to be in such a miserable state. He's dead. He will be cut into pieces, and you won't have a good end. After seeing Guan Guan, Ning Shuyu suddenly cursed loudly. Ning Shuyu was full of hatred. Even Guan Guan was hating him. He spoke viciously and his eyes were full of resentment. A disabled person dares to say so many reckless words. You're courting death. Lin Feng waved his sleeve. Bang! An invisible force swept Ning Shuyu's body fiercely, and Ning Shuyu's body was immediately swept out. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones cracking came out, and many bones in Ning Shuyu's body were directly broken. Ning Shuyu vomited blood and fell to the ground, completely motionless. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. This person is really fearless. Many people sighed. Lin Feng wasn't afraid of the heavens and the earth. In the eyes of the surrounding cultivators, Lin Feng did things without caring about the consequences. Now even if Guan Guan protected him, She might not be able to protect herself. Seeing that Ning Shuyu was beaten half to death by Lin Feng and his cultivation was destroyed by Lin Feng, Guan Guan's joy of seeing Lin Feng was diluted a lot. Now she was very worried about Lin Feng's safety. Guan Guan said, Ning Shuyu is the grandnephew of the first elder. Now that this person has been destroyed, the first elder's family will definitely not let it go. Now I'll send you out of Ning City. You can't stay in Ning City anymore. Lin Feng smiled and said, I'm here to see Auntie. Of course I won't go anywhere. Take me to see Auntie. Guan Guan said worriedly, it's not too late to see Mother after this matter is solved. Lin Feng smiled and said, I know you are worried about my safety, but you don't have to worry. I know what I'm doing. With that, Lin Feng walked toward the Ning family mansion. Seeing Lin Feng's confident look, Guan Guan was actually very worried. She knew that Lin Feng was powerful and had many means. However, the key point was that Lin Feng didn't know how powerful the Ning family's great elder's lineage was. Guan Guan understood Lin Feng very well. Once Lin Feng made a decision, it would be very difficult for others to change Lin Feng's mind. Seeing Lin Feng walk towards the Ning clan, Guan Guan couldn't help secretly thinking in his heart. If the head elder's lineage really sent people to come and make things difficult for Lin Feng, when the time came, she would beg the patriarch for help. After thinking about this, Guan Guan breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She quickly chased after him and entered the Ning mansion with Lin Feng. Damn, that brat didn't listen to Fairy Guan Guan's advice and insisted on entering the Ning mansion. Is that kid out of his mind? Not only did he not leave Ning City, but he even entered Ning mansion. Is he walking right into a trap? You are courting death. Courting death. That brat was courting death. Just wait and see. That brat is definitely dead. Seeing Lin Feng enter the Ning mansion, the surrounding cultivators started to discuss. In their opinion, Lin Feng was simply courting death. Now that he had entered the Ning mansion, wouldn't he become a turtle in a jar? Did that brat think that Fairy Guan Guan could protect him? Fairy Guan Guan was just a junior. How could she protect him? Many people thought that once Lin Feng entered the Ning mansion, he would never be able to leave. Lin Feng would definitely die. Lin Feng naturally didn't hear what the cultivators outside were saying. Guan Guan was guiding him. Under Guan Guan's guidance, Lin Feng entered the Ning mansion. Along the way, Guan Guan had a worried look on her face. Obviously, she was still worried about Lin Feng's safety. Lin Feng grabbed Guan Guan's jade-like hand and said, Girl, don't worry. I don't care about the head elder's lineage. After hearing Lin Feng's arrogant words, Guan Guan smiled bitterly. She said, there are several Emperor Lord level experts in the Ning family's great elder's lineage. I know. In front of me, the Emperor Lord is just an ant or a dog. With a flick of my finger, I can kill an Emperor Lord. Lin Feng said. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Guan Guan could only smile bitterly. She only felt that Lin Feng was comforting her. Guan Guan naturally didn't believe that Lin Feng could kill an Emperor Lord level expert with a flick of his finger. Emperor Lord. That was an existence below the immortal realm who had cultivated to the extreme. A cultivator of this level. His combat strength was too heaven-defying. Although Lin Feng's talent was extraordinary, his strength was powerful, and he had many magic treasures. However, after all, Lin Feng was too young. No matter how strong his talent was, without enough time to cultivate, his talent couldn't be realized. So, Guan Guan was filled with worry. But Guan Guan knew that she couldn't persuade Lin Feng. Now, she could only take it one step at a time. Under Guan Guan's lead, Lin Feng came to a villa called Lanshan Garden. This was the place where Guan Guan's mother and Guan Guan lived. Guan Guan's mother had a very high status in the family, and it was said that she was entrusted with an important task by the clan leader. This was because the clan leader's bloodline had withered. Among Guan Guan's uncles, there were originally two who were extremely outstanding. But later, the two uncles were killed one after another when they went out to train. Therefore, there was no one in the middle generation who could hold the fort. So Guan Guan's mother was pushed to the front. Along the way, there were many servants shuttling back and forth. When everyone saw Guan Guan, They all bowed to her. After Lin Feng and Guan Guan left, the servants began to discuss softly. They were all discussing Lin Feng's identity. Their young miss had never brought any man to Lanshan Garden. But now, she brought Lin Feng to Lanshan Garden. Her purpose was obvious. So everyone was very curious about Lin Feng's identity. Who exactly was Lin Feng? He actually captured Guan Guan's heart? Under Guan Guan's lead, Lin Feng came to a purple bamboo forest. They entered the purple bamboo forest. In the depths of the purple bamboo forest, there was a bamboo house. Outside the bamboo house, there were more than 10 middle-aged female cultivators guarding. "Young miss, you're back." Seeing Guan Guan's arrival, the leading middle-aged female cultivator bowed. Guan Guan nodded and said, "I'm bringing a friend to see mother. I'll report for young miss," the leading middle-aged female cultivator said. At this moment, a voice came from the second floor of the bamboo house. "No need to report, come up." This voice sounded as cold as the moon, with a feeling of being thousands of miles away. Was it a natural temperament or was it that she didn't welcome him? Lin Feng was also a little apprehensive. He was now a son-in-law meeting his mother-in-law. Even though he was used to seeing storms, he was actually a little nervous at this moment. The reason why he was nervous? It was because he cared. "Let's go up." Guan Guan gave Lin Feng a beautiful smile. Chapter 4100. Lin Feng followed Guan Guan to the second floor. When they arrived, Lin Feng saw two cultivators. A man and a woman. The female cultivator looked to be in her 30s. She had fair skin and a beautiful face, but her beautiful face was cold. She was completely the image of an ice beauty. That woman was obviously Guan Guan's mother. Guan Guan's mother was called Ning Lanshan. It was said that Guan Guan seemed to have a misunderstanding with her father when she was young. Since then, they lived separately. Their relationship hadn't improved yet. The other cultivator was an old man with a white beard. This old man had a deep aura and was obviously an extremely powerful figure. "Mother." Guan Guan bowed to Ning Lanshan first, then to the old man. "Senior Tian Xingzi, no need to be so polite," the old man said with a smile. "Hello, auntie." "Hello, senior. I'm Lin Feng. I'm Guan Guan's man." Lin Feng first bowed to the two of them and then introduced himself. Obviously, no one present expected Lin Feng to introduce himself like that. Who would introduce themselves like Lin Feng when they went to their mother-in-law's house and met her for the first time? However, Lin Feng did that. Therefore, the three people present were all stunned. When she came back to her senses, Guan Guan's face flushed red. Guan Guan was usually a pharaoh-like woman, but when she encountered such an unconventional way of introducing herself, she was at a loss for a moment. Ning Lanshan's pretty face turned slightly cold. She might have guessed the identity of Lin Feng and Guan Guan. However, a daughter was the apple of her mother's eye. It wasn't easy to entrust one's daughter to someone else. Lin Feng's introduction clearly told them that Guan Guan was already his woman. Ning Lanshan suddenly felt as if Lin Feng had snatched away her most precious thing. It would be strange if she was nice to Lin Feng. Ha 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 ha. Young people are really unique. The old man noticed the subtle change in the atmosphere and said with a smile. This old man was called Tian Xingzi. He was the strongest rogue cultivator in the heavenly south planet. She had always been close to Ning Lanshan. Ning Lanshan looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Are you also a cultivator from the 9 states?" "Yes." Lin Feng nodded. "Jojo seems to only have some mediocre forces left," Ning Lanshan said calmly. He seemed to have underestimated Lin Feng. Lin Feng chuckled. Since ancient times, heroes have always come from the lowly. Since ancient times, bears have mostly come from aristocratic families. "Are you mocking the big clans?" Ning Lanshan said coldly. "I didn't mean that. I just wanted to tell auntie that background isn't the most important thing," Lin Feng said. "But most of the time, it's also important to pay attention to the matching social status. The bigger the force, the more powerful it was. The more you care about it, the more you care about it," Ning Lanshan said. After hearing Ning Lanshan's words, Guan Guan also became nervous. She felt that her mother was not very satisfied with Lin Feng. Moreover, he didn't seem to like Lin Feng very much. As a daughter, it was really difficult to be sandwiched between two sides. Guan Guan wanted to say something, but Ning Lanxin waved her hand to stop her. Ning Lanxin looked at Lin Feng and asked aggressively, "Do you think I'm right?" Lin Feng said, "There is indeed such a thing as matching social status. Auntie, you're very lucky to have found a son-in-law like me. If I tell you my identity, I'm afraid you'll be scared out of your wit." Hearing that, Tian Xingzi shook his head helplessly. He felt that the young man in front of him was really ignorant and full of nonsense. He was too self-righteous. Tian Xingzi was quite dissatisfied with Lin Feng. He didn't even know why such an outstanding person like Guan Guan would fancy Lin Feng. Even Tian Xingzi wasn't satisfied with Lin Feng, let alone Ning Lanxin. Arrogant, Ning Lanxin looked coldly at Lin Feng. She had seen countless people in her life and had seen many geniuses. However, she had never seen anyone as arrogant as Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Auntie, don't be angry. If you know what I'm capable of, you won't think that I'm arrogant anymore." "What are you capable of?" Ning Lanxin sneered. "Would people who were really strong be like Lin Feng and blow their own trumpet?" Ning Lanxin thought. He definitely wouldn't blow his own trumpet like that. Only those who didn't have any real ability would like to blow their own trumpet. "My son-in-law is very capable now. He's cultivating immortality and can kill Imperial Lord-level cultivators with just a thought. He also has dozens of Imperial Lord-level powerhouses under his command." "Stop." Before Lin Feng could finish, Ning Lanxin hurriedly stopped Lin Feng. She really couldn't take it anymore. There had to be a limit to bragging, right? Lin Feng's bragging was too exaggerated. Even Guan Guan looked like she was about to cry. "Can you stop bragging? Keep bragging. Mother is probably going to chase him away." At this moment, a terrifying aura came from outside. "Ignorant brat! How dare you cripple my son? I'm going to tear you into pieces today." A furious roar suddenly came. "This is the madam's resting place. Everyone, stop." Then, the middle-aged female cultivator in the lead spoke. "Ning Lanxin, hand that brat over. That brat crippled my son. If anyone dares to stop me from killing that brat, I, Ning Tianyuan, will fight them to the death." The voice outside was filled with murderous intent. "What's going on here?" Ning Lanxin asked in confusion. Guan Guan said worriedly, "Mother, Ning Xuanyu was arrogant and insulted me earlier. Brother Feng crippled Ning Xuanyu to stand up for me. Mother, please help Brother Feng. If you don't, Brother Feng's situation will be extremely dangerous." Ning Lanxin's expression softened a little when she heard that Lin Feng did it to protect Guan Guan's reputation. However, when she thought of Lin Feng's arrogance earlier, Ning Lanxin was still angry. She looked at Lin Feng and said, "Didn't you boast that you can kill an emperor-level powerhouse with a flick of your finger? The person outside is only a holy emperor. I'd like to see how you're going to deal with him. If you can't handle him, you can come and beg me. If you beg me, I can consider helping you once for Guan Guan's sake." "Ha ha ha ha." Lin Feng laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Ning Lanxin asked in confusion. Lin Feng said, "He's just a holy emperor. Usually, a cultivator of this level isn't even qualified for me to deal with. However, today's situation is a little different. Since this person wants to die, I'll fulfill his wish." Ning Lanxin and Tian Xingzi's lips twitched when they heard Lin Feng's arrogant words. A holy emperor was a terrifying existence, but Lin Feng was not qualified for him to deal with. Chapter 4101. Ning Lanxin and Tian Xingzi's cultivation were not weak either. Both of them were at the peak of the Sage Emperor realm. They had hopes of entering the Emperor realm. Both of them knew how difficult it was to cultivate to the Sage Emperor realm. Therefore, they naturally thought that Lin Feng was bragging. They were not the only ones who thought so. Even Guan Guan thought so too. Guan Guan had not been separated from Lin Feng for many years. The last time he parted with Lin Feng, although Lin Feng's combat strength could already compete with many Emperor realm cultivators, Lin Feng was only at the peak of the quasi-Emperor realm after all. Although Lin Feng's talent was outstanding, it had only been a short time. Even if Lin Feng had broken through to the Emperor realm, his current realm was probably not particularly profound. Therefore, it was inevitable that Guan Guan was worried about Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "I'll be able to deal with the guy outside soon. You guys can wait for me here." With that, Lin Feng walked outside. The three of them did not stay in the room but followed Lin Feng out. After seeing Lin Feng walk out, Ning Qinyuan's eyes were filled with killing intent. However, he did not attack directly. Instead, he looked at Ning Lanshan. Ning Qinyuan said coldly, "Ning Lanshan, don't interfere with my affairs. If you interfere with my affairs, you'll be my enemy." Ning Lanshan said indifferently, "Do you think you're sure to win? Maybe I don't need to interfere. You're not this kid's match either." After hearing Ning Lanshan's words, Ning Qinyuan's face turned green with anger. Because he felt that Ning Lanshan's words were full of contempt and disdain for him. After all, he was just dealing with a young junior. Was he not a match for him? However, in Ning Lanshan's opinion, he did not seem to be a match for this junior. This made Ning Qinyuan extremely angry. Ning Qinyuan could not help but snort coldly. He did not continue to pay attention to Ning Lanshan. Instead, he directly attacked Lin Feng. "Little bastard, cripple my son, I want your life." Ning Qinyuan's cold voice rang out. Then, Ning Qinyuan stretched out his hand and slapped towards Lin Feng. Suddenly, a gigantic palm of energy appeared in the void. When Ning Qinyuan's terrifying palm slapped over, Lin Feng said disdainfully, "You dare to show off your insignificant skills in front of me? I only need one move to deal with a small fry like you." Lin Feng's words were incomparably arrogant. Ning Qinyuan's face became extremely gloomy after hearing that. It was fine to be despised by Ning Lanshan. After all, Ning Lanshan was a peak holy emperor. However, now, a junior like Lin Feng actually dared to look down on him like this, causing Ning Qinyuan to go mad with hatred. Ning Qinyuan was even wondering if he would kill Lin Feng directly after capturing Lin Feng. Instead, he wanted to torture Lin Feng. Only by torturing Lin Feng until he wished he was dead and then killing Lin Feng would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. At this moment, Lin Feng made his move as well. Facing Ning Qinyuan's attack, Lin Feng tapped lightly in the void. Hum! In an instant, an energy finger was formed. That energy finger flew forward instantly. Then, it pierced through Ning Qinyuan's energy palm. Then, without any reduction in power, it continued to attack Ning Qinyuan. Ning Qinyuan was horrified. He quickly dodged Lin Feng's attack but failed to do so. Therefore, Ning Qinyuan had no choice but to block Lin Feng's attack. Ning Qinyuan waved his hand and a vast ocean world appeared in front of him. That vast ocean world enveloped the world. Although it seemed close, it was actually very far away. Ning Qinyuan wanted to rely on that vast ocean world to block Lin Feng's attack. However, Lin Feng's attack was just too powerful. Although it was just a casual tap of a finger, its power was unimaginably strong. That finger tapped on the vast ocean world instantly. There was a loud bang. The vast ocean world that Ning Qinyuan condensed was also shattered by that energy finger. Ning Lanshan, Tian Xingzi, and Guan Guan were all in disbelief. Ning Qinyuan was so powerful, but in front of Lin Feng, he was so weak. It was unbelievable. Anyone who saw this scene would be shocked. It was not just the three of them who were shocked. Ning Lanshan's guards and the cultivators who came with Ning Qinyuan were all dumbfounded. They could not believe what they were seeing. The combat power that Lin Feng displayed was just too heaven-defying. It made them feel incredulous. After the energy finger that Lin Feng tapped broke the vast ocean world that Ning Qinyuan condensed. Then, it hit Ning Qinyuan's body. Ning Jiyuan flew out like a kite with a broken string. His dharmic powers were instantly broken by Lin Feng. His body was like a punctured ball. His aura became dispirited. With a thud, dust rose. Ning Qinyuan fell to the ground in a sorry state. No. This is impossible. Ning Qinyuan could not accept what was happening in front of him. He could not help but roar in anger. His eyes had turned blood red. He struggled to get up from the ground, but Ning Qianyuan could only kneel on the ground and could not get up at all. Lin Feng had completely destroyed Ning Qianyuan's dharmic powers and martial will, and even caused serious damage to Ning Qianyuan's physical body. Seeing that an expert like Ning Qianyuan was defeated by Lin Feng in one move, Ning Lanxian and Tian Xingzi looked at each other. They could see the deep shock in each other's eyes. Although Ning Qianyuan's cultivation was not as high as the two of them, the difference was not particularly big. However, Ning Qianyuan was so powerful that he could not even block one move from Lin Feng. Wasn't this too unbelievable? No one dared to believe that this was real. Anyone who saw this scene would probably not dare to believe what they saw with their eyes. They would probably think that they were dreaming. However, all of this was real. Guan Guan, on the other hand, was unusually excited. Previously, Guan Guan had been worried about Lin Feng. Now that he saw how powerful Lin Feng was, Guan Guan felt that Lin Feng might really have the strength to fight against an imperial lord. Otherwise, how could he defeat Ning Qianyuan so easily? Other than an imperial lord-level battle prowess, there was definitely no one who could defeat Ning Qianyuan so easily. Who are you? How dare you behave so atrociously in my Ning clan? Do you think that my Ning clan has no one? At this moment, a cold voice resounded between heaven and earth. The void trembled slightly. Chapter 4102. The old man who appeared was one of the great elders' Emperor realm ancestors. His name was Ning Longtian. His pair of cold eyes stared coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng acted so recklessly in the Ning family. Wasn't this a slap to their faces? Ning Longtian naturally hated Lin Feng to the core. Said Lin Feng indifferently. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that you people from the Ning clan don't know the rules. If you hadn't been a member of the Ning clan, you wouldn't have dared act like that in front of me. I would have killed you already. Even in the face of an Emperor realm expert, Lin Feng still had an extremely arrogant attitude. The reason why Lin Feng was so arrogant was naturally not without reason. The biggest reason was that Lin Feng was strong enough and had enough confidence. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so arrogant. Originally, Ning Lanxian and Tian Xingzi thought that Lin Feng was too arrogant at such a young age. Besides, he didn't seem to have any ability other than bragging. However, when they saw Lin Feng injuring Ning Qianyuan with a flick of his finger, they suddenly felt that they weren't wrong. They suddenly realized that Lin Feng wasn't being arrogant, he was just telling the truth. People who didn't know how strong Lin Feng was would think that Lin Feng was being arrogant. If they knew how strong Lin Feng was, they wouldn't think that Lin Feng was being arrogant. On the contrary, they would think that Lin Feng was being reasonable. This was the reality of the world. If one was strong enough, even if one farted, people would say that it was a fart with fragrance. If one wasn't strong enough, even breathing would be wrong. This was the reality, and the reality was cruel and inhumane. Boy, this is the Ning family. Don't be too arrogant. Ning Longtian was enraged by Lin Feng's arrogant attitude. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as if he wanted to attack. In his opinion, although Lin Feng was very strong and might even have the battle strength of an Emperor realm expert, he was too young. Even if such a young Lin Feng had the battle strength of an Emperor realm expert, he probably had to rely on some powerful magical treasures to achieve this level of battle strength. If that was the case, Lin Feng would probably only have the battle strength of an ordinary Emperor realm expert. After all, the battle strength of an Emperor realm expert wasn't his own strength. Ning Longtian, on the other hand, was an 8th-layer Emperor realm expert, a high-level Emperor realm expert. His strength was unfathomable. His battle strength was at this level. He was definitely an existence that could do whatever he wanted. Therefore, Longtian wanted to deal with Lin Feng. Longtian. And this fellow Daoist. It's just a small matter. Why make things so tense? As soon as the voice finished speaking, an old man with a sage-like demeanor stepped out. Ning Lanxian, Guan Guan, Tian Xingzi, and the other cultivators of the Ning family bowed to the old man when they saw him. The old man's identity was not simple. He was the ancestor of the patriarch's bloodline. In the past, he had been the patriarch of the Ning family for 1.3 million years. Later on, he passed the position to his son and focused on reaching the peak of the martial Tao. Later on, he sealed himself in a stone. Rumor had it that when he was at his peak, his cultivation had already reached the immortal realm. However, he had sealed himself for too long, so his cultivation had dropped. Even though his cultivation had dropped, he still had the strength of a peak Emperor realm expert. Perhaps if he encountered an opportunity, he could even enter the immortal realm. Among the top experts, the Patriarch's bloodline had far fewer people than the Grand Elder's bloodline. However, the Grand Elder's bloodline did not dare to attack the Patriarch's bloodline. Although there were many reasons, there was one that had to be mentioned. And that reason was the old man in front of them. The emperors of the Grand Elder's bloodline were extremely wary of him. Old Patriarch, when he saw the old man, Ning Longtian bowed to him. "No need for formalities," said the old man. Ning Longtian said, "Old Patriarch, this kid crippled Ning Xuanyu outside. Then, he heavily injured Ning Qianyuan. If we don't teach this kid a lesson, our reputation will be tarnished. If that happens, what will happen to our Ning family's reputation?" Ning Longtian was also an old fox. He directly raised the issue of dealing with Lin Feng to the Ning family's reputation. If they did not deal with Lin Feng, it would be a great insult to the Ning family. The old patriarch naturally did not fall for Ning Longtian's trick. He said, "Experts have their dignity. Every expert has their dignity. They should be respected. This fellow Daoist has already shown mercy. We should be thanking this fellow Daoist." Ning Longtian was furious when he heard the old patriarch's words. He naturally knew that the old patriarch was siding with Lin Feng. With the old patriarch's intervention, it was impossible for him to deal with Lin Feng. Ning Longtian viciously glared at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with killing intent. Lin Feng indifferently glanced at Ning Longtian and said, "What's wrong? You old bastard, why are you looking at me like that? Are you courting death? If it wasn't for the old patriarch, I would have killed you in a matter of minute." Lin Feng's words were quite arrogant. After all, Ning Longtian was not an ordinary person. He was not someone a saint emperor could compare to. Ning Longtian was an 8th heavenly layer emperor lord, but from Lin Feng's tone, it was as if he could kill Ning Longtian with a snap of his finger. Many people could not help but smile wryly because Lin Feng was too arrogant. Ning Longtian was furious at Lin Feng's disdain and humiliation, but he knew that he could not do anything with the old patriarch here. Ning Longtian temporarily suppressed his anger and killing intent and coldly glared at Lin Feng. "Brat, I won't lower myself to your level for now, but you better pray that you don't fall into my hand." After threatening Lin Feng, he took Ning Qianyuan and left with the cultivators of the Great Elder's faction. "This old man is Ning Zhongdao. How should I address you, little friend?" The old patriarch cupped his fists and asked. Ning Lanxin, Tian Xingzi, and Guan Guan were all in a daze. They knew how powerful the old patriarch was, but why did he treat Lin Feng as an equal? It was because the old patriarch recognized Lin Feng's strength. Ordinary sovereign lords were not worthy of the old patriarch's attention. Therefore, at this moment, Ning Lanxin and the others' hearts were filled with shock and disbelief. Ning Lanxin, in particular, found Lin Feng more and more pleasing to the eye. Chapter 4103. Fellow Daoist, you're too polite. I'm Lin Feng. So it's fellow Daoist Lin. Nice to meet you. Fellow Daoist Lin, you don't look familiar. Where are you from? Ning Zhongdao asked politely. I've crossed the star domain to come for the love of my life, Lin Feng said. Guan Guan's pretty face suddenly turned pink after hearing Lin Feng's words. She was happy and delighted, and also a little shy. After all, the elders were here. However, Lin Feng said it so straightforwardly. However, Guan Guan liked Lin Feng's straightforwardness. In front of her family, any woman would want her man to tell her family that he loved her. No matter how seductive Guan Guan was, she was still a woman. Therefore, Guan Guan naturally hoped that Lin Feng would express his love for her. Ask. Which woman would like a man who hid his feelings and didn't dare to say that he loved her in front of her family? There wouldn't be such a woman. Love. She had to express it. Ning Zhongdao's eyes suddenly lit up. Hearing Lin Feng's words, he instantly guessed the relationship between Lin Feng and Guan Guan, and he couldn't help but be extremely surprised. Ning Zhongdao had a feeling that the young man in front of him was definitely an unimaginably terrifying existence. Even he didn't dare to say that he had a 100% chance of winning against this young man. Ning Zhongdao didn't know why he had such an illusion. However, this feeling was so strong, and Ning Zhongdao had always been extremely confident in his feelings. He felt that since he had such a feeling, there must be a reason. Now that the clan leader's bloodline was facing internal and external troubles, if they had a helper like Lin Feng, it would definitely be a great help to the clan leader's bloodline. How about we go inside and talk? Ning Lanxin said with a smile. Okay. Ning Zhongdao nodded and then said, fellow Daoist Lin, please. Fellow Daoist Ning, please. Lin Feng also said politely. Everyone entered the room and chatted for a while. The content of the conversation was basically some interesting things that they saw when they were outside. After that, Ning Zhongdao arranged for Lin Feng to stay in Lanxin Garden. It was right next to Guan Guan's residence. In the evening, Ning Zhongdao invited Lin Feng to a banquet. Not many people came, only a dozen or so. They were all the higher-ups of the clan leader's bloodline, including Guan Guan's grandfather, Ning Zongshan. Ning Zongshan looked to be in his 50s. It was said that he had broken through to the Archrealm not long ago. Before the banquet, he probably heard about Lin Feng from Ning Zhongdao, so the more he saw Lin Feng, the more he liked him. After the banquet was over, Ning Zhongdao invited Lin Feng for a chat. Ning Zongshan also followed along. Just the three of them. Ning Zhongdao said, young friend, have you heard about our Ning clan before coming here? Lin Feng nodded and said, of course I have. Ning Zhongdao sighed and said, now that the Ning family is in a precarious situation, the internal strife between the two branches is the result we don't want to see the most. Once there is an internal strife, the losses will be great, and the Ning family will be in danger. I heard that you guys are trying to rope in the elders of the clan to gain their support. The bloodline with the elders' support will win the battle. That way, you should be able to avoid internal strife, right? Lin Feng said. Ning Zhongdao said, fellow cultivator Lin, you don't know. If we compete openly, we won't fear the Grand Elder's bloodline. However, according to the information we received, the Grand Elder's bloodline has already contacted the Xian Dao sect, the Sichu clan, the Murong clan, and the Hellion clan to help them deal with our bloodline. Presently, the Grand Elder's line is still discussing the distribution of benefits with the four great clans. Once they've finished their discussion, they might choose to attack by force. Our line might be annihilated, and the Ning clan will definitely weaken at that time, Ning Zhongdao said. Ning Zongshan said hatefully, these people. For their own selfish desires, they don't even care about the clan's benefit. Lin Feng said. You guys can contact the other powers. Ning Zongshan said, we did try to contact the other powers, but no one was willing to help us. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes and say, isn't your bloodline doing too poorly? Why is your relationship with others so bad? Ning Zongshan smiled bitterly and said, it's not that our relationship with others is bad, it's just that the other powers don't dare to interfere because Ning Longtian's uncle is an old ancestor of the Xian Domain sect. 1 sect, 3 sects, and 8 clans. The Xian Domain sect was the most powerful, so the other powers were naturally afraid of them. I heard that although the Xian Domain sect is terrifying, it's not strong enough to crush the other powers, right? Is the Xian Domain sect really that powerful? Lin Feng said in surprise. Ning Zhongdao said, fellow Daoist, you might not know this, but the most terrifying thing about the Xian Domain sect isn't the cultivators themselves, but the treasure they have. What treasure? Lin Feng asked curiously. The Great Heaven Devil Slayer sword. Rumor has it that it's the ultimate treasure of a true immortal. Its power is unimaginable, Ning Zhongdao said. This treasure is enough to intimidate countless people. Naturally, the other powers won't dare to help us. So that's how it is. Lin Feng nodded and said, if this continues, the Patriarch's bloodline will definitely be destroyed. However, I feel that something is strange. Following the destruction of the Patriarch's bloodline, the Ning clan will be destroyed. Even if those people are blinded by greed, they shouldn't want to end up like this, right? There should be some other reason for them to take action, right? Ning Zhongdao said, there is indeed another reason. This matter is a secret. It's a big secret of the patriarch's bloodline. However, for some reason, the Grand Elder's bloodline found out about it. That's why they're so crazy as to destroy the patriarch's bloodline. Big secret? What big secret? Lin Feng revealed an extremely surprised expression. Looking at Ning Zhongdao's expression, he knew that this big secret was extremely extraordinary. As if he felt that his words were a little presumptuous, Lin Feng said, of course, this is the patriarch's bloodline's secret. It's understandable that you don't want to say it. Ning Zhongdao said, we'll be a family soon, so I can naturally tell you this secret. Ning Zhongdao's words were obviously trying to tie Lin Feng to the patriarch's bloodline's worship. Lin Feng chose to acquiesce. He naturally had to help the patriarch's bloodline. Who asked them to be Guan Guan's family? Seeing that Lin Feng didn't refute, Ning Zhongdao was delighted and said, the patriarch's bloodline has a mysterious stone that can sense the door of everlasting life through that stone. Chapter 4104. The door of everlasting life was an ancient immortal gate that everyone yearned to see even in their dreams. It could be said that the door of everlasting life was one of the greatest secrets in the world. Immortal scriptures and abilities were easily obtainable after seeing the door. Rumor has it that one could comprehend the secrets of everlasting life. Although existences who had transcended epochs weren't immortal, those who had seen the door and comprehended its secrets were able to become immortal. This was how extraordinary the door was. But how difficult was it to see the door of everlasting life? Since time immemorial, countless cultivators wanted to see the door, but in the end, they couldn't find it at all. In the eyes of many, the door was only a beautiful legend that couldn't be taken seriously. But Lin Feng knew that the door of everlasting life really existed. Some people had seen the door of everlasting life before. Is that stone really that extraordinary? Lin Feng took a deep breath and asked. Ning Zhongdao said, I've heard that the stone came from the world inside the door of everlasting life. Therefore, the stone is endlessly mysterious and hides great secrets. And those secrets are enough to drive people crazy. Our clan researched it for a long time and still couldn't figure out its secrets. The only thing we know is that we can use the stone to sense the door. However, that's only one of its secrets. There must be an even bigger one. Unfortunately, we can't find out. Did you use that stone to sense the door of everlasting life? Lin Feng asked. Ning Zhongdao and Ning Zongshan smiled wryly. Ning Zhongdao said, maybe our aptitudes are too low, so we can't sense the door. Is it just a legend? Lin Feng asked. Of course not. The two shook their heads. Said Ning Zhongdao. After our ancestors, there were 3 people who sensed the door of everlasting life. Although the 3 ancestors who sensed the door of everlasting life weren't immortal, they all reached the true immortal realm. You know, it's extremely difficult to enter the hollow immortal realm. Even in the golden age of cultivation, the hollow immortal realm was a terrifying existence, let alone the genuine immortal realm. In the most prosperous era of cultivation, the genuine immortal realm was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Therefore, if you want to enter the true immortal realm, it is impossible without great fortune. Our 3 ancestors all entered the true immortal realm after sensing the door of everlasting life. In fact, according to them, they didn't obtain much fortune. They only sensed the door of everlasting life for a short period of time. However, from then on, it was as if they were blessed with great fortune. Their cultivation speed increased rapidly, and many obscure great Daos were easily comprehended. Perhaps this is why the door is so extraordinary. Ning Zhongdao's words sounded a bit mysterious, but Lin Feng knew that he was telling the truth. The door of everlasting life was truly extraordinary. He had to admit that. Lin Feng asked, can you take me to see the stone? Of course, Ning Zhongdao said. Then, he changed the topic and said, but we need to make some preparations before going to see the stone. The stone has already formed a spirit, so we need to go see it first. Can we wait until tomorrow to see the stone? Of course, no problem, said Lin Feng nodding. After chatting for a while, Lin Feng left. He returned to his residence and saw a female cultivator standing in the courtyard. The silver moonlight shone down on her, making her look as beautiful as a fairy from the Moon Palace. Lin Feng quickly walked over and pulled her into his arms. I heard that the ancestor called you over. Did he talk to you about the Ning clan? Guan Guan asked. Lin Feng said. He did. Guan Guan rubbed her head against Lin Feng's chest and said, Don't feel troubled because of me. I'll support you no matter what choice you make. Lin Feng rubbed Guan Guan's beautiful face and said, Your matters are my matters. The Ning clan's matters are my matters. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll skin them alive. Guan Guan felt very sweet when she heard Lin Feng's domineering declaration. That night was destined to be a sleepless night for Lin Feng and Guan Guan. After being separated for so many years, they naturally had a lot to talk about when they met again. The next day, Ning Zhongdao came to Lin Feng and asked with a smile, Fellow Daoist Lin, did you sleep well last night? Lin Feng smiled and said, Everything's fine. Thank you for your concern, fellow Daoist Ning. Ning Zhongdao said, I went to see the Divine Stone yesterday and told it about you. If fellow Daoist Lin doesn't have anything else to do, let's go see the Divine Stone now. No problem. Lin Feng nodded. He really couldn't wait to see the Divine Stone now. He wanted to see how magical the God's Stone was. Under Ning Zhongdao's lead, Lin Feng came to a mansion in the depths of the Ning clan. Ning Zhongdao said, This is where I go into seclusion. Lin Feng nodded. Ning Zhongdao took Lin Feng to the palace where he was meditating in seclusion. There were many palaces there. There were a total of 18 palaces. Lin Feng entered the palace in the deepest part. Then, Ning Zhongdao activated a mechanism and an 8 trigrams array appeared on the floor in the middle of the palace. Then, the floor with the 8 trigrams array imprinted on it sunk down and a passage leading to the underground appeared in Lin Feng's line of sight. Ning Zhongdao said, Fellow Daoist Lin, please. Lin Feng said politely, Fellow Daoist Ning, please. Ning Zhongdao led the way in front and Lin Feng followed behind him. The two entered the underground secret room one after the other. The underground secret room was very large and there was a 3-meter-tall stone in the middle of the room. This stone had an irregular distribution, and the entire stone was greenish-gray in color. This stone looked quite ordinary from the outside and was no different from the greenish-gray stones that could be seen everywhere. However, those who knew about this stone knew how frightening its origin was. Anyone who knew the origin of this stone and its use would be shocked. Chapter 4105. The voice belonged to the stone's spirit. It looked like an ordinary stone, but it had its own spirit. Lin Feng already knew that the stone had its own spirit. Therefore, it was not strange to hear the stone speak. All right, you guys take your time, Ning Zhongdao said and left the secret chamber. Only Lin Feng and the divine stone were left in the secret chamber. I heard that you got the best woman in the Ning clan. Kid, you're really something, the stone said. When Lin Feng heard that guy, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Lin Feng felt that the stone's words were so despicable. Let's change the topic, Lin Feng said. The divine stone said, Why change the topic? I like this topic. Back in the day, I was also a distinguished and elegant existence. Who knows how many fairies and goddesses admired me? The stone was very narcissistic. It was unknown whether it was speaking the truth or bragging. Now, Lin Feng was sure that the spirit of the godly stone wasn't a normal person. Said Lin Feng angrily. Come on, stop bragging and bragging. Who would admire a piece of rock? The stone said. What do you know? You don't know anything about my history. Lin Feng pursed his lips and said, Maybe you can tell me. If you tell me, I'll understand. If you want me to tell you, I'll tell you. That's impossible. This is the secret in my heart. Let the most beautiful years of my life be buried in my heart forever, the stone said narcissistically. After hearing the stone's words, Lin Feng really had the urge to slap the stone. The stone continued, Let's talk about your purpose here. What do you want to do? To comprehend the door of everlasting life. Nonsense. Why would I come here if I don't want to comprehend the door of everlasting life? Lin Feng was speechless. Of course, He did not say that out loud. Otherwise, he would definitely annoy the stone. Lin Feng said, "Yes. I'm here to comprehend the door of everlasting life. With your talent, I'm afraid it's not possible. It's better to give up now. I've seen many people with greater talent than you, yet they still couldn't sense the door of everlasting life, let alone you." The divine stone continued. Now, not only did Lin Feng want to beat this guy to death, he even wanted to smash this guy into pieces. This guy. It was definitely intentional. What a wretched guy. He took attacking others as his own pleasure. Of course, Lin Feng did not agree with this guy's words. In the myriad worlds, Lin Feng believed that there were not many people who could compare with him in terms of talent. As for those who were more talented than him, it was even rarer. Lin Feng said, "If you don't try, how do you know you can't sense it? Sometimes, it depends on luck. Some people are very talented, but if they don't have luck, they might fail in the end. However, some people are not talented enough, but if they have luck, they might succeed. Since you insist, I'll give you a chance. Sit cross-legged in front of the divine stone. I'll try to pull you into a space-time. If you want to comprehend the door of everlasting life, the first step is to enter that space-time. Only then can you sense the door of everlasting life. I can tell you without hesitation that 90% of those who try to sense the door of everlasting life fail. Even with my help, their consciousness can't enter that space-time." The divine stone said. Lin Feng did not say anything. He followed the divine stone's instructions, sat cross-legged in front of the divine stone, and closed his eyes. Next, Lin Feng tried his best to enter a state of enlightenment. Not long after, he felt a unique power that seemed to want to pull Lin Feng into a mysterious world. The divine stone's voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. "Relax completely. Just like the first time your primordial spirit left your body, let your primordial spirit comprehend the world." Lin Feng tried his best to relax. As time passed, Lin Feng had the feeling that there was some kind of strength which was pulling his body into a mysterious world. Lin Feng drifted along with the force. Finally, Lin Feng found himself in a mysterious world. Lin Feng was overjoyed. His godly awareness had probably entered the world the godly stone had told him about. A huge divine stone flew over from afar. It was the divine stone that Lin Feng saw outside. The divine stone did not say anything. It just floated in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng sat cross-legged, trying to sense the aura of the great Tao from the divine stone. Lin Feng suddenly heard countless voices, all of which rushed into his mind. Among those sounds, there were earth-shaking battle cries, roars of unwillingness before death, screams of pain, and so on. There were all kinds of voices. After hearing those voices, Lin Feng felt like his head was about to split open. Fortunately, Lin Feng's soul was strong enough. Lin Feng had successfully overcome the feeling that his head was going to explode. Lin Feng continued to comprehend the divine stone. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng suddenly heard someone speaking in his ear. "What kind of Tao do you want to comprehend?" the voice asked. "The Tao of eternal life," Lin Feng said. "The Tao of eternal life is just a legend. Change to a more practical Tao," the voice said again. "Why is it a legend? I think it's real. Since people can live forever, they can live forever," Lin Feng said. "Living forever is easy, but living forever is difficult. No, to be precise, no one can live forever," the voice continued. "I want to live forever," Lin Feng replied. "There is no Tao of eternal life in this world. If you insist on being stubborn, you might not be able to comprehend anything," the voice continued. "Is that so? If I can't comprehend anything, then I'll accept it," Lin Feng replied indifferently. "Apart from the Tao of eternal life, I have no interest in any other Tao." Lin Feng was very persistent. He wanted to comprehend the Tao of eternal life. The voice disappeared. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng suddenly felt his surroundings become brighter. He opened his eyes and saw that the originally dim space was becoming more and more dazzling. Could it be? Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then, he thought of a possibility. Could the door of eternal life be appearing? Rumble, rumble, rumble. 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 Not long after, Lin Feng saw, it was a gigantic stone gate that was hundreds of thousands of meters tall and hundreds of thousands of meters wide. Chapter 4106. The Door of Everlasting Life. When Lin Feng saw the huge stone door, his face was filled with shock. The door of everlasting life was simply too big. He tried to fly towards the stone door. However, no matter how fast Lin Feng was, no matter how Lin Feng tried to get close to the stone door, he was still unable to reach it. The stone door was extremely far away from Lin Feng. It was as far away as the ends of the earth. Lin Feng frowned. He realized that there was a problem. He seemed to be unable to get close to the stone door. The door of everlasting life isn't real. It's just an illusion. I can't even get close to the illusory door of everlasting life. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. This made him feel a little regretful. He wanted to get close to the door of everlasting life, but no matter how many times he tried, he still couldn't get close. In the end, Lin Feng could only choose to give up. Lin Feng felt that perhaps he could imprint the image of the door of everlasting life. This was a type of Tao. This was a type of invincible Tao. If he could imprint the image of the door of everlasting life, he could directly summon it to fight against his enemies. This was definitely a heaven-defying method. Lin Feng tried to imprint the image of the door of everlasting life in his mind. But Lin Feng realized that there was some kind of invisible and intangible strength which was preventing him from doing so. No matter how hard Lin Feng tried, no matter how hard he tried, it felt like something was missing. This made Lin Feng a little depressed. In fact, Lin Feng also knew that imprinting the image of the door of everlasting life in his mind was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Since ancient times, countless cultivators had tried to do so. However, those who succeeded were probably as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. Lin Feng was never one to give up. He kept recalling the image of the door of everlasting life in his mind. How tall was it? How wide was it? At the same time, Lin Feng activated the true word of Lin. This divine ability could help Lin Feng comprehend the Tao. The true word of Lin had indeed played an extremely crucial role in Lin Feng's enlightenment. As time passed, Lin Feng could sense that there was a mysterious connection between him and the door of everlasting life and himself. This connection was very subtle. Lin Feng even felt that he could see some of the ancient runes on the door of everlasting life. Those runes were unfathomably mysterious. Those runes were ancient and powerful. Lin Feng tried to comprehend the runes, but they were too profound. When Lin Feng tried to comprehend the runes, he felt an incomparable pain in his head. His head felt like it was about to split open. Lin Feng knew. The current him was still unable to comprehend those runes. There were many Taos that couldn't be comprehended just because one wanted to. Some Taos had restrictions on a cultivator's cultivation. When one's cultivation wasn't high enough, it was impossible to comprehend those Taos. If one tried to forcefully comprehend those Taos without being able to do so, the final result would be to hurt oneself. There were too many examples in the world of cultivators of suffering a backlash after comprehending the Tao. Lin Feng was no longer obsessed with comprehending the mysterious runes on the door of everlasting life. Just like before, he tried to imprint the appearance of the door of everlasting life into his mind. Actually, if what Lin Feng saw was the real door of everlasting life, it would naturally be much easier to imprint the image of the door of everlasting life. But the key was that what Lin Feng saw was an illusory door of everlasting life. It was an unreal door of everlasting life. Therefore, it became much more difficult to imprint the image of the door of everlasting life. But fortunately, Lin Feng's comprehension was extraordinary. As time passed, the image of the door of everlasting life was gradually imprinted in Lin Feng's mind. It was unknown how much time had passed. Lin Feng had completely imprinted the image of the door of everlasting life. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Lin Feng heard an earth-shaking sound. He opened his eyes and immediately discovered that the enormous door of everlasting life was rapidly dissipating. Not long after, The gigantic door of everlasting life had completely disappeared. Lin Feng's consciousness retreated from the mysterious space. His consciousness returned to his body. Lin Feng found himself still sitting cross-legged in front of the divine stone. You seem to have comprehended something. What did you comprehend? Immortal Sutra? Divine ability? Or even, where the door of everlasting life might appear? The divine stone asked. This guy had always been talkative. Lin Feng said. I comprehended the Tao of everlasting life. What? Is this true? The divine stone couldn't help but exclaim. But then it shouted, You're lying. How could you possibly comprehend the Tao of everlasting life? That's impossible. It might seem impossible to you, but to me, it's extremely easy. Lin Feng curled his lips. Kid, stop bragging. At the very least, you'll need to cultivate to the true immortal realm before you can comprehend the Tao of everlasting life. Before it could finish the word Tao, the divine stone hurriedly shut up. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The divine stone was indeed dishonest. It never spoke the truth. It had previously told Lin Feng that there was no Tao of everlasting life. But now, it had spilled the beans. Only those who had cultivated to the true immortal realm were qualified to comprehend the Tao of everlasting life. What did that mean? It meant that there really was a Tao of everlasting life in this world. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. If there really was a Tao of everlasting life in this world, then one day in the future, he would have a chance to try to comprehend it. Lin Feng had always been this confident in himself. There's something I'm very curious about. I wonder if you can answer it for me? Lin Feng asked. The divine stone said. You'll have to tell me what it is first, and it'll also depend on my mood. If I'm in a good mood, perhaps I can give you a pointer or two. Lin Feng said. It's like this. I want to know, what kind of world is inside the door of everlasting life? You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? The divine stone said. There was a hint of wariness in its tone. It was guarding against Lin Feng as if he was a thief. Lin Feng said. Aren't you a treasure that came from the world inside the door of everlasting life? That's why I think you should know something about that world. Since you're denying it, is it because you don't want to tell me? You can state a condition. As long as you tell me about that world, no matter what request you make, as long as it's within my ability, I'll fulfill it. How about it? Chapter 4107. Of course, I'm a man of my word. Lin Feng said. After a while, the divine stone said, the offer is quite tempting, but I really don't know anything about that world. Back then, when I came out of that world, I didn't even have consciousness. However, it's said that there are countless treasures inside the door of everlasting life. Are you interested? Perhaps you can try comprehending again and see where the door of everlasting life is. If you can find the real door of everlasting life, you might be able to enter it. Lin Feng said. Forget it. I've already obtained my fortuitous encounter. It'll be very difficult for me to comprehend it again. Lin Feng then said, Goodbye. I'm leaving. Kid, don't be in such a hurry to leave. We can still chat. How about I tell you about the things I did with a group of fairies and goddesses? The divine stone said. The stone's voice sounded very despicable. Lin Feng said, I'm not interested. He didn't stay there any longer and quickly left. After Lin Feng came out of the secret room, the door closed again. Did you gain anything, fellow Daoist Lin? Ning Zhongdao asked with a smile. Lin Feng said, Not bad. I gained something. Then I must congratulate you, fellow Daoist Lin, Ning Zhongdao said with a smile. He didn't ask what Lin Feng had gained. That was Lin Feng's own fortuitous encounter. It was private. An experienced person like Ning Zhongdao naturally wouldn't make such a mistake. Lin Feng asked, How long have I been in the secret chamber? Ning Zhongdao said. 1.5 months. Lin Feng was surprised. He had the impression that everything had happened in the blink of an eye. So much time had passed. Ning Zhongdao continued, Fellow Daoist Lin, according to our informants, the experts of the 4 major factions recruited by the Grand Elder's faction have arrived on Arasima. They will probably make a move on our clan leader's faction soon. How should we deal with them? When it came to serious matters, Ning Zhongdao was deeply worried. Although he was strong, however, he was too weak by himself. There was no way he could fight against so many experts. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist, don't be afraid. I'm here. When the time comes, I guarantee that those people won't be able to return." Hearing this, Ning Zhongdao's eyes immediately lit up. What he liked the most was Lin Feng's calmness and confidence. This gave him hope and boosted his confidence. "Fellow Daoist Lin, how do you plan to deal with those fellows?" Ning Zhongdao asked. "The formation, the insect swarm, and the experts of the clan leader's bloodline are enough to deal with those people. Unless a bodiless immortal comes, no one will be able to escape alive," Lin Feng said. Ning Zhongdao said, "But I'm afraid ordinary formations won't be able to deal with them." The reason why Ning Zhongdao said this was obviously because he had doubts about Lin Feng's level of formations. In fact, Ning Zhongdao couldn't be blamed. After all, Lin Feng was too young. Lin Feng was so young, yet his cultivation was so terrifying. This was already an extremely inconceivable matter. There was a limit to a person's energy. Lin Feng's attainments in cultivation were profound, so he shouldn't have any profound attainments in formations, right? After all, how could Lin Feng have so many thoughts in just over 100 years? Not only did he have to improve his cultivation, but he also had to improve his formation skills. It was simply daydreaming. Lin Feng said with a smile, "I'm the successor of the Celestial Master sect. In this world, there aren't many people who can surpass me in terms of formations." "What? Fellow Daoist Lin is the successor of the Celestial Master sect?" Ning Zhongdao suddenly exclaimed, unable to believe his ears. The Celestial Master sect. What a resounding name. The famous Celestial Master sect represented the pinnacle of formations. Since Lin Feng was the successor of the Celestial Master sect, it was enough to show how powerful Lin Feng's attainments in formations were. "That's right, I'm the successor of the Celestial Master sect. Can fellow Daoist Ning rest assured now?" Lin Feng asked. "Ha ha ha ha, I can rest assured, I can rest assured," Ning Zhongdao said with a laugh. He was very excited now. The ancestors of the Ning clan had blessed Guan Guan to find such a godlike and demon-like man. Without this man's protection, the Ning family patriarch's bloodline would not be able to escape the fate of being destroyed. With this man's protection, the Ning family patriarch's bloodline could not only be preserved, they could also use this opportunity to expand. Ning Zhongdao had a strong intuition. He felt that Lin Feng was not a person who was willing to be lonely. In this operation, Lin Feng would probably cultivate his own forces. The Xian Domain Star Sea was an extremely crucial place. It was the final destination for countless star fields to go to the Undying Realm. If he could control the Xian Domain Star Sea in his hands, it would be equivalent to controlling an important transportation route. At that time, he could obtain countless resources and wealth. At that time, he could even establish a huge force with the Xian Domain Star Sea as the center. And this force, he could wantonly recruit troops and buy horses, grow stronger, and become a super overlord in the starry sky world. Ning Zhongdao did not know what Lin Feng was thinking in his heart, but Ning Zhongdao felt that Lin Feng should want to control the Xian Domain Star Sea in his own hands. "There's no time to lose, I'll go and set up the formation now," Lin Feng said. "All right, I'll help you set up the formation," Ning Zhongdao said. While Lin Feng and Ning Zhongdao were setting up the formation, Ning Longtian represented the Great Elders faction and gathered together with the representatives of the four major forces in a small city 30,000 miles away from Ning City. Among the four major forces, the Xian Dao sect had sent 2 Emperor Lord level experts. The old man was called Xian Tianzi and the middle-aged cultivator was called Xian Jizi. The Murong family had sent 3 top experts. The first person was a skinny old man. His name was Murong Ren, although there was the word Ren in his name. However, this person was not a good person. He killed people without blinking. It was said that he cultivated both immortal and devil techniques. He had slaughtered tens of millions of people. There was also a beautiful woman called Murong Yua. The other person was Lin Feng's old acquaintance, Murong Yuchan. The Situ family's experts were two middle-aged cultivators. One was called Situ Lei Hai and the other was called Situ Lei Ming. It was said that they were brothers and their auras were deep and powerful. The Helian family's experts were an old woman and a beautiful woman. The old woman was called Granny Tianyu. The beautiful woman was called Helian Menglu. Everyone has waited for a long time. We were just waiting for everyone to arrive. Let's launch an all-out attack on the Patriarch's faction. At that time, we will definitely be able to directly attack and destroy everyone in the Patriarch's faction. Chapter 4108. Murong Yuchen asked, "Did a guest come to your Ning clan recently?" Guest? Ning Longtian was confused. Then, he thought of Lin Feng and said, "Recently, a powerful person came to the clan leader's side. I think he's called Lin Feng. He's a young human cultivator with extraordinary means. He has a great enmity with our clan, but we didn't kill him because of that old bastard from the clan leader's side. However, after we attack the clan leader's side, we must tear him to pieces." Murong Yuchen said. "This person. He's the person we're looking for." "Oh. Is the Murong clan also looking for this person? Could it be that this child also has a grudge against your Murong clan?" Ning Longtian asked. "Grudge? Of course. This person must die." Murong Yuechan's eyes were filled with killing intent. At this moment, Lin Feng was setting up a large formation. Therefore, he didn't know that Ning Longtian had already gathered the experts of the four factions to discuss attacking the clan leader's side. Although the clan leader's side and the Great Elder's side lived in the same mansion, the clan leader's side occupied the eastern region. The Great Elder's side occupied the western region, while the Great Elder's side occupied the western region. The two sides were clearly separated. Lin Feng didn't have a hard time setting up the formation. The main reason was that the clan leader's side had many large formations. Among these large formations, there were not only illusory formations and maze formations, but there were also various offensive formations. When combined, these large formations were very powerful. However, it was obviously very difficult to kill the invaders with these large formations. Cultivators below the Emperor realm might be killed by the large formations. However, it was very difficult to kill cultivators above the Emperor level. Cultivators at this level were very powerful. Cultivators at this level didn't need many people. Only 10 of them were enough to massacre a clan. Therefore, Lin Feng set up the large formations mainly to deal with cultivators above the Emperor realm. Lin Feng set up 3 types of large formations. They were the Immortal Slaying Formation, the Xian Pin Formation, and the 8 Trigrams Formation. These large arrays, Lin Feng had set them up more than once, so he was already familiar with them long ago. With Ning Zhongdao's help, Lin Feng's speed of setting up the formation was extremely fast. There were top-notch magic treasures guarding the core of each of the 3 formations. For example, the Zhu Celestial Deployment spell had the Black Dragon Sword, the 4 Stone Swords, and the Green Mountain Sword in the core of the deployment spell. Lin Feng placed his natal magic treasure, the Stone of Chaos, and the Heavenly Drum in the core of the Xian Pin Formation to guard the core of the Xian Pin Formation. As for the 8 Trigrams array, there were more treasures guarding the eye of the array. The Hell King's Bell, 9 Devil's Picture, 5 Dragon's Wheel, and other treasures were placed in the center of Lin Feng's 8 Trigrams formation. With such a powerful formation and so many magic treasures, once activated, the power would be unimaginable. At that time, if a sovereign lord came, he would most likely die. After setting up the formation, Lin Feng could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Feng looked at Ning Zhongdao and said, "The formation I set up only covers the 4 courtyards in the deepest part. Now, order the clansmen of the Patriarch's bloodline to quietly withdraw, and don't alarm the people of the Great Elder's bloodline." Hearing that, Ning Zhongdao nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go and issue the order now." Ning Zhongdao went to issue the order, while Lin Feng returned to the place to rest. Not long after, Guan Guan came to Lin Feng's place. Guan Guan said with some worry, "I've heard from my mother about the 4 major forces coming to Tiannan Star. I reckon that one night in the next few days, these people will attack our Patriarch's bloodline." Guan Guan knew that Lin Feng was setting up the formation, But this time, the Great Elder's bloodline colluded with the other 4 major forces to besiege the Patriarch's bloodline, so Guan Guan was still a little worried. Lin Feng grabbed Guan Guan's jade-like hand and said, "Don't worry. I don't dare to say that I can wipe out everyone who comes here, but I can guarantee that most of them won't be able to return." After hearing Lin Feng's powerful answer, Guan Guan was immediately relieved. Lin Feng continued, "After the crisis of the Ning family is resolved, I plan to gradually nibble away the other 4 major forces." "You mean, you want to nibble away the 4 major forces that are working with the Great Elder's bloodline?" Guan Guan asked in surprise. She didn't expect Lin Feng to have such a plan. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Yes, in the future, I need to have a powerful force. So, I need to establish a powerful force and constantly recruit people to strengthen myself. I hope that I can use them in the future." There were 2 main things that Lin Feng said. First, to rescue his mother who was suppressed, there was strength in numbers. When the time came, he would form an elite army. It would definitely be of great use. Second, to fight against the war of extermination. When the war of extermination arrived, Lin Feng also needed a strong elite army. Only by grasping enough power would he be able to survive the war of extermination. Moreover, Lin Feng also had people that he needed to protect. For example, his family, his friends, his women, even his woman's family and so on. If Lin Feng was alone, he naturally wouldn't be able to protect so many of them. Therefore, Lin Feng needed the help of many people. This was also the main reason why he liked to establish some large forces. "I'm afraid it won't be easy to nibble away those forces," Guan Guan said. "This time, I will try my best to convert a few more Emperor Lords. If I get the help of those Emperor Lords, the chances of nibbling away the 4 great forces will be much higher," Lin Feng said. You will definitely succeed." Guan Guan nodded heavily. 3 days later, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The rain poured down. The heavy rain blocked his line of sight. Lin Feng looked at the heavy rain outside and said, "This kind of night is the best for a good sleep." Ning Zhongdao said, "This is the best opportunity to make a move." Lin Feng said, "Pass down the order, get everyone ready." Ning Zhongdao nodded and whispered to Ning Zongshan. Ning Zongshan then went to make preparations. Lin Feng predicted that the other party would make a move tonight, so Lin Feng had the Lord's guards withdraw into the Great Array. There was no need for them to continue patrolling the surroundings. If he did that, he would only sacrifice these people for nothing. Of course, if he withdrew them, the other party would definitely be suspicious. But Lin Feng didn't care. Lin Feng believed that those people were extremely confident. Even if they sensed that the Lord's bloodline was prepared, they would still use force to attack. Chapter 4109. In the dead of night, heavy rain poured down. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, one figure after another rushed towards the residents of the Patriarch's bloodline. These were experts. They were the experts from the Great Elder's residence and the 4 major forces. The Great Elder's residence had a total of 4 Emperor-level experts. These 4 people were Ning Longtian, Ning Longzhu, Ning Longmu, and Ning Longtong. The 4 major forces had 9 Emperor-level experts. Other than these Emperor-level experts, the 4 major forces had brought 20 Sage Emperor-level cultivators. In total, there were 80 Sage Emperor-level cultivators. In addition, the Great Elder's residence had also sent 20 Sage Emperor-level cultivators. In total, there were a total of 100 Sage Emperor-level cultivators, 13 Emperor-level experts and 100 Sage Emperor-level experts. This was the strength of the Great Elder's residence. The Great Elder's residence had mobilized the most elite experts. If there were no accidents, these people would have no problem exterminating the clan leader's residence. These people arrived outside the clan leader's residence. Ning Longtian said, "The Emperor-level cultivators will surround Ning Zhongdao, Ning Zongshan, and Lin Feng. The rest will go and kill the rest of the clan leader's residence. Kill them all, leave no one alive." "No problem." These Emperor-level cultivators nodded. They completely agreed with Ning Longtian's plan. The 3 Emperor-level experts from the Murong clan had other thoughts. Their main target was Lin Feng. Yes. The sage emperor-level cultivators also responded. These cultivators moved forward in the night like ghosts. They hid in the residence area of the clan leader's residence. But soon, they realized that something was wrong. The mansion of the patriarch was actually empty. Even the patrolling guards had disappeared. Did they notice it? Murong Yuchan couldn't help but frown slightly. Murong Yuchan had only cultivated for 30,000 years, but she was able to break through to the emperor level. This woman's personality had always been more cautious. So at this moment, when she realized something was wrong, she immediately became alert. Ning Longtian said, Ning Zhongdao still has a lot of spies, so it's not strange that he could detect something in advance. But even if he did, so what? There are so many of us, and each of us has a strong cultivation base. Even if we use brute force, we can still turn them into ashes. Hearing this, the rest of the imperial lords nodded in agreement. They obviously had absolute confidence in their own strength. But thinking about it, the disparity in strength between the two sides was too great. Anyone would have great confidence in the strength of their side, although Murong Yuchan was a cautious person. When he thought of the difference in strength between the two sides, the trace of worry in his heart disappeared. These people continued to head deeper into the forest. Look, it's a formation. The clan leader's people should be hiding in the depths of the mansion. They've activated a defensive formation. When they arrived outside the clan leader's mansion, Ning Longmu pointed to a location deep inside. The 4 villas in the depths were protected by a huge defensive light shield. The defensive light barrier emitted violent fluctuations. Vaguely, one could see the silhouettes of people moving within the light barrier. Attack directly. Ning Longtian sneered. His suggestion was unanimously approved by everyone. The 13 imperial lords and 100 saint emperors all rushed into the depths and then took out their magic treasures. All kinds of magic treasures flew out. Those magical treasures all erupted with destructive energy waves. Bang bang bang, one after another, magic treasures bombarded the defensive light shield in the depths of the cave. Violent collisions could not help but be heard, accompanied by earth-shattering sounds of collisions. The defensive light barrier in the depths began to fluctuate violently. Although the defensive light barrier in the depths of the mansion was powerful, it could withstand the attacks of these cultivators. Obviously, it was extremely unrealistic. Ning Longtian, do you really want to kill all of us? We're all from the same clan. Do you have the heart to kill each other? This will only cause our Ning clan to decline. Do you think you can face our ancestors by doing this? Ning Zhongdao's voice came from inside, and he sounded flustered and exasperated. Of course, Ning Zhongdao was faking it. He mainly wanted to confuse the enemy. He wanted the people outside to really think that the clan leader's cultivators were like turtles in a jar. Ning Longtian snorted coldly and said, there can be no construction without destruction. Our Ning clan should be destroyed and then rebuilt so that we can develop better. Your clan leader's clan is the stumbling block that prevents our Ning clan from developing further. Therefore, you people from the clan leader's clan, you must die. Ning Zhongdao. No matter how you struggle, you can't escape death. If you know what's good for you, you'd better come out now. This way, considering that you're from the same clan, I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. After hearing Ning Longtian's words, Ning Zhongdao sneered and said, since you want to fight to the death, then let's fight to the death. Fight to the death. Ha 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 ha. Ning Zhongdao, you think too highly of yourselves. With your strength, you dare to say something like that. What a joke. Ning Longtian laughed disdainfully. Ning Zhongdao then stopped talking. Ning Longtian and the others increased the intensity of their attacks. Rumble. 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 Earth-shaking sounds resounded in the world. Their attacks were getting fiercer and more powerful. Not long after, the defensive light shield in the depths of the Ning clan began to crack. The group of people's faces suddenly revealed a murderous intent. In their opinion, the Ning clan leader's clan would not be able to escape today. 2 hours later, cracking sounds could be heard as the defensive light shield in the depths of the Ning clan began to crack. Ha 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 ha, It seems like the defensive light shield will be destroyed soon. Let's try to finish this battle in 2 hours. Maybe it won't take that long. These sovereign lords could not help but discuss. They had the advantage in numbers and were full of confidence. 15 minutes later, the defensive light shield in the depths of the Ning clan could no longer withstand the attacks of so many powerful magic treasures. Crack, crack. Finally, the defensive light shield cracked more and more until it finally exploded with a bang. Kill! Ning Longtian shouted and took the lead to rush into the depths of the Ning clan. The hunt has begun. The corners of the cultivators' mouths curled up in a sinister expression. The rest of the sovereign lords and hundreds of saint emperors rushed into the depths of the Ning clan. These people rushed into the depths of the Ning clan's estate. Chapter 41:10. They saw the formation intertwining and sealing the area. These people didn't look too surprised either. Earlier, they had only destroyed the outermost defensive formation. There were definitely some offensive formations or other formations in the clan leader's territory. The formation that had been activated was obviously one of them. The cultivators quickly took out their defensive treasures to protect themselves. Suddenly, a series of devastating beams of light condensed and shot towards the group of cultivators. Puff, puff, puff. Ripping sounds could be heard as the cultivators' treasures were destroyed one by one. Then, their bodies were torn apart. The cultivators' defensive treasures couldn't withstand the formation's attack at all. How can the formation's attack be so powerful? Many people exclaimed, unable to believe their eyes. Especially Ning Longtian and the others. They were very familiar with the clan leader's formation. It was impossible for it to reach such a terrifying level. However, the truth was that the formation here was so terrifying. It had instantly destroyed the magic treasures of many saint emperors before killing them. It was just a little too terrifying. Impossible. This is impossible. How can the formation here be so powerful? How can it suddenly become so powerful? Ning Longtian and the others couldn't help but yell. They couldn't accept this scene. With such a terrifying formation, the sage emperors would probably be wiped out very soon. As for the emperor-level cultivators, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Ha 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 ha, that's because I've set up a new formation to deal with all of you. Aren't all of you too full of yourselves? You actually rashly charged into the formation that I've set up. You're simply courting death. At this moment, laughter could be heard. It was Lin Feng's laughter. After hearing Lin Feng's laughter, Ning Longtian and the others' faces were filled with murderous intent. The First Elder's faction hated Lin Feng to the core. It's you. So it's you. Kid, you deserve to die. Ning Longtian and the others roared with hatred. Murong Yuchan and the others' faces darkened. They didn't expect Lin Feng to have such a powerful move. You will soon find out who lives and who dies. Lin Feng sneered. Then, an even more powerful attack was brewing. The Xian Pin Gate, the Immortal Slaying Sword, and the 8 trigrams all appeared. Then, it continued to attack the cultivators. Quick, quick, quick. Gather together and break out of this encirclement first. Granny Tian Yu screamed. These cultivators tried to gather together, but at this moment, the white fog began to churn. It blotted out the sky and swallowed these cultivators in an instant. This was an illusion array. Although the illusion array set up by the Patriarch's branch wasn't particularly powerful, it could temporarily trap those cultivators, preventing them from quickly gathering together. Damn it! They schemed against us, trying to kill us. Some of the Emperor Realm experts roared in anger. You want to exterminate my Ning family Patriarch's bloodline? You only have yourselves to blame, Ning Zhongdao said coldly. Bang bang bang, the formation continued to display its might. The magic treasures of the trapped Saint Emperors were destroyed one after another with a series of violent collisions. Then, screams could be heard. Those Saint Emperors were killed one after the other. The 13 Emperor Realm cultivators were mad with hatred. The Saint Emperors who were killed were the elites of the family, the upper echelons of the family. Now that they had died here, it was a great loss to their family. And the worst thing was that they might also die here. The abilities of these Emperor Lord level cultivators were not something that Sage Emperor level cultivators could compare to. They broke the illusion array, and the 13 Emperor Realm experts gathered together. At this moment, the screams around them had already stopped. This was because all of the Sage Emperors had been killed. Over 100 Sage Emperors. Just like that, they were all killed. The Emperor-level cultivators felt their hearts bleeding. Each of them was filled with hatred. Now, their hatred for Lin Feng far exceeded their hatred for Ning Zhongdao. Because Lin Feng was the one who had created those deployment spells and killed so many strong cultivators. If not for Lin Feng, the Ning family patriarch's bloodline, today, they would not be able to escape. Break out, break out, break out with all your might, these Emperor Realm experts roared loudly. The deployment spell was terrifying. Even though they wanted to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces, they didn't want to. But they had to get out of the formation first. Once they left the formation, they could break the formation outside. Very soon, the formation would be destroyed. By then, they could kill Lin Feng and the others however they wanted. They could kill Lin Feng and the others. These cultivators' wishful thinking was extremely good, but the reality was cruel. These people were now trapped in Lin Feng's formation. How could they leave so easily? Lin Feng's formation was too powerful. Rumble. The gigantic gate of Shen Pin flew towards the 13 sovereign lords. Break this Shen Pin gate, one of the Emperor Realm experts shouted, wanting to break the Shen Pin gate. The 13 Emperor Realm experts took out their magic treasures and attacked the Shen Pin gate. When their magic treasures bombarded the Shen Pin gate, the gate suddenly opened. Clang, 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 clang. Their magic treasures seemed to have hit a powerful magic treasure. They did not hurt the Shen Pin gate at all. The 13 Emperor Realm experts were in disbelief. Wasn't the Shen Pin gate the manifestation of a formation? Why was it so powerful? In the depths of the formation, Lin Feng's face was filled with a cold smile. The Shen Pin gate was indeed a manifestation of a formation. However, the Shen Pin gate in front of them was not just a manifestation of a formation. This Shen Pin gate in front of them had merged with Lin Feng's second natal magic treasure, the Stone of Chaos. After the Shen Pin gate and the Stone of Chaos merged together, it became a new Shen Pin gate. This was the Shen Pin gate that had a physical form. The Shen Pin gate shook violently, sending the magic treasures flying. Then, the Shen Pin gate crashed towards the group of Emperor Realm experts. Bang! Bang! Following a series of violent collisions, the emperors were sent flying by the gate of Shen Pin one after another. Many monarch lords were still in mid-air when the 8 trigrams appeared one after another and attacked them. The Emperor Realm experts quickly blocked the power of the 8 trigrams. At the same time, Lin Feng, Ning Zhongdao, Ning Zongshan, and the 3-headed viper all entered the formation. These Emperor Realm experts were already held back by the formation. Lin Feng planned to end the battle quickly and enter the formation to enlighten these Emperor Realm experts. Chapter 41:11. Lin Feng and the other 3 quickly locked onto their first target. Lin Feng's target was none other than Murong Yuchan, who had given him the Tushi ancient coin. This woman. She was breathtakingly beautiful. But she had a vicious heart. And this woman, Murong Yuchan, at such a young age, had already broken through to the Emperor realm. She was too much of a threat. Although Murong Yuechan's realm might be a little weaker than the other Emperor Lords. But Murong Yuechan's threat and talent were far from what the other Emperor Lords could compare to. Therefore, Lin Feng planned to convert Murong Yuchan, who was the biggest threat, first. Lin Feng and the other 3 surrounded Murong Yuchan. Without saying much, they directly launched a fierce attack on Murong Yuchan. Lin Feng used a Thought Flower Blooms, Sovereign's Descent. Ning Zhongdao used the Myriad Law's Holy Fist divine ability. Ning Zongshan used the Saint Martial divine technique. As for the 3-headed viper, its thick and powerful tail directly whipped towards Murong Yuchan. Murong Yuchan saw Lin Feng and the other 3 suddenly appear and launch a siege on her. Her expression changed drastically. Although Murong Yuchan was strong, she was no match for Lin Feng and the other 3. She quickly activated her defensive magic treasure to block the attacks from Lin Feng and the other 3. Murong Yuechan's defensive magic treasure was indeed very strong. But Murong Yuechan had been blocking the attacks of various arrays. Her defensive magic treasure's defensive system had been severely damaged by the arrays. Therefore, when Lin Feng and the other three attacked, Murong Yuechan's defensive magic treasure's defensive light shield was instantly destroyed. Murong Yuechan herself was blown away. Despicable. Murong Yuechan cursed in a low voice. Obviously, she was cursing Lin Feng and the others for attacking her in a despicable way. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Isn't it despicable to attack the clan leader in the night? We're just giving her a taste of her own medicine." As his voice fell, the four attacked Murong Yuechan once again. Murong Yuechan rushed towards the three-headed viper, wanting to break out of the encirclement. However, Murong Yuechan completely underestimated the three-headed viper's strength. She was forced back by the viper. Then, Lin Feng and the other three's attacks came. Murong Yuechan hurriedly blocked Lin Feng and three's attacks. Her divine ability was shattered once again, and Murong Yuechan was sent flying once more. This time, an 8 trigrams flew over and directly suppressed Murong Yuechan, making it hard for her to move. Lin Feng walked towards Murong Yuechan and smiled. "Murong Yuechan, you never thought you'd become my slave, right? Lin Feng, if you dare to convert me, you won't have a good end." Murong Yuechan screamed in horror. Lin Feng sneered. Lin Feng didn't take Murong Yuechan's threat to heart at all. He came to Murong Yuechan's side and raised his right hand. Lin Feng's finger gently tapped on Murong Yuechan's forehead. Suddenly, a large amount of power of conversion poured into Murong Yuechan's mind. "No, I don't want to be converted. I don't want to be converted. Lin Feng, spare me." Murong Yuechan looked at Lin Feng pleadingly. Her attitude was completely different from before. How could Lin Feng forgive such a cruel and merciless woman? Lin Feng would never let a tiger go back to the mountains. "Not good, quickly save Yuechan." Murong Ren and Murong Yuer's faces changed when they saw the situation. They quickly rushed over, wanting to save Murong Yuechan. However, Ning Zhongdao, Ning Zongshan, and the three-headed viper were protecting Lin Feng. In addition, various formations were constantly attacking them. The two of them had no chance to save Murong Yuechan. As for the rest, they didn't care about Murong Yuechan at all. Now that a great disaster was about to happen, everyone was on their own. Apart from Murong Yuechan's people, no one else cared about Murong Yuechan. They were all seizing the time to break the formation and escape. "Believe me, you will become a peerless expert. Believe me, you will have eternal life." Murong Yuechan heard Lin Feng's voice. Murong Yuechan heard those voices. Murong Yuechan struggled less and less. In the end, Murong Yuechan gave up struggling. A pious expression appeared on her beautiful face. "Yuechan greets master." Murong Yuechan looked at Lin Feng with an almost worshipful gaze, then bowed to Lin Feng. "No need for formalities," said Lin Feng while waving his hand. "Come, follow me to convert the rest of the people," said Lin Feng. "Yes, master," Murong Yuechan replied. She had already become Lin Feng's slave. What did Lin Feng want Murong Yuechan to do? Murong Yuechan would do anything, she wouldn't resist. Lin Feng quickly rushed towards Murong Yuer, who was fighting Ning Zongshan. Murong Yuer was an expert from the Murong clan who had come out of the Divine Stone. Her beauty wasn't inferior to Murong Yuechan's. Unlike Murong Yuechan, Murong Yuer had a charming temperament. She was definitely a goddess in many people's hearts. Murong Yuer's cultivation was also extremely tyrannical. However, when Lin Feng, the three-headed viper and Murong Yuechan joined the battle, Murong Yuer couldn't resist the four of them. "Yuechan, you've really been converted," said Murong Yuechan. Murong Yuer's beautiful face became extremely unsightly. Murong Yuechan was the hope of the Murong clan. But now, Murong Yuechan had been converted and had become someone's slave. This made Murong Yuer furious. "Beauty, you'll be converted by me soon. At that time, you and Yuechan will become my slave," said Lin Feng while looking at Murong Yuer. "Lin Feng, I'll fight you to the death." Murong Yue gritted her teeth and quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. Murong Yue's body emitted a destructive power. She seemed to want to self-destruct. This woman was really crazy. She wanted to use self-destruction to drag Lin Feng down with her. 8 divine seals, said Lin Feng decisively. He condensed numerous talismans in front of him. The runes of the 8 divine seals flew out and imprinted themselves on Murong Yue's body. In an instant, Murong Yue's magic power was sealed. Even her magic power was sealed by Lin Feng, let alone self-destruct. Lin Feng rushed forward and gently tapped Murong Yue's forehead between her eyebrows. Suddenly, a powerful conversion power surged into Murong Yue's mind. Murong Yue struggled violently and resisted fiercely, but it was all in vain. Greetings, Master. An hour later, Murong Yue was also converted by Lin Feng. She then bowed to Lin Feng. Chapter 41:12. Ha 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 ha. No need for formalities. After purifying Murong Yue, Lin Feng was in a good mood. Then, he rushed towards Murong Ren, who was fighting with Ning Zhongdao. Murong Ren, this old fellow, cultivated both immortal and devil, and his strength was extremely tyrannical. Even Ning Zhongdao was unable to take down Murong Ren, which showed how terrifying Murong Ren's combat strength was. When Murong Ren saw Lin Feng and the others rushing over, he knew that Murong Yuchan and Murong Yue had already been purified by Lin Feng. Therefore, he turned around and wanted to escape. However, Ning Zhongdao's strength was tyrannical, and he held Murong Ren back. Murong Ren had nowhere to run. Lin Feng and the others rushed over. With so many Emperor Lords attacking Murong Ren together, even if Murong Ren's methods were monstrous, it was difficult to resist. Murong Ren was quickly suppressed. Then, Lin Feng successfully purified Murong Ren. Ning Zhongdao and Ning Zongshan's hearts were as if a monstrous wave had been set off. What kind of terrifying existence was an Emperor Lord level powerhouse? Such an existence was high and mighty. However, once an Emperor Lord level powerhouse was suppressed, he would quickly be purified by Lin Feng and become Lin Feng's slave. Lin Feng's methods were too terrifying. Lin Feng had such terrifying methods. It was only a matter of time before he dominated the starry sky world. Now, Ning Zhongdao and Ning Zongshan were incomparably glad that a terrifying existence like Lin Feng was their Ning family's son-in-law. It seemed that it was better to have a beautiful daughter, much better than having a son. Perhaps in this world, only Ning Zhongdao and Ning Zongshan would have such thoughts. Lin Feng led a group of people and locked onto the next target. The target that Lin Feng locked onto was Helian Menglu of the Helian family. Helian Menglu was also a peerless beauty, a goddess-level existence. There was a reason why Lin Feng had to purify Helian Menglu first. That was because even if Lin Feng chose a slave, he would first look at the appearance. Obviously, Helian Menglu's appearance was the type that Lin Feng rather liked. A group of Emperor Lord level experts charged over and defeated Helian Menglu in a single round. We were wrong to besiege the Ning family patriarch's bloodline. We apologize to you, and we can even compensate you. How about letting us go? This is a win-win situation. Helian Menglu looked at Lin Feng. She knew that among these people, Lin Feng was the one in charge. Lin Feng's words were equivalent to an imperial edict. As long as Lin Feng agreed, Ning Zhongdao and Ning Zongshan wouldn't say anything. He, compared to the benefits you mentioned, I'm more interested in you, Lin Feng said with a faint smile. Immediately after, Lin Feng converted Helian Menglu. Next, Lin Feng converted Granny Tianyu. In this way, there were 13 Emperor Realm experts. There were still 8 people who hadn't been converted. Originally, these people planned to break the formation and leave, but they found that they couldn't break the formation at all. On their side, 5 Emperor Lords had already been converted by Lin Feng and became Lin Feng's slaves. Now, these people realized that they had to unite. Otherwise, they would be defeated by Lin Feng one by one. However, it was too late to unite against Lin Feng and the others. First of all, the power of the formation was too strong. These people were already exhausted from resisting the power of the formation. Secondly, Lin Feng's strength had increased greatly. Now that he had converted 5 Emperor Lords, including Lin Feng himself, they had 9 Emperor Realm experts on their side. Therefore, it was impossible for these people to fight against Lin Feng and the others. We're willing to negotiate. We'll draw a clear line with Ning Longtian and the others now. No matter what Lin Gong's conditions are, we'll agree. Xian Tianzi hurriedly said. You all. The faces of Ning Longtian and the others were extremely ugly. I don't accept surrender. I don't accept negotiations. I just want to convert you all into my slaves. To be able to become my slaves is the blessing of your previous life, Lin Feng said. Then, everyone spread out. The remaining 8 Emperor Lords, under the coordination of the formation, each locked onto an Emperor Lord and directly killed them. Lin Feng rushed to Situ Lei Hai, who was closest to him. Lin Feng and Ning Zhongdao besieged Situ Lei Hai. With the help of the formation, Situ Lei Hai was quickly suppressed. Believe in me. Eternal life. Lin Feng gently tapped on Situ Lei Hai's forehead. A large amount of power of conversion rushed into Situ Lei Hai's mind. Not long after, Situ Lei Hai was also forcibly converted by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's great purification technique was too overbearing. No one could contend with Lin Feng's great purification technique. Of course, Lin Feng had not yet converted an immortal realm cultivator. Perhaps an immortal realm cultivator could contend against it, but cultivators below the immortal realm had no way to contend with Lin Feng's great purification technique. After Situ Lei Hai was converted by Lin Feng, Situ Lei Ming was also quickly converted by Lin Feng. Xian Jizi and Xian Tianzi were also unable to escape the fate of being converted. Soon, the two of them were also converted by Lin Feng and became Lin Feng's slaves. 13 Emperor Lords, except for the 4 Emperor Lords under the Great Elder, the rest were all converted by Lin Feng. They became Lin Feng's most loyal slaves. Ning Zhongdao said. Ning Zongshan couldn't believe his eyes. Lin Feng had converted so many Emperor Lord subordinates so quickly. It was like a dream. The 4 of you, still not kneeling? Lin Feng looked indifferently at Ning Longtian, Ning Longzhu, Ning Longmu, and Ning Longtong, the 4 Emperor Lords. The 4 Emperor Lords' expressions were extremely ugly. They knew that the situation was hopeless. We're willing to surrender. We beg Lin Gongzi not to convert us, the 4 of them said. Lin Feng sneered and said, Do you think you have the face to do so? You should feel lucky that I'm not killing you. How dare you bargain with this young master? Hearing that Lin Feng still insisted on converting the 4 of them, the 4 Emperor Lords' faces turned pale. Ning Longtian said with a gloomy expression, Lin Gongzi, my uncle is the old ancestor of the Xian Domain sect. The Xian Domain sect has a true immortal pinnacle magic treasure. If you dare to convert me and my uncle finds out, you will also die without a burial place. Ha 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 ha, this is ridiculous. What can a mere true immortal pinnacle magic treasure do to me? Not only am I going to convert you, but I'm also going to convert your uncle and suppress the 4 of them. Lin Feng waved his hand and the Emperor Lords rushed forward and quickly suppressed the 4 of them. Lin Feng used the great purification technique and a powerful purification force enveloped the 4 of them. Then, the purification force rushed into the 4 Emperor Lords' minds. Not long after, the 4 Emperor Lords were converted by Lin Feng. Subordinate greets young master. The 4 Emperor Lords bowed to Lin Feng. Chapter 41:13. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, No need to be so polite. Now that he had enlightened 13 Emperor-level experts, he was in a very good mood. 13 Emperor-level experts, so many experts, it was enough to wipe out any force. Next, Lin Feng planned to subdue the other forces. First, he planned to subdue the Xian Dao sect, Murong clan, Situ clan, and Hellion clan. After subduing the 4 great clans, he would deal with the other forces. If the other forces sincerely wanted to submit to him, he wouldn't make things too difficult for them. If they chose to go against him, Lin Feng didn't mind using violence to curb violence. Curb violence with violence. This was Lin Feng's favorite method. It was also Lin Feng's best method. Clean up the battlefield, you guys follow me, Lin Feng said, then pointed at Murong Yuchan and the others. Ning Zongshan was busy sending people to clean up the battlefield, while the others followed Lin Feng to the main hall. At this moment, tens of thousands of people from the Ning clan's clan leader's bloodline had gathered in a few courtyards. They were naturally very worried about the battle here, so they didn't have the mood to sleep at all. They were all nervously watching the battle. Now, they could finally relax. When they saw Lin Feng and the others appear, countless eyes looked at Lin Feng, who was standing at the front. Amazing, really amazing. Cousin-in-law is really terrifying. So many monarch rank experts have actually become my cousin-in-law's slaves, said a young woman excitedly. She was looking at Lin Feng with eyes full of admiration. I'm so envious of cousin Guan Guan, she found such an outstanding man, another girl said. Many beautiful female cultivators looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of adoration. They wanted to replace Guan Guan and become Lin Feng's woman. Guan Guan found such a powerful man, she must have cultivated good fortune in her previous life. Haha, this is also our Ning clan's good fortune. Without this person, our Ning clan would be doomed. Some of the Ning family members of the older generation were also discussing this matter. At this moment, Guan Guan and his mother, Ning Lanxin, were standing at the door of the living room. Ning Lanxin was extremely satisfied with her future son-in-law, Lin Feng. Lin Feng led everyone to the entrance of the living room and chatted briefly with Guan Guan and Ning Lanxin before entering the living room. Lin Feng asked everyone to take a seat. He then looked at the emperor lords of the 4 great clans and asked, "How many emperor lords do you have in your respective clans?" Murong Yuchan, let's start with you. Murong Yuchan stood up and said, "Master, our family still has 2 emperor lords. They are both peak emperor lords, Murong Qi and Murong Chu." Xian Tianzi got up and said, reporting to young master, "Our Xian Dao sect still has 3 emperor-level experts. Senior apprentice brother Xian Yunzi's cultivation is the highest. He is close to the level of a quasi-immortal. Next is senior apprentice brother Xian Tsangzi, who is at the peak of the Emperor Lord realm. Senior apprentice brother Xian Songzi is at the 9th layer of the Emperor Lord realm." Helian Menglu said, reporting to young master, "Our Helian family still has 2 emperor-level experts. One is called Helian Dong, who is at the peak of the Emperor Lord realm. The other is called Helian Ping, who is at the 9th layer of the Emperor Lord realm." Sichu Lei Hai stood up and said, reporting to young master, "Our Sichu family still has 2 emperor-level cultivators. One is called Sichu Lei Xiao, who is at the peak of the Emperor Lord realm. The other is called Sichu Lei Long, who is at the 8th layer of the Emperor Lord realm." Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. Now, he had a rough understanding of the strength of the 4 great clans. Because many of the Emperor Lords of the 4 great clans had been converted by Lin Feng could use them to easily subdue the other Emperor Lords. Right now, the outside world didn't know that the Great Elders faction and the 4 great clans had failed. Lin Feng already had a plan. He planned to release the news that the Ning family's Patriarch's faction had been destroyed. As a result, this news would definitely spread quickly, and the various major forces would definitely pay close attention to this matter. Including the other emperor-level experts of the 4 great clans, they would definitely pay close attention to this matter as well. Lin Feng's news would attract everyone's attention to Tiannan planet. And at this time, if Lin Feng made a move against the 4 great clans, he would definitely be able to subdue the other experts without anyone knowing. Thinking of this, Lin Feng asked Ning Zhongdao to spread the news that the Ning family's Patriarch's faction had been destroyed. Then, he asked Ning Zhongdao to instruct the people of the Patriarch's faction not to go out during this period of time, so as not to be exposed. After receiving the order, Ning Zhongdao quickly went to carry out Lin Feng's instructions. Unknowingly, even Ning Zhongdao seemed to have followed Lin Feng's lead. Lin Feng looked at the emperor-level masters of the 4 great clans and said, "Later, you all go back. If the other emperor-level cultivators ask where the holy emperor-level cultivators of your clan went, you all can say, when the Ning family's Patriarch's faction was destroyed, the rest of them died. At the same time, try your best to appease the other emperor-level masters. When I arrive at your planet, I will inform you all." "Yes, young master." Everyone stood up and responded. Lin Feng looked at Murong Yuchan and said, "I will follow you to the ancestral land." Murong Yuchan and the others knew that Lin Feng was going to subdue the other two emperor-level experts of the clan. However, Murong Yuchan and the others had already been converted by Lin Feng. They were loyal to Lin Feng, so they naturally supported Lin Feng's decision. "We will help young master subdue them," Murong Yuchan and the other two quickly said. "That's good." Lin Feng nodded. They rested for a day. Everyone set off. The emperor-level masters of the four great clans returned to their respective clans. Lin Feng brought along the three-headed viper, Ning Zhongdao, Ning Longtian, and the other emperor-level experts and headed towards planet Fuyao with Murong Yuchan and the others. Planet Fuyao was the ancestral land of the Murong family. There were as many experts as there were clouds, and it was heavily guarded. Lin Feng and the others used a transformation technique to change their appearance. This way, they wouldn't easily attract attention. While Lin Feng and the others were heading towards planet Fuyao, the news of the Ning family's patriarch's faction being annihilated spread through the Xian domain star ocean as if it had grown wings. Some of the clans that had a good relationship with the Ning family's patriarch's faction couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. Ning Zhongdao had sought them out, but they didn't dare to offend the Xian domain sect. Therefore, they didn't intervene in this matter. Now that they heard that the Ning family's patriarch's faction was annihilated, they felt somewhat guilty. Of course, there were also some clans that had an indifferent attitude, waiting for the next step of the matter to develop. The four great clans that participated in this matter were incomparably happy because the annihilation of the Ning family's patriarch's faction meant that they would be able to obtain countless benefits. Chapter 41:14. Fuyao Star was extremely prosperous. It was even more prosperous than Arisima. The Murong clan was extremely powerful. The 5 emperor lords were enough to intimidate anyone. Lin Feng and the others followed Murong Yuchan and the other two back to the Murong clan. Murong Qi and Murong Chu sent someone to inform them to go to the living room when they heard that Murong Yuchan and the others had returned. Everyone went straight to the living room. When Murong Qi and Murong Chu saw Lin Feng and the others come in, they couldn't help but look puzzled. They had never seen Lin Feng and the others before, so they did not recognize Lin Feng and the others. "Who are these people?" Murong Qi looked at Murong Yuchan and the other two. Lin Feng's face twisted slightly, then he turned into his original appearance. Of course, even though Lin Feng had turned into his original appearance, Murong Qi and Murong Chu still did not recognize Lin Feng. Murong Qi and Murong Chu frowned when they saw Lin Feng had changed his appearance. They felt that things were a little out of their expectations. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Lin Feng. I'm sure you two have heard of my name before." Lin Feng smiled. "What? You're Lin Feng?" Murong Qi and Murong Chu's faces changed slightly. They were very familiar with Lin Feng's name. The Tushi ancient coin was with Lin Feng. The Murong clan was also looking for Lin Feng. Previously, there was news that Lin Feng had gone to the Ning clan leader's side. However, wasn't the Ning clan leader's side destroyed? Logically speaking, Lin Feng should have been killed. Even if Lin Feng was not killed, his freedom should have been restricted, right? But at that moment, Lin Feng didn't look like he was restricted. What's going on? Murong Qi and Murong Chu felt that something must have happened that they did not know about. The two of them looked at Murong Yuchan and the other two with a gloomy expression. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Murong Yuchan and the others have become my slaves." "What?" Both Murong Qi and Murong Chu were shocked. "Men." Then, the two of them shouted loudly, wanting to summon the elite experts of their clans to deal with the situation before them. However, their voices were blocked by an invisible force. Lin Feng smiled and said, "When you two came in, I had already quietly set up a soundproof array. Your voices can't be heard outside. I'll give you a chance to choose. First, swear allegiance to me. Secondly, you will be converted by me. I'll give you 10 minutes to think." As soon as Lin Feng's voice fell, Murong Qi and Murong Chu immediately launched an attack on Lin Feng. The two of them wanted to take down Lin Feng with lightning speed. They even wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood still and looked at Murong Qi and Murong Chu indifferently. These two were too naive. Did they really think that they could take him down? It was simply a pipe dream. Murong Yuchan, Murong Yu Murong Ren, Ning Zhongdao, Three-Headed Viper, Ning Longtian and the others attacked Murong Qi and Murong Chu. Although the two of them had tyrannical cultivation, they were only two people. How could they fight against Lin Feng's people? Therefore, the two of them were destined to end in tragedy. As expected, they were quickly suppressed by Murong Yuchan and the others. Let us go! Let us go! The two of them roared angrily. Those who believe in me will have eternal life. Lin Feng was like a god. He cast the great purification skill and a powerful purification force flowed into the two of them. Not long after, the two of them were purified by Lin Feng. Greetings, Master. Murong Qi and Murong Chu's faces became peaceful as they bowed to Lin Feng. Be loyal to me. I won't mistreat you, Lin Feng said. Currently, the 5 Emperor-level cultivators of the Murong clan had all been purified by Lin Feng. Lin Feng planned to rest for a day before heading to the Black Wolf Star where the Hellion clan was located the next day. Murong Yuchan arranged a place for Lin Feng to stay. Lin Feng said, call Murong Yu over as well. We'll cultivate together today. Murong Yuechan's pretty face turned red when she heard that. She obviously knew what Lin Feng meant when he said practice. Yes, Master, Murong Yuchan replied. She could not refuse any of Lin Feng's orders. Therefore, no matter what Lin Feng asked her to do, she could only agree. After being purified, she would be 100% loyal and 100% obedient to her master. She would not be able to resist any of her master's orders. Lin Feng was now at the 5th level of the Emperor realm. After cultivating with Murong Yuchan and Murong Yu his cultivation level had risen to the 6th level of the Emperor realm. Lin Feng's face was filled with joy. With his current cultivation level and his current cultivation level, it was too difficult to raise his cultivation level. During this dual cultivation, Lin Feng was naturally very satisfied to be able to raise his cultivation level by 1 level. After raising his cultivation level, Lin Feng felt as if he had been reborn. Lin Feng's cultivation level was not easy to raise. However, as long as he could raise his cultivation level, Lin Feng's combat strength would increase tremendously. It was the same in the past and now. Lin Feng glanced at Murong Yuchan and Murong Yu. The two of them were still cultivating. Lin Feng did not disturb the two of them. At noon, the two of them came out of seclusion. Their faces were rosy and their auras were much stronger. Obviously, they had benefited a lot. Lin Feng was also happy for the two of them. The stronger his subordinates were, the more help they would be to him. Lin Feng did not stop and immediately led the group to the Black Wolf Star. The origin of the name Black Wolf Star was because standing in the void and looking at this star from afar, this star looked very much like a giant wolf. Therefore, this star was called the Black Wolf Star. The Hellion family was located in the Black Wolf City, the main star of the Black Wolf Star. Arriving at the Black Wolf City, Lin Feng sent someone to contact Hellion Manglu. Under Hellion Manglu's lead, Lin Feng and the others entered the Hellion family mansion. Then, Lin Feng forcefully edified Hellion Dong and Hellion Ping. After that, Lin Feng did the same and edified the Xian Dao sects Xian Yunzi, Xian Cangzi, and Xian Songzi. When dealing with Xian Yunzi, something happened and Xian Yunzi almost escaped. After all, Xian Yunzi's cultivation level was too high. He was close to the subimmortal realm. Once he stepped into the subimmortal realm, he would be able to break through to the immortal realm after a short period of time. Therefore, cultivators of this level were very powerful. Fortunately, there was no danger. After edifying Xian Yunzi, Xian Cangzi, and Xian Songzi, Lin Feng led the group to the Situ family. Then, Lin Feng edified Situ Lei Xiao and Situ Leilong of the Situ family. At this point, the 4 factions were completely under Lin Feng's control. Chapter 41:15. After subduing the 4 factions, Lin Feng's strength increased greatly, mainly due to Lin Feng's subordinates. The number of Emperor Realm experts increased tremendously. Now, Lin Feng had a total of 25 Emperor Realm experts under his command. A cultivator of this level would play a huge role in the war. Lin Feng asked the factions under his command to count the number of sage emperors in their clans. After a round of counting, he found that there were a total of 275 sage emperors. The main reason was that more than 100 sage emperors had died. Otherwise, there would be more sage emperors. As for those below the sage emperor realm, there were even more emperor realm experts and emperor realm experts. With this, Lin Feng's army became stronger. After conquering the 4 influential groups, Lin Feng's group was much stronger than the Xian Yu sect, which used to be the strongest. In the Xian Domain Starry Sea, there was still the Xian Domain sect, Xian Star sect, and Xian Sea sect. The Zhong clan, Sikong clan, Tu clan, and Tantai clan had yet to be subdued. The most difficult one to deal with was naturally the Xian Domain sect. After returning to the Ning clan, Lin Feng asked Ning Longtian to send someone to invite his uncle over. Ning Longtian's uncle was one of the Xian Domain sect's ancestors. Lin Feng planned to subdue Ning Longtian's uncle first. Then, he would have a spy in the Xian Domain sect. This way, it would be easier to deal with the Xian Domain sect. It was not easy to invite Ning Longtian's uncle, but Ning Longtian asked his subordinate to pass on a message, saying that he had a supreme treasure to offer him. Only then did Ning Longtian's uncle agree to come. Ning Longtian's uncle was called Sun Sidao. This person's cultivation was extremely terrifying. He was also an expert who was close to the subimmortal realm. Sun Sidao was tall and sturdy, and his eyes were extremely frightening. He was welcomed into the main hall by Ning Longtian. "What supreme treasure are you going to offer me?" Sun Sidao asked Ning Longtian. "Uncle, it's like this. Today, I wanted to introduce a friend to you, but I was afraid that you wouldn't come. So, I made up an excuse and tricked you into coming. Your nephew apologizes to uncle," Ning Longtian said. "What? Preposterous. Ning Longtian, how dare you?" Hearing Ning Longtian's words, Sun Sidao was so angry that his face turned ashen. He wished he could strangle Ning Longtian to death. But fortunately, he restrained himself. Anyone who had experienced such a thing would be extremely angry, let alone these top experts. It would be strange if they weren't angry after being toyed with. "Ha ha ha ha, fellow Daoist son, please don't get angry. This is just a small matter. It won't be good for your health if you get angry." Then, a cultivator walked in. It was none other than Lin Feng. Lin Feng was the first to arrive in the hall. "Are you the one who told Ning Long to lie and trick me into coming here?" Sun Sidao looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. Lin Feng was too young, yet he had the ability to make Ning Long lie to him. This made Sun Sidao puzzled. He didn't know how Lin Feng did it. Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's not a lie. Fellow Daoist, thank you for coming. I'm about to get a great opportunity." "What a joke. You're just a junior. What great opportunity can you give me?" Sun Sidao said with some disdain. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng took a step forward and sent a palm strike at Sun Sidao. A battle between experts. They could instantly sense each other's aura and strength. Lin Feng's palm strike seemed ordinary. However, it shocked Sun Sidao. Sun Sidao quickly reacted and sent a palm strike at Lin Feng. Bang! Following a violent collision, Lin Feng and Sun Sidao collided fiercely. Lin Feng didn't move at all, but Sun Sidao took 3 steps back. "Who are you?" Sun Sidao looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. Although Lin Feng had attacked hastily, Sun Sidao could still sense it. Lin Feng also didn't use his full strength. However, the strength Lin Feng displayed was too terrifying. It didn't seem like the strength of a young cultivator. It was simply unimaginable, shocking. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself. My surname is Lin, and my name is Feng. I've called fellow cultivator Sun here to discuss something important. What do you want to discuss with me?" Sun Sidao was puzzled. Lin Feng said, "Fellow cultivator Sun, please take a seat. Let's sit down and talk." Sun Sidao nodded. After everyone was seated, a maidservant came in to serve tea. Then, the maidservant left. Ning Longtian said, "Uncle. Although our young master is young, he's wise and resourceful. Right now, the Ning family head's bloodline, the Grand Elder's bloodline, the Mystery Dao sect, the Murong family, the Hellion family, and the Situ family have all pledged allegiance to the young master. What? Sun Sidao stood up in shock when he heard Ning Longtian's words. It was widely rumored that the Ning family head's bloodline had been destroyed. Now, it seemed that the news was false. Sun Sidao couldn't help but take a deep breath. He knew that Lin Feng had called him here because he had already planned everything. If he did something that made Lin Feng unhappy, it wouldn't end well for him. Sun Sidao also felt that there were some experts hidden in the area. They would come as soon as Lin Feng gave the order. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I heard that fellow cultivator Sun is Ning Longtian's uncle. I've always wanted to meet fellow cultivator Sun, but I never had the chance. Now that I have some free time, I invited fellow cultivator Sun over. Cough cough. It's my honor to meet fellow cultivator Sun here." Sun Sidao was a wily old fox. He knew what it meant to lower one's head when under someone else's roof. He wanted to listen to what Lin Feng had to say first. Lin Feng said, "The mystic starry sea isn't that big, but it's not small either. Most importantly, it's the only way to the undying world. I've taken a fancy to this place, and I plan to control it. Fellow cultivator Sun, are you interested in joining me? What great ambition." Sun Sidao thought. Sun Sidao couldn't help but think. Sun Sidao didn't know how Lin Feng had subdued the 5 major powers. However, since Lin Feng could do it, it showed how terrifying Lin Feng's methods were. Now, Lin Feng had made it clear. Sun Sidao knew that he had to make a choice. Otherwise, Lin Feng would definitely fall out with him. Sun Sidao had always been a smart person. Lin Feng was so young, but he was so strong. Moreover, his background was mysterious. Following such a person might be a good choice. Moreover, there was no way out, so Sun Sidao quickly made his choice. "Thank you for your kindness, young master. From now on, this subordinate is willing to follow young master and be loyal to young master forever." Sun Sidao cupped his fists and said. Chapter 41:16. Ha 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 ha, fellow Daoist son, no need for formalities. In the future, you will know that the decision you made today is the best decision you have made in your life. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Then he said, "But the human heart is unpredictable, and people are fickle, so I won't just listen to your words of loyalty, but I need to take some practical action." Hearing this, Sun Sidao immediately raised his right hand. His palm faced the sky. "I, Sun Sidao, hereby swear that I am willing to follow you forever, loyal and devoted. If I have second thoughts, I will die a horrible death." After Sun Sidao's oath, an oath rune was formed and imprinted in Sun Sidao's mind. "Then from now on, we are on the same side. Tomorrow, this young master will follow you to the Xian Domain sect to meet the other Emperor Lords. Introduce the situation of the other experts of the Xian Domain sect." "Yes, young master," Sun Sidao replied. Then he began to introduce. "Other than me, there are 6 other Emperor Lords in the Xian Domain sect. The strongest one is called Gongyang Zhanpeng, who is transformed from a great rock. This person is at the sub-immortal realm." Hearing this, Lin Feng was surprised. The sub-immortal realm is a transitional realm between the Emperor Lord realm and the itinerant immortal realm. Some people also call this realm the Supreme Realm. After a cultivator enters the sub-immortal realm, they will make the final preparations to break through to the itinerant immortal realm. Generally speaking, after breaking through to the sub-immortal realm, breaking through to the itinerant immortal realm in the future is a high probability event. However, nothing is absolute. The sub-immortal realm needs to be well accumulated. Otherwise, breaking through to the itinerant immortal realm might fail. A sub-immortal realm cultivator cannot be underestimated. Sun Sidao continued, "Among the other 5 Emperor Lords, Liu Tanyi and Liu Tanwn are at the peak of the Emperor Lord realm. Sima Chengshou is at the 9th layer of the Emperor Lord realm, Xuerani is at the 8th layer of the Emperor Lord realm, and Luo Haisen is at the 7th layer of the Emperor Lord realm. Not bad, not bad. This Xian Domain sect's foundation is indeed much stronger than the other forces. Among these people, only the sub-immortal Gongyang Zhanpeng is difficult to deal with. The rest are easy to deal with." Lin Feng couldn't help but say. Indeed. As for the rest, in Lin Feng's opinion, it was indeed not difficult to deal with. Since young master is personally taking action, it will naturally be a piece of cake. Sun Sidao said respectfully. Lin Feng turned to Ning Longtian and said, Elder Ning, why don't you take fellow cultivator Sun to rest first? Yes, young master, Ning Longtian responded. The next day, Lin Feng brought 20 Emperor Lord level experts and followed Sun Sidao to the Xian domain entrance. The Mystic Domain Gate was located on the Mystic Underworld planet. This planet was the most lively planet in the Xian Domain Star Ocean other than planet Xian Domain. Lin Feng and the others used their transfiguration technique to change their appearances. This way, they wouldn't be afraid of being recognized by those who knew them. Under Sun Sidao's lead, Lin Feng and the others successfully entered the Xian Domain Gate. Then, Sun Sidao sent people to gather the other 6 monarch lords in the living room, saying that he had something important to discuss with them. Very soon, the 6 sovereign lords arrived one after another. When they arrived at the guest hall, they couldn't help but frown when they saw Lin Feng and the others. They didn't know why there were still these outsiders waiting in the living room when they were discussing something important. Gongyang Zhampeng was a tall and sturdy but extremely thin old man. His aura was intimidating. He looked at Sun Sidao and said, Junior brother Sun, what the hell are you doing? Senior brother Gongyang, let me introduce you to a big shot. Sun Sidao said. Big shot. Gongyang Zhampeng couldn't help but frown. Sun Sidao pointed at Lin Feng and said, this young master is called Lin Feng. He is now the master of the Ning family, Murong family, Helian family, Sichu family, and Xian Dao Sec. There's such a thing. Gongyang Zhampeng was shocked when he heard this. The rest of the people were also extremely shocked. Someone had actually subdued the 5 great powers and they didn't even know about it. This was a huge matter. Then, who are these people? Gongyang Zhampeng pointed at the cultivators beside Lin Feng. He even felt a familiar aura from some of them. However, their appearances were different, so Gongyang Zhampeng didn't dare to easily determine their identities. Fellow Daoist Gongyang, how have you been? A chuckle was heard as Ning Zhongdao stood up, transformed into his own appearance, and then said with a smile. The rest of the people also used their transfiguration techniques to change their appearances. Gongyang Zhampeng and the rest realized that these people were the sovereign lords of the 5 great powers. Now, they were here together. It seemed like what Sun Sidao had said was true. And Ning Zhongdao had appeared here again. Obviously, the outside world had heard that the Ning family's patriarch's bloodline had been destroyed. This should be fake news. So it's fellow Daoist Ning and the rest of you. Gongyang Zhampeng nodded. He looked at Lin Feng and asked, fellow Daoist Lin, why have you come to my Xian domain sect? Lin Feng smiled and said, I'm here to recruit you. Recruit us? Gongyang Zhampeng and the other 5 sovereign lords sneered. Sun Sidao said, Senior brother Gongyang, Lin Gong's cultivation is profound, and he's wise and powerful. In the future, he'll definitely be able to achieve great things. Now that the apocalypse is coming, we can only rely on someone like Lin Gongzi to survive the apocalypse. I hope senior brother can consider it carefully. Traitor, Gongyang Zhampeng and the rest looked at Sun Sidao coldly. After hearing Sun Sidao's words, they knew that Sun Sidao must have sided with Lin Feng. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such words. Sun Sidao said, a wise man submits to circumstances. Senior brothers, junior brothers, don't make the wrong choice, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Like you, becoming someone's slave? Gongyang Zhampeng said sarcastically. You. Sun Sidao's face suddenly became unsightly. At this time, Lin Feng said, I think Daoist Gongyang has misunderstood. Daoist Sun has indeed sided with me, but I treat Daoist Sun as a friend, not a slave. If Daoist Gongyang and the rest also side with me, I won't treat you badly. If you don't agree, then I'll have to take action today and convert you. What a vicious kid. Gongyang Zhampeng said coldly. Gongyang Zhampeng looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, Kid, I'm afraid you're far from enough. I'll kill you first, and the rest will be disintegrated in an instant. As soon as he finished speaking, Gongyang Zhampeng waved his hand. A demonic sword flew out. That demonic sword was the Great Heaven Demon Slayer sword. It was an ultimate true immortal treasure. Its power was unimaginable. Gongyang Zhampeng held the Great Heaven Demon Slayer sword and rushed towards Lin Feng. His speed was too fast, and in an instant, he arrived beside Lin Feng and stabbed his sword towards Lin Feng's chest. Chapter 41:17. Timpi. How dare you attack me? Today, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Facing the attack of Gongyang Zhampeng with the Great Heaven Demon Slayer sword, Lin Feng's face suddenly showed a cold expression. Lin Feng waved his hand, and suddenly, more than a dozen powerful magic treasures flew out. Sky Drum, Black Dragon Sword, Hell King Bell, 4 stone swords, and other magic treasures all rushed towards Gongyang Zhampeng. Many people were afraid of the Great Heaven Demon Slayer sword. However, in Lin Feng's eyes, the Great Heaven Demon Slayer sword was nothing because Lin Feng had many magic treasures, such as the stone sword, Hell King Bell, and other treasures, which were not inferior to the Great Heaven Demon Slayer sword. More than a dozen powerful magic treasures rushed over. Facing the attack of so many magic treasures from Lin Feng, Gongyang Zhampeng naturally did not dare to be careless. He quickly waved the Great Heaven Demon Slayer sword in his hand to block the attack of Lin Feng's many magic treasures. Clang, 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 a series of collision sounds came out, and one magic treasure after another was blasted out. Gongyang Zhampeng with the Great Heaven Demon Slayer sword in his hand was still extremely terrifying. After all, Gongyang Zhampeng was an expert of the subimmortal realm. A cultivator of this level could fully exert the power of the magic treasures in his hand. How dare you attack our young master? You're courting death, attack. Sichu Leihai shouted. A group of emperor-level cultivators directly attacked. All kinds of powerful magic treasures were used. More than 20 people surrounded Gongyang Zhampeng and the other 5 people. Gongyang Zhampeng, I know you're a sub-immortal, but so what? In my eyes, a sub-immortal is no different from an ant or a dog. Lin Feng looked at Gongyang Zhampeng indifferently. Boy, you're too arrogant. If you don't have these magic treasures and these subordinates, who do you think you are? Gongyang Zhampeng looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, you're really short-sighted. Can an ordinary person subdue so many experts? Even if you're a sub-immortal cultivator, it's still extremely difficult for you to defeat me. Then let's fight, and we'll know if what you said is true or false. Gongyang Zhampeng said with a sneer. What a joke. I have many experts under my command, why should I fight with you? Do you think you're qualified to fight me? Attack with all your might. We must take these people down, Lin Feng said. Yes, I won't let you down. More than 20 monarch lords responded in unison. All kinds of powerful Dharma treasures and divine abilities were launched towards the 6 of them. Even though Gongyang Zhampeng possessed the Great Heaven Devil Slayer sword, an ultimate true immortal magic treasure, Gongyang Zhampeng was still a true immortal magic treasure. However, this was a supreme treasure. In Lin Feng's opinion, there was no way to reverse the situation at all. Lin Feng's magic treasure was holding back this pinnacle true immortal magic treasure. After fighting for 15 minutes, one of the cultivators on the other side could no longer hold on and was directly suppressed. Those who believe in me shall have eternal life. Lin Feng pointed at the center of the monarch lord's eyebrows. The powerful purification power continuously surged into the monarch lord's mind. Ah, the monarch lord roared in anger. He kept struggling. Kept struggling. Kept struggling. However, no matter how he struggled, he couldn't resist Lin Feng's great purification. Lin Feng's great purification was simply too overbearing. Subordinate pays his respects to young master. Not long after, the monarch lord was purified by Lin Feng, and his distorted face became serene. Then, this monarch lord. He bowed to Lin Feng. All right, join the battlefield now, Lin Feng said. Yes, young master. The monarch lord replied and then joined the battlefield, participating in the great battle. The great battle erupted, and it was extremely intense. Soon, another monarch lord on the other side couldn't hold on and was injured by the monarch lord on Lin Feng's side, and then suppressed. This was the disadvantage of fighting with fewer people. As time passed, the consumption of magic power would become greater and greater, and they would gradually be unable to hold on. Lin Feng successfully purified the second monarch lord. In the following period of time, Lin Feng also successfully purified the other 3 monarch lords. Now, only the sub-immortal Gongyang Zhanpeng had not been purified by Lin Feng. Seeing 5 monarch lords being purified by Lin Feng one after another, Gongyang Zhanpeng was simply mad with hatred. "Brat, even if I have to risk my life today, I will let you die without a burial ground." Gongyang Zhanpeng roared angrily. His pair of eyes turned blood-red as he looked at Lin Feng, full of dense killing intent. Gongyang Zhanpeng jumped up. His body was burning fiercely. This guy was actually burning his own origin to increase his combat strength. Obviously, Gongyang Zhanpeng knew that he couldn't break out of the encirclement, so he was prepared to die. Before he died, he wanted to drag Lin Feng down with him. This guy was quite unyielding. Lin Feng admired Gongyang Zhanpeng a little more. One after another, powerful magic treasures attacked Gongyang Zhanpeng. However, the current Gongyang Zhanpeng's combat strength began to increase by leaps and bounds under the support of the burning of his origin. Gongyang Zhanpeng's combat strength had greatly increased, so when those powerful magic treasures attacked Gongyang Zhanpeng, they were all sent flying by Gongyang Zhanpeng's great Heaven Slayer sword. Gongyang Zhanpeng and his sword became one as they attacked Lin Feng. "Brat, go to hell." Gongyang Zhanpeng's cold voice suddenly resounded in the main hall. "Not good. Young master, be careful." The monarch lords were shocked. They were too late to support Lin Feng, but when Gongyang Zhanpeng's peerless sword was about to kill Lin Feng, swoosh. With a flash of light, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. At the critical moment, Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique. He dodged Gongyang Zhanpeng's peerless attack. However, Gongyang Zhanpeng's sword pierced nothing. Lin Feng appeared behind Gongyang Zhanpeng, and an illusory stone door appeared above his palm. That illusory stone door was the door of everlasting life's shadow that Lin Feng had imprinted. Lin Feng slapped Gongyang Zhanpeng, and the door of everlasting life's shadow flew out. It fiercely suppressed Gongyang Zhanpeng. Whoa! Gongyang Zhanpeng was sent flying, and he vomited blood. His face became as pale as a sheet of paper. The monarch lords rushed forward, and used all kinds of methods to suppress Gongyang Zhanpeng. "Those who believe in me will have eternal life." Lin Feng was like an immortal god, and also like the emperor of the human race. He was surrounded by holy light as he stepped in front of Gongyang Zhanpeng. Then, he pointed a finger at Gongyang Zhanpeng's forehead. A large amount of purifying power flowed into Gongyang Zhanpeng's mind. "I'm not willing," Gongyang Zhanpeng roared and struggled. However, it was useless. After 2 hours, Gongyang Zhanpeng gave up struggling. He looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of reverence. "Subordinate pays his respects to young master." Gongyang Zhanpeng bowed to Lin Feng. This sub-immortal expert was also purified by Lin Feng. Chapter 41:18. Dispense with the formalities. Lin Feng waved his hand, allowing him to stand up. "Many thanks, young master," Gongyang Zhanpeng said. Now, the quasi-immortal Gongyang Zhanpeng has also been converted by Lin Feng. The number of peak experts under Lin Feng's command has increased from 25 to 31. This kind of formidable strength is enough to dominate the starry sky. The other factions in the Xian Domain Star Ocean probably have no way to resist now. Lin Feng used Gongyang Zhanpeng's identity to issue an order. He ordered the Emperor Lord level experts of the other factions to come to the Xian Domain Gate and hold an emergency meeting. The other factions received the notice one after another. After receiving the notice, the Emperor Lords of the other factions couldn't help but slightly frown. They don't know what the hell Gongyang Zhanpeng is doing. Although they are puzzled. Thinking that they don't have any grudges with Gongyang Zhanpeng wouldn't harm them. Furthermore, Gongyang Zhanpeng is a quasi-immortal expert. They still have to give Gongyang Zhanpeng face. If they don't give Gongyang Zhanpeng face, wouldn't that offend Gongyang Zhanpeng? If they offend an expert like Gongyang Zhanpeng, at that time, they wouldn't have a good time. Therefore, the group of Emperor Lord level experts all came to the Xian Domain Gate with the principle of not offending Gongyang Zhampeng. After arriving at the Xian Domain Gate, they were arranged to stay. Some Emperor Lords wanted to inquire the Xian Domain Gate cultivators about the purpose of Gongyang Zhampeng's gathering. However, the Xian Domain Gate cultivators are tight-lipped. Therefore, those Emperor Lord level cultivators were unable to get anything out of them. After all the Emperor Lords arrived, Gongyang Zhampeng informed everyone to go to the living room for a meeting. A servant led everyone to the living room. When everyone arrived at the living room, they discovered that there are already many people sitting there. What shocked everyone is that they actually saw Ning family heads Ning Zhongdao. This time, Ning family heads Ning Zongshan is overseeing the family. Ning Zhongdao came out with Lin Feng. However, in the eyes of many people, Ning Zhongdao should be a dead person. Why would Ning Zhongdao appear here? Therefore, everyone is extremely puzzled when they saw Ning Zhongdao. However, no one said a word. No matter why Ning Zhongdao didn't die, the forces they belonged to didn't participate in the annihilation of the Ning family head's bloodline. Even if Ning Zhongdao didn't die, he wouldn't target them. At most, he could only blame them for not supporting the Ning clan leader's bloodline. However, Ning Longtian had the support of Xian Domain's son Sidao. Presumably, Ning Zhongdao could also understand their difficulties. Everyone, please have a seat. Gongyang Zhampeng smiled and said. Everyone found a place to sit down. Then, they all looked at Gongyang Zhampeng and waited for him to speak. At this time, Gongyang Zhampeng said, "The reason why I invited you here is because I want to introduce a person to you." Introduce someone? Everyone was puzzled as they looked at Gongyang Zhampeng. Who was he introducing? How could they be so heavy-handed? Yes, Gongyang Zhampeng said. Then, he pointed at Lin Feng, who was sitting in the first seat on the left, and said, "This is Lin Feng, Lin Gongzi. He is the new friend that I would like to introduce to everyone." Lin Feng. This kid is called Lin Feng. I remember that the Murong clan was looking for someone called Lin Feng. Is this kid related to the Lin Feng that the Murong clan is looking for? An Emperor Realm cultivator couldn't help but ask. Lin Feng said, "What a coincidence. I am the person that the Murong clan is looking for. However, the Murong clan has already submitted to me. There's such a thing." The group of Emperor Realm cultivators looked at each other in dismay. They simply couldn't believe what they had just heard. The Murong clan had 5 Emperor Realm cultivators. They actually submitted to Lin Feng, a young human cultivator. Was this a joke? However, look at Lin Feng's expression. This wasn't a joke. Everyone looked at the Emperor Realm cultivators of the Murong clan. They noticed that the Emperor Realm cultivators of the Murong clan were looking at Lin Feng with incomparable respect. It seemed that Lin Feng was telling the truth. It's not just the Murong clan that has submitted to me, even the Xian Domain sect, Xian Dao sect, Ning clan, Helian clan, and Sichu clan have all submitted to me. Now, among the great powers of the Xian Domain Star Ocean, only the 6 great powers have yet to submit to me. Lin Feng continued. His words were like a sudden clap of thunder that shocked everyone. Everyone's face couldn't help but reveal a deep shock. They simply couldn't believe their ears. The 6 great powers. Even the Xian Domain sect, which had a sub-immortal. They had all been subdued by a young human cultivator. This was too inconceivable. It sounded too inconceivable. No one would believe it if they heard such words. However, no one refuted Lin Feng's words. Moreover, everyone noticed that the experts of the 6 great powers were extremely respectful towards Lin Feng. What did this mean? What did this mean? What did this mean? This meant everything that Lin Feng had said was true. These Emperor Realm cultivators couldn't imagine how a young human cultivator like Lin Feng could subdue the 6 great powers. It was like something out of a fairy tale. However, it actually happened beside them. Gongyang Zhampeng said, "The young master thinks highly of you, that's why he accepted you. I hope you won't disappoint the young master." These Emperor Realm cultivators couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. In the mortal world, Emperor Realm cultivators already stood at the peak of cultivation. They were high and mighty, looking down on all living things. Who dared to look down on them? But today, someone wanted to subdue them. It was actually someone else who thought highly of them. It was really ironic. But the Emperor Realm cultivators didn't dare to refute. They didn't have any understanding of Lin Feng, but so many Emperor Realm cultivators and even sub-immortals had submitted to Lin Feng. This was enough to show how terrifying Lin Feng was. Now, did they have any other choice? Either submit or refuse. If they refused, the other party would definitely not let them leave so easily. Therefore, the only real choice seemed to be to submit. These Emperor Realm cultivators couldn't help but smile bitterly. They had never thought that, one day, they would actually submit to someone else and listen to their orders. Those who are willing to follow me, make an oath. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the group of Emperor Realm cultivators as he said indifferently. Being looked at by Lin Feng, those Emperor Realm cultivators all felt a suffocating pressure. This was the mental pressure that Lin Feng brought to them. I'm willing to submit. The Emperor Realm Master of the Xuanqing sect, Song's issue, was the first to stand up. Then, he knelt on one knee on the ground and lowered his proud head to Lin Feng. Chapter 41:19. Since the first one chose to submit, there will be a second one. Then one by one, the cultivators knelt on the ground, expressing their willingness to submit to Lin Feng. There are a total of 20 Emperor Lords from the 6 factions. Including these 20 people, Lin Feng has a total of 51 Emperor Lords under his command. This is truly a shocking force. Swear the oath. Let the young master see your sincerity, Gongyang Zhampeng said. We are willing to swear the oath with our souls. From now on, we will be loyal to young master Lin Feng. If we dare to have any disloyalty, we will die a horrible death. The 20 Emperor Lords swore the oath one after another. After the oath was spoken, the oath runes formed and imprinted in their minds. Very good. Today, you will all submit to me. In the future, you will all rejoice in the choice you made today. Lin Feng said. We will definitely swear our loyalty to young master. The group of Emperor Lords said one after another. This feeling of holding great power is really good. No wonder so many people like to be above others. No wonder so many people want to fight for power, scheme against each other and kill each other. Perhaps each of them. In their heart, they all want to be able to hold great power. To become an existence revered by countless people. Xian Domain Star Ocean is going to establish a starry sky empire. This starry sky empire, it will be called Xian Domain Empire, Lin Feng said. Subordinate greets your majesty. The great emperors all bowed respectfully to Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, don't call me that. I will not be the emperor of Xian Domain Empire. If young master doesn't become the emperor, who is qualified to be the emperor? Gongyang Zhampeng said. Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, it is just a starry sky empire. I have already established more than one such faction. I will carefully consider who will be the first emperor of Xian Domain Empire. Yes. Everyone quickly replied. In their hearts, it was as if monstrous waves were set off. Because they realized that they knew too little about Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng was their master now, Lin Feng was shrouded in too many mysteries. Especially now that he knew that Lin Feng had established more than one starry sky empire. This made them even more shocked. These people felt that Lin Feng might be plotting something big. However, they did not know what Lin Feng was plotting. In the following period of time, the main planet of the Xian Domain Star Sea, Xian Domain Star, started a large-scale construction. In a short span of 3 months, a huge city rose from the ground. In the depths of the city, a dazzling palace was built. Everyone is paying attention to what is happening on planet Xian Domain. Everyone is very puzzled, they don't know who built that ancient city. When the ancient city was completely built, news quickly spread. 1 sect, 3 sects, and 8 clans of the Xian Domain Star Ocean worked together to build this ancient city. From then on, the Xian Domain Star Ocean established the Starry Sky Empire. This Starry Sky Empire is called the Mysterious Domain Empire. When the news spread, countless people were shocked. Because 1 sect, 3 sects, and 8 families are on guard against each other. It is impossible for these forces to unite. But now, these forces are actually united and even established the mysterious domain empire. This is too inconceivable, right? Many people felt that this matter is full of peculiarities. Not long after, another news spread, saying that the mysterious domain star sees 1 sect, 3 sects, and 8 families have all pledged allegiance to a mysterious young master. This matter caused a huge uproar. 1 sect, 3 sects, and 8 families are such powerful forces, but they actually pledged allegiance to someone else. What kind of person can actually subdue these powerful forces? This is simply inconceivable. Huge waves were set off in everyone's heart. Everyone is discussing this matter. Very soon, the mysterious domain empire issued the first imperial edict. The contents of the imperial edict are as follows. Murong Yuchan will be the first empress of the mysterious domain empire. At the same time, 1 sect, 3 sects, and 8 families will form an elder group. Every force will have 1 expert join the elder group. The establishment of the elder group is to restrain the empress's authority. If there is a major decision, the elder group and the empress will discuss it and decide how to deal with it. Murong Yuchan being the first empress of the mysterious domain empire is Lin Feng's decision after careful consideration. Lin Feng has the following requirements to find the leader of the mysterious domain empire. First, they must be absolutely loyal to him. The number of people who meet the first requirement is not small. Second, they must have a close relationship with him. This point eliminates a lot of people. This is Lin Feng's selfishness. He likes to train his woman to be the leader of the forces he established. Originally, Lin Feng intended to let Guan Guan be the first empress. But Guan Guan has no interest in being the first empress. Then, Lin Feng can only choose other people. Lin Feng can still choose 2 people. One is Murong Yuchan and the other is Murong Yu-er. Murong Yu-er's character is weak and not suitable to be the empress. Murong Yuechan's character is strong and decisive. Moreover, she is keen on power. It is more suitable for her to be the first empress. If Lin Feng leaves the mysterious domain Star Ocean, Murong Yuchan will be able to govern the mysterious domain empire in an orderly manner. Moreover, with Murong Yuechan's character, she will definitely do her best to strengthen the mysterious domain empire. Therefore, Lin Feng finally decided to let Murong Yuchan be the first empress of the mysterious domain empire. The mysterious domain empire held a grand coronation ceremony for Murong Yuchan. Under the gaze of countless people, Murong Yuchan was crowned as the first empress of the mysterious domain empire. The matters of the mysterious domain empire are more or less settled. Lin Feng also plans to leave. On this day, the starry sky world split open. An ancient ship flew into the starry sky world. This ancient ship is emitting an incomparably evil aura. The cultivators on this ancient ship are incomparably evil, terrifying and gloomy. The ship of curse. This ancient ship is actually the ship of curse. At this moment, the ship of curse is heading towards the direction of the mysterious domain Star Ocean. When Lin Feng became an emperor, many curses came and almost caused Lin Feng to nurse a grievance. Fortunately, Lin Feng repelled many curses. Since then, many curses never appeared again. However, after many years, one of the curses, the ship of curse, appeared again. The captain of the ship of curse stood on the bow and looked towards the direction of the mysterious domain Star Ocean. Gigi, Lin Feng, this little bastard, this time he is dead for sure. Grandpa Martin laughed sinisterly. The captain of the ship of curse looked at Grandpa Martin with some disgust. However, he did not say anything. 10 days later, the boat of curse landed outside the Xian Domain Empire's imperial city. Chapter 41:20. The aura of the boat of curse, Lin Feng, who was cultivating in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes. He could not help but look outside and murmured. The boat of curse had appeared several times, so he was very familiar with the aura of the boat of curse. Therefore, when the boat of curse arrived, Lin Feng instantly sensed it. Swoosh! There was a flash of light. Lin Feng disappeared from the secret chamber. When he reappeared, he was already outside the ancient city. The boat of curse was suspended in the void. The creatures on the boat of curse were standing on the deck, looking at Lin Feng. Many cultivators passed by outside the ancient city. When they saw the boat of curse, they pointed at it. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Many figures flew out, except for Murong Yuchan, who was guarding the imperial city. The rest of the sovereigns also flew out. Young master. Many disciples bowed to Lin Feng. Many people were shocked. Someone said, "Who is that young cultivator? Could it be that person from the rumors? The person who subdued one sect, 3 sects, and 8 great clans?" Many cultivators could not help but widen their eyes. They also thought of that legendary person. At this moment, they were shocked to see this legendary person. "You may dispense with the formalities." Lin Feng waved his hand. "Is this the legendary boat of curse?" Murong Yue said. She had heard about the boat of curse from Murong Yuchan before. The Tushi ancient coin was a cursed item that would attract the boat of curse. What? The boat of curse? That's a cursed ship from the legends. Why would a cursed ship appear here? Some sovereigns could not help but exclaim. "It's here for me," Lin Feng said. Hearing that, the expressions of those who did not know the inside story changed. Only the people from the Murong clan knew about this matter. Lin Feng. "Get on the boat." The captain of the boat of curse looked at Lin Feng. "Young master, you must not board the boat. Once you board the boat, I'm afraid you won't be able to come down," Gongyang Zhampeng said. "It's fine." Lin Feng waved his hand. Then he flew toward the boat of curse. "Take him down. Take this brat down." Seeing that Lin Feng had boarded the boat of curse, Grandpa Martin screamed. When the captain of the boat of curse was dealing with Lin Feng, Grandpa Martin died on the boat of curse and became a spirit on the boat of curse. He could never leave the boat of curse. Grandpa Martin's hatred for Lin Feng could be said to be monstrous. He couldn't wait to eat Lin Feng's flesh and drink Lin Feng's blood. Now that he saw Lin Feng boarding the boat of curse, he was extremely excited. However, the creatures on the boat of curse did not listen to Grandpa Martin's orders. They only obey the captain of the cursed ship. Lin Feng looked at Grandpa Martin with an indifferent expression. With a flick of his finger, a ball of heavenly fire flew out. It wrapped around Grandpa Martin. The heavenly fire burned fiercely. "Ah, brat, you're too presumptuous. How dare you burn me with the heavenly fire? You'll die a horrible death. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and capture this brat." Grandpa Martin roared furiously. However, no one cared about Grandpa Martin. "Old man, you were vicious when you were alive and you're still so vicious after you're dead. I'll let you have a taste of the pain of being burned by the heavenly fire," Lin Feng said indifferently. The heavenly fire burned fiercely and Grandpa Martin was in more pain. It was a fate worse than death. "Captain, save me." Grandpa Martin looked at the captain of the boat of curse with pleading eyes. However, the captain of the boat of curse ignored Grandpa Martin. In the end, Grandpa Martin was burned to ashes. However, Grandpa Martin was reborn soon. Even if the creatures on the boat of curse died, they would be reborn on the boat of curse. This time, Grandpa Martin was more obedient. Although Grandpa Martin still hated Lin Feng to the core. However, he did not dare to provoke Lin Feng again. He did not have a high position on the boat of curse. "You've got guts. How dare you board the boat of curse?" The captain of the boat of curse narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng touched the hull of the boat of curse and a strong curse power flowed into Lin Feng's body. However, Lin Feng devoured and absorbed all of it. Lin Feng said, "When I board the boat of curse again, my feelings are extremely different." The first time Lin Feng boarded the boat of curse, he was caught by the captain of the boat of curse. Fortunately, the Red World Fairy stepped in and saved Lin Feng. However, this time, Lin Feng walked up on his own. At that time, Lin Feng was still very weak. Now, Lin Feng was strong enough. Feelings are different. No matter how strong you are, once you board the boat of curse, you won't be able to get off, the captain of the boat of curse said. That's an exception for those who have cultivated the great fate art. Fate counters curses, Lin Feng said. The captain narrowed his eyes at Lin Feng and said, "So, You've cultivated the Great Fate Art? Aren't you the same? If you've also cultivated the Great Fate Art, why don't you get off the boat? Or is it because the boat of curse has different restrictions on you compared to others? Is that why you can't get off the boat even if you've cultivated the Great Fate Art? Said Lin Feng to the captain of the boat of curses. Don't make guesses or jump to conclusions, the captain said with narrowed eyes. Lin Feng asked calmly, why are you looking for me? In truth, the reason Lin Feng had boarded the boat of curse without hesitation was because he did not sense any hostility from the captain. Clearly, the captain was not here to kill him. Instead, he had another goal. The captain of the boat of curses said, if I'm not mistaken, the Xianming demonic book should be with you, right? The Xianming demonic book. You can sense the treasure's aura? Lin Feng was surprised. The Xianming demonic book was a treasure that Lin Feng had obtained long ago. There were hundreds of ancient words imprinted on it. Those words were the word Dao. If one could comprehend the words, they would benefit immensely. Lin Feng had comprehended some of the words, but there were many that he had failed to comprehend. Lin Feng did not expect the captain to be able to sense the Xianming demonic book's aura. This guy's means were truly terrifying. I have my own way of sensing the Xianming demonic book's aura. I'm here to cooperate with you. Cooperate with me? Cooperate with what? Lin Feng looked at the captain of the boat of curses suspiciously. The captain was his sworn enemy. Now that the captain was here to cooperate with him, Lin Feng found it strange. Do you know the secret of the Xianming demonic book? Asked the captain of the boat of curses. Lin Feng said without batting an eyelid. The secret of the Xianming demonic book? I'm not sure, but I heard that this treasure was forged by a powerhouse known as the Xianming demonic emperor during the era of conferred gods. Chapter 41-21. I know the Dark Nether demonic emperor. He's a powerful figure in the demonic path, but the Dark Nether demonic book wasn't created by him. The Dark Nether demonic emperor only obtained the Dark Nether demonic book and comprehended some of its secrets. That's how he became a titled god. Many people know that the Dark Nether demonic emperor rose to power because of the Dark Nether demonic book, so there are rumors saying that the Dark Nether demonic book was created by him, the captain of the boat of curses said. Oh, there's such a thing. Lin Feng was extremely surprised. He didn't doubt the captain's words, but he was surprised that some of the rumors about the Dark Nether demonic book were false. It seemed that too many rumors in the world were false, which eventually led to false information. The Dark Nether demonic book was one such rumor. What's the origin of the Dark Nether demonic book? Lin Feng asked curiously. The Dark Nether demonic book hid a huge secret. It was definitely an amazing treasure, and its origin was obviously extraordinary. Lin Feng felt that the captain of the boat of curses should know the origin of the Dark Nether demonic book. The Dark Nether demonic book is very ancient. It's said that it was created by a group of demons. This rumor is more believable. Created by a group of demons? Who are these demons you're talking about? Lin Feng asked curiously. A very ancient demon. Perhaps it's an innate demon, or perhaps it's one of the earliest human demons, the captain of the boat of curses said with a frown. He wasn't completely sure about the origin of the Dark Nether demonic book. The judgment he made was only a speculation based on some rumors. The innate demons he mentioned were similar to the innate lifeforms. They were both born from heaven and earth. They were the earliest lifeforms in the world. As for the human demons, they were the first human cultivators to enter the demonic path. For example, some demon lords were the strongest lifeforms among the human demons. Lin Feng frowned. The Dark Nether demonic book was really strange. It had been passed down for so long, but there were no clues as to who created it. This made Lin Feng feel somewhat regretful. Some time ago, when I was passing through a sea of stars, I discovered a mysterious place in the depths of the sea of stars. Rumor has it that it's the place where immortals and demons fell, the boat of curse said. Lin Feng did not interrupt. Instead, he listened carefully. Since the captain of the boat of curses had mentioned the Xianming demonic book, Lin Feng would not be surprised. Lin Feng guessed that the place where the immortal demon fell might have something to do with the Xianming demonic book. Rumor has it that many immortals and devils are buried there. That was the first time immortals and devils died in a great battle since the start of the epoch. The captain of the boat of curse said. Oh, doesn't that mean that those existences are basically all Xiantian life forms? Lin Feng said in surprise. I think so. The captain of the boat of curse nodded. This epoch has experienced many calamities. When was the first large-scale war? Lin Feng asked curiously. As for these secrets, he knew nothing about them. The captain of the boat of curse said. From the earliest primordial age to the epoch of creation, then to the primordial age, absolute beginning, and so on. Those living beings are still living in peace. I read some things about the absolute beginning era in a Daoist scripture. It said that at the end of the absolute beginning era, Xiantian life forms were already very powerful. In addition, there were many other Hutian races. Between heaven and earth, the rules of the great Tao were gradually perfected, and the new epoch shone with powerful vitality. At that time, the survivors of the previous epoch who were lucky enough to survive the destruction of the previous epoch had completely recovered after a few eras of recuperation. The last thing they wanted to see was the rise of the races in the new epoch. It was said that this would weaken their strength. Therefore, I guess the first great battle was at the end of the absolute beginning era. Are there any historical records about the great battle at the end of the absolute beginning era? Lin Feng asked. I haven't found any specific historical records. This is just my speculation, but I think it should be close to the mark. The captain of the boat of curse said. That battle. The Xiantian life forms of the new epoch were also very powerful. The battle with the survivors of the previous epoch must have been very tragic. Is the place where the immortals and demons are buried one of the ancient battlefields? Lin Feng asked curiously. Yes. It's one of the ancient battlefields. It used to be very large, but it was later destroyed. After that, the ancient battlefields were scattered all over the universe. Among the many corners of the starry sky world, the one that appeared recently is a relatively large one. The captain of the boat of curse said. Since you've found that place, why don't you just go and explore it? Why did you come to me? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. He felt that the captain of the boat of curse must have some other purpose, but he didn't know what it was. Perhaps it had something to do with the Shenming demonic book, but what could the book help him with? The captain of the boat of curse said, ordinary magic treasures and even cultivation resources are of no use to me. I have been cursed for too many years. Only some special things can work on me. I heard that a certain Xiantian demon among the devils had something that was very useful to the outside world, but I don't know where the Xiantian demon's body is buried. So I need something to help me find the burial place of the Xiantian demon. At present, I can only think of the Shenming demonic book. Why don't you cooperate with me? We'll explore that place together. During this period, I won't do anything to you. If you enter that place, you'll definitely find many opportunities. After hearing the captain's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He was indeed a little tempted, because that place was too unique. Perhaps he could really find some amazing opportunities there. If that was the case, it would be very beneficial to him. Previously, Lin Feng had been thinking about leaving the Shen Domain Starry Sky. Now, the captain of the boat of curse said something that piqued Lin Feng's interest. Lin Feng planned to leave the Shen Domain Starry Sky. Lin Feng was quite relieved to leave the Shen Domain Starry Sky to Murong Yuchan. All right. Give me a day to deal with the matters in the Shen Domain Starry Sky. We'll set off tomorrow. Lin Feng said. No problem. The captain of the boat of curse nodded. Lin Feng flew down from the boat of curse and returned to the imperial city with everyone. Chapter 41-22. After learning that Lin Feng was going to leave, the sovereigns were very surprised. However, as subordinates, they naturally could not persuade Lin Feng to stay here. Moreover, they also knew that Lin Feng was going through the starry sky, and he was only passing by the Shen Domain. At the same time, he would unify the Shen Domain and establish the Shen Domain Empire. Gongyang Zhanping and the others wanted to leave with Lin Feng, but Lin Feng told them to stay here and continue recruiting. At the same time, they began to build a temple for him. After that, Lin Feng explained the path that the Shen Domain Empire would take after he left. For a Starry Sky Empire to become stronger and stronger, it did not only depend on the number of experts in the empire. It also depended on the policies of the Starry Sky Empire. Lin Feng was very experienced in this. He came up with a perfect development plan for the Shen Domain Empire. Lin Feng hoped that the Shen Domain Empire could become stronger and help him in the future. Hearing that Lin Feng was going to leave, Guan Guan was naturally very reluctant. However, this demoness knew that if she wanted to keep a man's heart, she did not have to force him to stay. Instead, she had to let this man do what he wanted to do. The next day, the sovereigns sent Lin Feng out of the city. Lin Feng boarded the ship of curses. Swoosh! The ship of curses turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Lin Feng came to the cabin of the ship of curses. The captain of the ship of curses poured a cup of tea for Lin Feng. The tea leaves of the Enlightenment ancient tea tree were obtained by me in the past. You can try it, said the captain of the ship of curses. I heard that the people on the ship of curses only feel pain. They can't breathe, drink, or eat. Why? Do you still drink tea? Lin Feng couldn't help but say. This guy directly opened the captain's scar. The captain of the boat of curse said, usually, I won't use the Enlightenment ancient tea leaves to make tea because it's too wasteful. However, I will use other immortal teas to make tea. I will drink and eat. Although it will make me extremely painful, I am willing to bear this pain. I want to remember this pain. This pain urges me. No matter how difficult it is, I have to restore my flesh and blood again. I have to work hard to make myself a normal person. Lin Feng said, then you're really miserable. Unfortunately, there are many people who don't cherish their lives. A bunch of ignorant and stupid people, said the captain of the boat of curse. Lin Feng took a sip of the tea and felt its fragrance lingering in his mouth. As expected of the Enlightenment ancient tea leaves, the captain of the boat of curse arranged a residence for Lin Feng. Lin Feng sat cross-legged. Powerful curse energy was roaming around the cabin. The curse energy here seemed to have a life of its own. Lin Feng bent his finger and flicked it. He condensed some curse energy and then gently tapped on the boat of curse. Suddenly, runes appeared. Looking at the densely packed runes, Lin Feng's face revealed a shocked expression. Those runes were all curse runes. My great curse technique has always been stuck at the major completion level. I wonder if I can increase the power of my great curse technique here? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The great curse art was one of the most bizarre divine abilities among the 3,000 great Taos. It was an extremely heaven-defying divine ability. The Cursed Doll's various curse arts were all cultivated with the great curse art as the foundation. Moreover, the Cursed Doll's curse arts were extremely terrifying. Lin Feng hadn't been able to do that because he hadn't studied the great cursing technique to a very high level yet. If he had, then he would have been able to rely on the great cursing technique, which was one of the 3,000 great cursing techniques, and he would have been able to rely on it a lot. Lin Feng sat cross-legged and began to absorb the curse energy on the boat of curse. He couldn't improve his great curse art. Lin Feng felt that the curse energy on the boat of curse was rather strange. Perhaps it could help him greatly increase the power of the great curse art. While Lin Feng was cultivating, some powerful beings on the boat of curse gathered in the cabin. Captain, that kid has already boarded the boat. Why don't we change our course? He has the last Tu-Shi ancient coin on him. Let's take him to the Tu-Shi immortal kingdom and kill him. Then, we'll regain our freedom. That's right. That's a good idea. I want to breathe in fresh air again. I want to taste food and water. I want to experience what it's like to be a woman. Another living being said. The rest of the living beings also began to shout. They couldn't wait to regain their freedom. They had been cursed by the boat of curse for so long. It was truly painful. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to describe their daily lives as being in so much pain that they wished they were dead. Only after becoming a living being like them who lived in eternal pain. Only then would they realize how blissful it was to have a normal body and a normal life. Since I promised him that I wouldn't do anything to him, I won't do anything to him. The captain of the boat of curse said in a deep voice. Captain, we don't have many chances to deal with this kid. Especially when he's getting stronger and stronger. It's getting harder to deal with him. If we don't deal with him now, we might not have another chance to deal with him in the future. Captain, please reconsider, one of the living beings said. Captain, please reconsider. Many of the living beings cupped their fists and pleaded. Me. Do you want me to be a person who doesn't keep my word? If you try to persuade me again, I'll destroy all of you. The captain of the boat of curse said coldly. Those living beings immediately kept quiet out of fear. They didn't dare to say anything else. In the room, Lin Feng's body had accumulated a large amount of curse energy. Cursed God! Cursed God! Suddenly, a deep voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng realized that a godly spirit was born from the curse energy that he had absorbed into his body. That godly spirit was extremely evil. The aura on its body was extremely terrifying. That living being was a living being born from the curse. It wielded the power of the curse energy. I'm going to curse you and turn you into a slave of the curse. The cursed god laughed sinisterly. Then, it began to move around Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng said coldly, "What a joke. You want to curse me? Who do you think you are? I'll refine you now." As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 heavenly fires in Lin Feng's body surged toward the cursed god. Chapter 41:23. The power of the 5 heavenly flames was too strong. After they wrapped around the cursed true god screamed as he was burned. The cursed true god was filled with hatred. He roared angrily, "Brat, you dare to burn me? You're courting death. I'll curse you right now. I curse you. You'll become an undead spirit on the boat of curses forever. I curse you to die a horrible death." Lin Feng sneered and said, "With your abilities, what's the use of curses? In front of me, you're just an ant and a dog. You can't even withstand a single blow." After he said that, the heavenly flames burned even brighter. Kai 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 kai. The heavenly flames kept burning the cursed true god. The cursed true god let out a blood-curdling scream. The power of the heavenly flames was too terrifying. The cursed true god couldn't withstand the burning of the 5 heavenly flames at all. The cursed true god's body kept turning illusory. It kept turning illusory. Not long later, the cursed true god was burned. After seeing the cursed true god being burned by the heavenly flames, Lin Feng continued to refine the power of curses in his body. As the power of curses was refined by Lin Feng into the purest form of energy, the energy was all devoured by Lin Feng's great curse art. After the great curse art devoured the power of curses, the power of the great curse art became stronger and stronger. Lin Feng could clearly feel the magical changes of the great curse art. The changes of the great curse art made Lin Feng very happy. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng's great curse art finally improved from the great success stage to the great perfection stage. Lin Feng continued to cultivate and absorb the power of curses in the boat of curses. His great curse art continued to improve. Finally, Lin Feng's great curse art broke through to the great perfection stage. The great curse art formed a divine ability array that contained the power of lightning. The power of lightning intertwined in the void. Each bolt of lightning contained the power to distort time and space. The power of lightning above the divine ability array was a sign that the great perfection stage had been cultivated. Lin Feng was very satisfied with this closed-door training. He walked out of the room. At this moment, it was night. The boat of curse was flying quickly in the starry sky world. Seeing Lin Feng come out, the creatures on the boat of curse looked at Lin Feng gloomily. They were all looking at Lin Feng with malicious eyes. If it weren't for the captain's orders, those creatures would have already attacked Lin Feng. "Damn it! What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll gouge your eyes out," Lin Feng said viciously to the creatures on the boat of curse. His attitude was extremely arrogant. "Brat, you're courting death." The eyes of one of the creatures flickered with dense killing intent. Unable to bear it any longer, he roared and charged at Lin Feng. Lin Feng swung his fist at the creature. This creature was not Lin Feng's opponent at all. and was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. His body flew out of the boat of curse. Kai, 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 Kai. The creature's body began to burn violently. He let out an incomparably shrill scream, and his body instantly turned into a skeleton. This was his true body. Now, their flesh and blood bodies were not real. They were just illusions created by the captain of the boat of curse. The creature wanted to return to the boat of curse, but his body burned into ashes in midair. He didn't come back to life, someone said with a trembling voice. The one who had been punched away by Lin Feng died outside the boat of curses. The legend is true. We can't leave the boat of curse, then, another creature on the boat of curse said. In fact, there were people who tried to leave the boat of curse. However, when they thought of the curse on the boat of curse, they did not dare to move. Now that someone had left the boat of curse's range, they died immediately. Even if the creatures on the boat of curse had to suffer a fate worse than death, they didn't want to be annihilated. They would rather endure the torment so that they could be reborn one day in the future. They were waiting for this opportunity to come. You've gone overboard by attacking me on my boat. The captain of the boat of curse walked over and looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. Grandpa Martin said, "Captain, this guy is too arrogant. He doesn't take you seriously at all." Grandpa Martin was fanning the flames again. "Get lost." The captain of the boat of curse slapped Grandpa Martin and sent him flying. Lin Feng said calmly, "That guy attacked me first. I was just defending myself. Who knew that guy was so weak?" Then, someone said, "Kid, you were the one who provoked us first. Are you worthy of being provoked by me? A bunch of trash." Lin Feng pursed his lips. The creatures on the boat of curse were so angry that their mouths were about to pop out of their sockets because of Lin Feng. They had seen arrogant people before. They had never seen someone as arrogant as Lin Feng. "Everyone, restrain yourselves," the captain of the boat of curse said coldly. He could use Lin Feng now, so he suppressed the anger in his heart. Lin Feng shrugged and said, "Keep your trash in check and there won't be any more conflicts. I hate the way they look at me." Many people were speechless. "Was it illegal to look at you?" Lin Feng walked toward the deck, ignoring the others. "How long until we reach that sea of stars?" Lin Feng asked. "Soon. I estimate that it will take at most half a month," the captain of the boat of curse said. "What's the name of that sea of stars?" Lin Feng asked. "The Immortal Burial Sea," the captain of the boat of curse said. "Isn't it where immortals and demons are buried? Why is it called the Immortal Burial Sea? I think it's more appropriate to call it the Immortal Burial Sea and Demon Sea," Lin Feng said. The captain of the boat of curse said, "Rumor has it that the cultivators who sealed the battlefield were several celestial supremacies of the immortal Tao. Immortals and demons have always been at odds with each other. Since the ancient battlefield was sealed by several celestial supremacies, it's normal for them to name it the Immortal Burial Sea. They don't want to have anything to do with demons. These ancient people seem to be very stubborn. What is an immortal? What is a demon? In my opinion, the standard to judge immortals and demons should be the human heart, not the cultivation technique they cultivate," Lin Feng said. "Many people understand what you're saying, but immortals and demons are still at odds with each other. Do you know why?" "Why?" Lin Feng asked. Chapter 41-24. After hearing the captain's words, Lin Feng could not help but ponder. What the captain of the boat of curse said made sense. Lin Feng said, "Death comes from peace and happiness. Birth comes from suffering. Only enemies can stimulate one's potential and make one continue to improve. Therefore, the reason why the immortals and demons are at odds with each other is because of the top experts of the immortal path and the demon path." "That's right." The captain nodded and said, "They're the only ones who can make all of this happen. The others obviously don't have the ability to do so. It seems like there's something behind everything in the world that no one knows." Lin Feng sighed. Originally, the captain estimated that it would take about half a month to reach the celestial burial star sea. However, it did not take that long at all. 10 days later, they arrived at the celestial burial star sea. Looking from the outside, the celestial burial star sea was enveloped by the tumbling death energy. The death energy was extremely terrifying. Ordinary cultivators could not withstand the damage caused by the death energy at all. If they entered rashly, they would definitely die. But for Lin Feng and the captain of the Boat of Curses, the death strength was a great supplement. It would not be able to cause any harm to them at all if they absorbed the power of death. If they absorbed the death energy, their strength would increase tremendously. The ship stopped outside the celestial burial star sea. The captain said, "Let's go in together." Lin Feng asked curiously, "Won't the Boat of Curses go inside?" "No. This place is not suitable for the ship to enter," the captain said. Lin Feng nodded. Then, Lin Feng could not help but slander the captain in his heart. As expected, the captain could enter and leave the ship freely. Previously, he pretended that he could not enter and leave the ship freely. What a shameless thing to do. Lin Feng despised the captain in his heart. Then, he and the captain of the ship. Together, they flew toward the celestial burial star sea. After entering the immortal burial star sea, the 6 black holes in Lin Feng's dantian began to frantically devour the death energy in the immortal burial star sea. Powerful death energy continuously poured into Lin Feng's dantian. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. This was because he discovered that his great death art was rapidly improving. His great death art was at the great success stage. As his great death art continued to improve, Lin Feng believed that it wouldn't be long before his great death art reached the great perfection stage. In addition to the great death technique, Lin Feng's eyes of death were also transforming after absorbing a large amount of death energy. Many death runes were condensed inside the eyes of death, and these death runes were very powerful. Once these death runes appeared, they could shake the world and make ghosts and gods weep. Who could contend against them? The captain of the Boat of Curses was also absorbing the power of death. It was unknown what kind of divine ability he was using the power of death to cultivate. Roar. Suddenly, a deep roar was heard. The void cracked open, and a behemoth flew out. It was a huge golden python with wings, 100-meter-long body, dragon eyes, and whiskers. Ting snake. This python was actually a Ting snake. There were records of the Ting snake in the mountain and sea scripture. There was a double-winged snake with a body like a python. It was gold, yellow, and black. Its eyes were like dragon eyes, and it had dragon whiskers. This was the divine beast Ting snake. The Ting snake was a very powerful creature with an extremely heaven-defying cultivation. If an ordinary person encountered the Ting snake, they would definitely die. However, this Ting snake chose the wrong target to attack. The captain of the Boat of Curses opened his hand and grabbed at the Ting snake. A strange force poured into the Ting snake's body, and its body quickly shrank. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a small snake that was only a dozen centimeters long. Then, it was caught by the captain of the Boat of Curses. The captain of the Boat of Curses uncorked the wine gourd hanging on his waist and stuffed the Ting snake inside. It seemed that this guy wanted to use the Ting snake to make wine. The two of them continued to fly inside. There were many stars here, but the stars here were basically bare. The power of death had turned the stars here into stars of death. This sea of stars is truly a world of death. Yi Futian murmured. Lin Feng could not help but say, "Actually, there are a few races in this sea of stars." The captain of the Boat of Curses said, "There are actually races living in such a harsh place." Lin Feng could not help but reveal a look of disbelief. Rumor has it that they are a cursed race. They have been guarding the ancient battlefield for generations and are unable to leave the immortal burial sea. The captain of the Boat of Curses said, "There is such a thing." Lin Feng frowned. Everyone's expression changed when they talked about the Tao of Curses. However, there was nothing wrong with the Tao of Curses. The Tao of Curses was the same as other great Taos. However, after some people mastered the Tao of Curses, they did not use the Tao of Curses on the Tao of Curses. Therefore, the people of the future were getting more and more proficient in the Tao of Curses. The captain of the Boat of Curses said, "Any place will be filled with some dark things." Not long after, Lin Feng and the captain of the Boat of Curses arrived on the cursed planet. The ancient battlefield was deep in the cursed planet. When they arrived, they discovered that many cultivators had arrived. It seems that the news of the ancient battlefield has been leaked, Lin Feng said. The captain of the boat of curses said, "This is not strange. Many people should know about this ancient battlefield. Many forces have planted spies, waiting for the ancient battlefield to open one day. If not for the arrival of the apocalypse, the ancient battlefield might not have opened. However, now that the apocalypse has arrived, all kinds of opportunities have appeared. This is the last chance for cultivators to fight with all their might." Lin Feng said, "Can we enter the ancient battlefield now? We should have to wait for a few more days. It is said that a black energy door will appear when the ancient battlefield is completely opened. Everyone will have to pass through the black energy door to enter the ancient battlefield. However, the black energy door has not appeared yet, so the ancient battlefield is not completely open yet," the captain of the boat of curses said. Lin Feng nodded. He and the captain of the boat of curses landed on the cursed planet. They saw some tribes, some of which were bigger and some of which were smaller. Those tribes lived in caves, and some tribes built stone houses. They wore animal skin clothes and looked very primitive. After arriving here, it was as if they had arrived at a primitive society in the absolute beginning. Those tribes should be the ancient families that had been guarding the ancient battlefield for generations after being cursed. Chapter 41-25. Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curse also found a place to rest. In the distance, some children from the tribe walked out. The children's eyes were very big, and their pupils were sky blue. Their skin was a little tanned, but it wasn't particularly tanned. It was a bronze color. Perhaps it had something to do with their race. They were relatively thin. Living in this starfield, they definitely could not eat anything good. At this age, they were still growing, so they needed more nutrition. Are these races that guard the ancient battlefield very powerful? Lin Feng asked the captain of the boat of curse. If they were strong enough, they wouldn't have been cursed back then, the captain of the boat of curse said, shaking his head. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Sure enough, no matter what era it was, the ones who were bullied were those who were not strong enough. Strength was king. Strength was respected. Those who were not strong enough were destined to be bullied. 7 or 8 children, led by a little girl, came to Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curse. In fact, the little girl was not very old. She was about 8 or 9 years old. The rest of the children were even younger. Most of them were 5 or 6 years old. The youngest one was only 3 or 4 years old. These children were obviously afraid of strangers. When they came over, they looked very cautious. When they came to Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curse, they looked very scared. "Do you need food?" Lin Feng looked at the little girl and asked. The little girl looked at Lin Feng and nodded. Lin Feng took out some spirit fruits and distributed them to the children. To Lin Feng's surprise, the captain of the boat of curse also took out some spirit fruits and distributed them to the children. "You are..." Lin Feng looked at the captain of the boat of curse in disbelief. In Lin Feng's impression, the captain of the boat of curse was a person full of evil and killing. Now, he took the initiative to distribute the spirit fruits to the children. It was really unbelievable. Lin Feng could not believe his eyes. But it was all true. However, Lin Feng felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. When did this guy become overflowing with love? He didn't look like the captain of the boat of curse at all. Perhaps. Everyone has a good side and a bad side, right? Now, the captain of the boat of curse was showing his kind side. The captain of the boat of curse glanced at Lin Feng and said, "I'm kind. Why is fate so unfair?" Lin Feng didn't say much. Although he knew a little about the past of the captain of the boat of curse, he didn't know much, so he couldn't evaluate the captain of the boat of curse in detail. This was because one needed to evaluate a person from many aspects, not just from 1, 2, or 3 aspects. If one were to evaluate a person in this way, it would be too one-sided. "Thank you, uncles." The children hurriedly thanked Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curse. "Good girl, take it back and eat it." Lin Feng rubbed the little girl's head. The children quickly left with the spirit fruits in their arms. Not long after, Several indigenous cultivators from the tribe arrived. The leader was a middle-aged man. The little girl led them here. Thank you for giving them the spirit fruits. How about we go to the tribe for a visit? The middle-aged man said with a smile. As you wish. Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curse stood up and said. They didn't refuse to go to the tribe to have a look. They were quite interested in this primitive tribe. They wondered how the people of this primitive tribe survived. There were many cultivators scattered in the forest. They looked indifferent and looked at Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curse with a hint of sarcasm. Perhaps these people looked down on the primitive tribe here. Therefore, when they saw Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curse accepting the invitation of a primitive tribe to visit the tribe, they were disdainful. Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curse weren't as pretentious as these people. They went as they wanted and didn't care what others thought of them. Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curse followed the group of people into the tribe. The tribe here was built on the mountain. They opened up some caves and built some stone houses. In the middle of the tribe, there was a bonfire. Above the bonfire, there was a wild vegetable soup. The living conditions here were difficult. It was difficult to survive here. Most of the plants that could survive here were poisonous. It was very difficult to find food. In addition to the wild vegetable soup, there was also a type of food like sweet potatoes roasting in the bonfire. However, this food emitted a faint fishy smell. It smelled very bad. Outsiders naturally wouldn't touch this kind of food, but the primitive tribes here saw it as food to prolong their lives. Without this food, many of their tribesmen would starve to death. Do you usually eat this? Lin Feng looked at the middle-aged man next to him. This man was called Amosen. He was the father of the children from before. Amosen said. Yes. We don't have much to eat here. Even these things can't be eaten all the time. Lin Feng could not help but sigh in his heart. No wonder those children were so thin and weak. How could they grow up eating these things? Lin Feng sensed that even though there were cultivators in the tribe, there weren't any extremely strong cultivators. The strongest cultivator was only a half-emperor. Their lives were too difficult. It was hard to nurture top experts. Just think about it, eating was a problem. How could they have the energy to cultivate? Lin Feng took out the dragon meat and some other fierce beast meat stored in the time space. These meat were piled up like a small mountain. Uncle Amosen, take these things. This is a small token of my appreciation, Lin Feng said. Meat, it's meat. All the men and women in the tribe, young and old, were pleasantly surprised as they stared at the piles of various fierce beast meat. They were about to drool. They might not even be able to eat meat once a year. Thank you, little brother. I really don't know how to thank you for your kindness. Amosen was happy and sad at the same time. He really wanted to give Lin Feng a gift, but his clan didn't have anything valuable anymore. Besides, Lin Feng obviously didn't care about ordinary treasures. Chapter 41-26. This is just a small token of my appreciation. I don't ask for anything in return. Brother Amosen, quickly order people to store the fierce beast meat. Then take out a portion of the meat and make some meat soup. Then, make some barbecue. Let's eat to our heart's content, Lin Feng said. Yes, yes, yes. Amosen quickly nodded and called out to the rest of the tribesmen. These people decomposed the fierce beast meat and stored it. A portion of the fierce beast meat was used to make barbecue, and a portion of the fierce beast meat was used to make soup. In the tribe, men and women, young and old, could not help but cheer. Finally, they could eat meat. Everyone was very excited. Lin Feng could not help but feel a little emotional. It was just fierce beast meat. People in the outside world might not care about it. But in this place, it was enough to make a tribe fall into great happiness. Looking at the excited tribesmen, Lin Feng could not help but smile. The captain of the boat of curses smiled. He too smiled. I've known you for so long, but this is the first time I've seen you smile, said Lin Feng to the captain of the boat of curses. Did I smile? When did I smile? The captain of the boat of curses said. His face tightened again. He had a very serious expression. Uncles, We like you. The little girl came with a group of children and said innocently. Her little face was full of pure expression. She had a necklace made of willow branches in her hand. She put the necklace on Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curses. Then, the little girl chuckled. What's your name? Lin Feng asked the little girl with a smile. My name is Alice. The little girl replied. Alice? What a nice name. Lin Feng said with a smile. Uncle, how about we go dancing together? The little girl looked up at Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curses. Perhaps it was because they were about to eat meat. Many people in the tribe surrounded the bonfire and started to dance happily. Lin Feng said with a smile. Of course. He did not want to reject a little girl's earnest plea. The face of the captain of the boat of curse froze. He turned his face to the side and pretended not to hear Alice's invitation. But Alice reached out her small hand and grabbed the captain's big hand. She said with a smile, Uncle, hold my hand, and I will teach you how to dance. The captain of the boat of curse wanted to pull a long face and break free from Alice's little hand. He could do it easily. But he didn't do that. Instead, he walked with Lin Feng and Alice towards the nearest bonfire with a straight face. Don't misunderstand, I just think that the dance of this primitive tribe is very interesting, so I came to dance. The captain of the ship of curses explained. Lin Feng said with a faint smile, It seems that. I didn't say anything. You don't have to explain to me. The captain of the boat of curse moved his lips. He wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything in the end. After coming to the bonfire, Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curse each held one of Alice's little hands. Alice's little face was full of joy. She was very happy. This was the happiest day of her life. Many people in the tribe gathered around and then danced with Lin Feng, Alice, and the captain of the boat of curse. This was a kind of stomping dance. It was a very tribal dance, although it looked quite strange. But when you really integrated into this dance, you would feel that this dance was extremely interesting. The practitioners in the distant mountains all looked at Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curse with contempt. They were arrogant. They would never walk with their untouchables in their eyes. So they had enough reason to look down on Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curse. After a few dances, Alice was already very tired. The little girl sat by the bonfire to rest, while Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curse also found a place to rest. It feels good to be alive. The captain of the boat of curse sighed with emotion. You have been alive all the time, Lin Feng said. The real life, just like just now, enjoying life. Life is not only about cultivation, the captain of the boat of curse said. So, you need to kill me in order to truly come back to life. Lin Feng could not help but raise his eyebrows. His face was a little ugly. Lin Feng did not want to die in the hands of the captain of the boat of curse. But obviously, if the captain of the boat of curse wanted to really be alive, he had to kill Lin Feng. It's hard to change a person's fate. Your fate has been determined long ago. The captain of the boat of curse said. Ridiculous. Lin Feng sneered. Their conversation was very unpleasant, but soon they put down the grudge. It was just a short cooperation. After the cooperation, they would become sworn enemies. Maybe it was because they found each other's good points in the process of getting along and subconsciously regarded each other as their friends, so they were angry when they talked about life and death. But they were not destined to be friends. Dinner was very sumptuous for the people of this primitive tribe. Many of them cried while eating meat. For them, meat was perhaps the most delicious food in the world. After dinner, everyone sat together and chatted. Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curse talked about the ancient battlefield. However, Amo Sen and the others did not know much about the ancient battlefield. It was said that in the early years, their ancestors seemed to have a way to enter the ancient battlefield, but now, they could no longer enter the ancient battlefield. Their tribe had declined. At this moment, a green light shot up to the sky from the depths of the tribe. After seeing the green light, Lin Feng was very surprised. What's that? Lin Feng asked curiously. A stone block. Amo Sen said. Can you take me to see it? Lin Feng asked. He felt that the stone block might be extraordinary. The captain of the boat of curse obviously felt it too, but he was not interested in the treasure. Of course. Amosen nodded. Lin Feng followed Amosen to see the stone block. The captain of the boat of curse did not move. He sat there and chatted with a few primitive tribesmen. He responded to the primitive tribesmen with a few words. Not long after, Lin Feng followed Amosen to the place where the stone block was placed. It was indeed a stone block, a green stone block. It was very simple, with some scratches on it. It seemed to be traces of time. Chapter 41:27. The more Lin Feng looked at it, the more he realized it was extraordinary. When he saw it, his heart started pounding, as if he was looking at a peerless treasure. It was indeed extraordinary because Lin Feng had the impression that it was a stone tool. Such an ancient artifact definitely hid some unknown secrets. What's the origin of this stone artifact? Lin Feng asked Amosen. Amosen said, this stone artifact is very old. Rumor has it that countless years ago, an ancestor of mine carried it out from the ancient battlefield. Oh! Carried it out from the ancient battlefield? Lin Feng was shocked. Immortals and devils were buried in the ancient battlefield. There were even some of the earliest living beings from the lost races of the epoch. Many of the items there had shocking origins. Back then, that ancestor was covered in blood. According to him, he suffered a calamity in there and only managed to come out alive because he carried the stone artifact. Amosen said. Oh, there's such a thing. What exactly happened? Did your ancestor say anything about it? Lin Feng asked curiously. Amosen shook his head. The ancestor didn't talk much about the ancient battlefield. He was very secretive about what happened there. Later on, the ancestor entered the ancient battlefield a few more times. In the past, other ancestors asked him why he entered the ancient battlefield, but he didn't tell them. However, this ancestor didn't tell them. This ancestor frequently enters the ancient battlefield. He must have his own goals. Lin Feng frowned. Everything was too strange. The ancestor definitely had his own reasons. Otherwise, why would he enter the ancient battlefield so many times in such a short period of time? What was his goal though? Or did he discover something shocking in the ancient battlefield? That was why he couldn't wait to enter the ancient battlefield again and again. This was very likely. Lin Feng asked. What happened after that? What happened to your ancestor? It was said that it was a night of lightning and thunder. Someone saw it. The ancestor flashed towards the ancient battlefield once more. Moreover, there seemed to be a figure flashing towards the ancient battlefield with the ancestor this time. A figure. Could it be someone from your tribe? Lin Feng curiously asked. No. That figure wasn't from our tribe. Due to the heavy rain that day and the distance was a little far, I couldn't see clearly who the figure was. About half a month later, the ancestor came back alone. Amosen took a deep breath at this point. Lin Feng knew that Amosen was about to reveal the most important matter. Something shocking must have happened on his return this time. Amosen adjusted his breathing and said, the ancestor carried the stone artifact back. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The whole thing was strange. Lin Feng was experienced and knowledgeable, but he didn't understand. When he heard this, he felt that it was inconceivable. After losing his heart, how did he survive for so long? How did he manage to return to the tribe? However, there were all sorts of strange things in the great wide world. Although such a thing sounded a little inconceivable, it was not impossible. Although it was unbelievable, it wasn't unacceptable. Did he say anything before he died? Lin Feng asked. Amosen said, he told our tribe not to enter the ancient battlefield so easily again. After saying that, the ancestor passed away. Our clan remembered our ancestor's warning and didn't allow anyone to enter the ancient battlefield for many years. But after that, we lost the method to enter the ancient battlefield. After that, nobody in our clan knew how to enter the ancient battlefield. Therefore, nobody from our clan knew how to enter the ancient battlefield anymore. Lin Feng said, there are many large and small tribes on this planet. What about the other tribes? Do they still have the method to enter the ancient battlefield? Amosen said, I heard that some of the other tribes have encountered all sorts of things. As time passed, they were unable to enter the ancient battlefield. Lin Feng nodded. The main reason was that too much time had passed. It wasn't easy for these tribes to survive until now. It was normal for the method of entering the ancient battlefield to be lost. Amosen continued, however, according to my observations, the ancient battlefield will open in at most half a month. At that time, the space-time domain gate will appear, and you will be able to enter. I hope so, Lin Feng said. This stone block has been in our tribe for countless years. If little brother likes it, we can give it to you, Amosen said. Lin Feng was overjoyed. Amosen's tribe was unable to uncover the secrets of the stone block, but that didn't mean that Lin Feng couldn't. Lin Feng really liked the stone block. Now that Amosen was giving it to Lin Feng was naturally happy. Thank you, big brother Amosen, Lin Feng said. Little brother, you don't have to be so polite. Amosen smiled. Amosen continued, I won't disturb little brother any longer. Little brother, you can feel the stone block here and see if you can find anything. All right. Lin Feng nodded. Amosen left, and Lin Feng began to study the stone block. Is this a rune imprint? Lin Feng carefully studied the imprints on the stone block. He discovered that they were rune imprints. However, the imprints were too blurry, so Lin Feng didn't dare to confirm whether they were rune imprints or not. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He felt that the stone block had an indescribable sense of mystery. He sat down cross-legged and tried to feel the stone block's aura. Lin Feng hoped that he would be able to fuse with the stone block. If that was the case, he might be able to uncover some of its secrets. However, Lin Feng was quickly disappointed. The stone block seemed to be an ordinary stone. No matter how he tried, he couldn't feel anything. This shouldn't be, it's definitely not an ordinary stone, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. In the past, this tribe's ancestor carried the stone block to escape from the ancient battlefield. This was enough to show how extraordinary the stone block was. Lin Feng didn't give up. He continued to use his divine sense to feel the stone block's extraordinariness. Chapter 41-28. Vaguely, Lin Feng seemed to hear a very strange sound. He was looking for the source of the sound. Finally, Lin Feng found the source of the sound. That strange sound came from the stone block. That sound sounded a little eerie and terrifying. After an unknown period of time, Lin Feng saw a world. It was an ancient world. Someone fished out a stone block from the water. It was a few teenagers surrounding the stone block. He didn't know who those teenagers were. But those teenagers seemed to have gained a lot of benefits from the stone block. Their ordinary lives changed because of it. Every single one of them had become a generation of astonishing talents. Their light shone for eternity. Until one day, they changed. The stone block's extraordinariness allowed them to complete their transformation. But after the transformation, they were no longer satisfied. Everyone wanted to take the stone block for themselves. Hence, a fierce battle broke out between them. Originally, they were like brothers. But now, in order to fight for the stone block, they no longer cared about these friendships. Everyone was extremely ruthless. Every move wanted to kill the other party. After a fierce battle, only one person was left alive. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the corpses on the ground, he laughed crazily. He succeeded. He succeeded in killing everyone else. The stone block, this supreme treasure, finally belonged to him alone. Think about it. He felt extremely excited. But at this moment, wisps of black fog surged out from the stone block. Those wisps of black fog surged into his body. But he didn't notice this at all. Time passed. He became more and more unable to control his body and emotions. He became the stone block's slave. Most of the time, he was the one controlling the treasure. But there were also times when the treasure controlled him. Just like now. He even wanted to get rid of the stone block's control. But he failed. He tried several times, but in the end, he had to admit sadly. He had completely become the stone block's slave. This made him. He felt extremely angry. He was extremely unwilling. When evil thoughts grew, His heart was no longer pure. It was at that time that the stone block took advantage of him. Until the arrival of that tragic war. He died on the battlefield, and Stonestool was severely injured. They didn't have to participate in that battle, but Stonestool was eyeing a mysterious treasure, so he participated in that battle. And the result was extremely terrible. However, this was the worst possible outcome, but it freed him. When we were young, we were always together like real brothers. Later on, when we grew stronger, we also changed. I really want to go back to when we were young and see them again. Before he died, he muttered. A smile appeared on his face. He died laughing. Was he dreaming of his youth? As for the stone block, it was buried in the ancient battlefield. Time passed. After countless years, someone found the stone block. This person was none other than the ancestor of the primitive tribe whose heart had been dug out. That day, darkness enveloped the ancient battlefield. There seemed to be something terrifying lurking in the darkness. He came out with the stone block on his back and luckily escaped. However, the rest of the content disappeared completely. Lin Feng's divine will returned to his body. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Things were really strange. This stone block was very strange. The ancestor of the primitive tribe entered the ancient battlefield again and again, and even suffered because of it. He seemed to be looking for something. Was the thing he was looking for what the stone block was looking for? Lin Feng couldn't help but think of a possibility. Actually, the ancestor of the primitive tribe might have discovered some secrets from the stone block. However, Lin Feng couldn't find any clues for now. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He wondered if Stonestool had a spirit. In the past, Stonestool could enslave other cultivators. Then, Stonestool should have a spirit, right? Otherwise, how did Stonestool enslave other cultivators? Lin Feng wanted to use his divine will to find where Stonestool's spirit was hidden, but he couldn't find anything. Even if Stonestool really had a spirit, it must be hidden very deeply. Ordinary people. It was impossible to find where Stonestool's spirit was hidden. Lin Feng had to put Stonestool away for the time being. It was really difficult to find Stonestool's secret now. He hoped that he could find Stonestool's secret in the future. Lin Feng wasn't worried that Stonestool could control him. The reason why Stonestool controlled him was because his willpower wasn't strong enough. Lin Feng had absolute confidence in his willpower. If Stonestool wanted to control him, Lin Feng could smash Stonestool into pieces. Lin Feng walked outside. In the distance, he saw Alice and the captain of the boat of curses sitting together and talking. Surprisingly, they were chatting together. It was incredible. The captain of the boat of curse was really a mysterious person. Take this and wear it with you. The captain of the boat of curse took out a pendant and handed it to Alice. There was a pale blue crystal on the pendant. It was very beautiful. Uncle, what is this? Alice asked curiously. This is a treasure made from the crystal of hope. The captain of the boat of curse said. What is the crystal of hope? Alice looked at the captain of the boat of curses with a curious expression. It's a special kind of energy crystal. Treasures made from this crystal are very powerful. The captain of the boat of curses rubbed Alice's head. The crystal was not only a powerful magic weapon, but it also contained some of the divine ability imprints of the captain of the boat of curses. With this crystal, Alice would be able to dream of someone teaching her those divine abilities when she sleeps. Of course, the captain of the boat of curse didn't tell Alice about this. Thank you, uncle. Alice likes this gift very much. Alice smiled brightly. She put on the crystal pendant and gave the captain of the boat of curses a hug. The next day, Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curse were planning to leave. They planned to go to the outer area of the ancient battlefield to have a look. The two of them bid farewell to Amo-sen, Alice, and the others. Then, they quickly flew towards the depths of the ancient battlefield. 3 days later, they arrived at the outer area of the ancient battlefield. There wasn't a single blade of grass here. Everywhere was filled with a terrifying aura. It was like coming to the passage to the underworld. Chapter 41-29. Many people had already gathered in the surroundings. They were scattered all over the place, observing the ancient battlefield that was shrouded in restrictions. At the same time, in the starry sky world, a large number of cultivators had arrived at the immortal burial star sea. Among them was a team of over 100 people. There were many experts in the team. Those experts were actually guards, escorting a divine chariot. 9 serpents pulled the chariot over. What a grand procession! Who are those people? Someone pointed at the huge team and couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. 9 serpents pulling the chariot was one thing. More importantly, the chariot drivers were all Emperor-level experts. This kind of extravagance was indeed shocking. They seemed to be people from the undying realm, someone said. People from the undying realm? Are they space travelers from the undying realm? Someone asked in surprise. Since the great changes in the world, the mysterious undying realm had gradually been revealed to the world. Many cultivators of the undying realm had left the undying realm and came to the outside world to train. Therefore, there were still many cultivators from the undying realm in the starry sky world. However, even the cultivators from the undying realm rarely saw such a grand procession. Even in the undying realm, Emperor-Lord-level powerhouses were almighty existences of a region. But now, the other party had an Emperor-level expert as his chariot driver. It was obvious how extraordinary his identity was. It was absolutely shocking. It's the Celestial Emperor's nephew, Dugu Chen, someone said. What? The Celestial Emperor's nephew? The Undying Realm's master's nephew? Many people couldn't help but exclaim when they heard that. The Undying Realm was a special world. As the #1 world among the 3,000 great worlds, it was half a plane higher than the other worlds. It was a higher-level world. However, this world was half a plane lower than the 3 supreme realms. Therefore, the number of experts born in this world was not as many as the 3 supreme realms. Even though it was slightly inferior to the 3 supreme realms, it was still unimaginably terrifying. The Celestial Emperor. As the master of the Undying Realm, he was definitely an existence that the 3 supreme realms had to pay attention to. Dugu Chen's mother was the Celestial Emperor's younger sister. Therefore, Dugu Chen and the Celestial Emperor were extremely close by blood. Therefore, the Dugu clan was a famous force in the Undying Realm. Furthermore, he had the support of the Sky Emperor. Dugu Chen was a domineering existence in the Undying Realm. No wonder he could make an Emperor rank expert drive the carriage. Dugu Chen's identity is too extraordinary. Someone could not help but sigh. Indeed, Dugu Chen's identity was too extraordinary. Therefore, if it was anyone else, who would dare to let the Emperor Lord drive the carriage? He didn't have the right to do so. Only someone like Dugu Chen was qualified to do so. The team escorting Dugu Chen quickly drove into the depths of the immortal burial star sea and finally landed on the cursed planet. A large number of cultivators. They arrived one after another. Looking at this team from afar, none of them dared to approach him. Even if they were talking about them, they did not dare to point at them. If the other party felt that pointing at them was disrespectful to Dugu Chen, it would be a disaster. At that time, only death would await them. This was not an exaggeration to scare them. It was indeed easy for some top forces to do such a thing. The group quickly flew through the void of space. A young man was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the chariot. There were also 2 charming female cultivators leaning against the young master. He actually brought such a beautiful concubine with him when he went out to train. How was this even training? It was more like he was out to play. Dugu Chen looked very young, but in fact, he was not young. He had cultivated for 720,000 years. His talent was very powerful. Coupled with his noble background and countless resources, his realm was very high. Young master, why did we come to this place? This place makes me feel very uncomfortable, a concubine said coquettishly. Her voice was like a seductive vixen. Dugu Chen had many concubines. Since Dugu Chen brought her out, it was obvious that Dugu Chen was very fond of her. This concubine who spoke was the best at acting coquettishly, but Dugu Chen fell for it. Dugu Chen said, "This is the ancient battlefield of the first great war after the beginning of the era, Previously, that ancient battlefield collapsed. I went to another ancient battlefield and knew that there were some extraordinary things in that ancient battlefield. However, the ancient battlefield I went to before wasn't the main battlefield. This ancient battlefield is the main battlefield. I didn't expect to see this ancient battlefield open while I was traveling through the starry sky. That's right. Even the heavens are helping me. This young master wants to enter this ancient battlefield to find a treasure. What kind of treasure does young master not have? Is there a treasure here that can interest young master? Another charming concubine asked. Of course there is. The treasure I'm looking for is the time millstone left behind by the first time god. It is rumored that the time millstone is one of the 5 great millstones in the world. Once the time millstone spins, cultivators can travel through time in the past, present, and future. Dugu Chen said. Ah! Time travel? Oh my god, is this true? The 2 concubines exclaimed in disbelief. They could not believe what they had just heard. There was a treasure in this world that could allow one to travel through time? If it was possible to travel through time, would it be possible to travel to the past and make up for the regrets of the past? If it was possible to travel through time, would it be possible to go to the future and see what the future was like? Heaven-defying. Heaven-defying. It was too heaven-defying. The time millstone sounded unbelievable, but since it was a supreme treasure mentioned by Dugu Chen, the 2 concubines trusted him very much. If young master can obtain the time millstone, doesn't that mean? One of the concubines said. Ha 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 ha. Dugu Chen suddenly burst into laughter. His eyes burned with passion. If I can obtain the time millstone, the fate of countless people will change. The other concubine asked curiously. Young master, you said that the time millstone is one of the 5 great millstones in the world. What are the other 4 millstones? Can you tell us more about them? Dugu Chen said. The other 4 millstones have shocking origins as well. The first one is called the obliteration millstone. Rumor has it that this millstone was a supreme treasure that appeared countless epochs ago. When the obliteration millstone spins, an epoch will begin its journey towards destruction. At this point, Dugu Chen's expression could not help but become solemn. Chapter 4130. Where is the obliterating millstone? Asked one of the concubines. It's in the hands of those who can't be mentioned, said Dugu Chen. The 2 of them were from the undying world, so they had naturally heard of the Battle of Armageddon and the mastermind behind it. Those who can't be mentioned were referring to the mastermind behind it. They were well aware of this. Was the obliterating millstone created by those who can't be mentioned? Asked one of the concubines. Dugu Chen shook his head and said, I don't know as well. Perhaps it is, perhaps it isn't. However, I heard my cousin brother, Di Wudao, mention the obliteration millstone. My cousin brother seemed to have seen it in the past. What? Lord Di Wudao saw the obliterating millstone? There's such a thing. The faces of the 2 concubines were filled with disbelief. It happened many years ago. In order to eliminate that person, the people of that world seemed to have used the obliterating millstone's power to deal with him. Dugu Chen took a deep breath. His heart still palpitated when he thought of that fiend godlike man from over 100 years ago. Back then, when he heard that his cousin Di Wudao had submitted to that man, he couldn't understand it at all. But later on, when he followed Di Wudao to meet that man, he only felt that the man was like a majestic divine mountain, making him feel small. Now that he thought about it, Dugu Chen's heart palpitated. But fortunately, that man had been destroyed. The 2 concubines seemed to know who the man Dugu Chen was talking about was, but they were still shocked. That world actually needed to use the obliterating millstone's power to eliminate that man. It was truly unimaginable. It was hard to imagine how powerful that man had been back then. The second millstone is called the yellow mud platform millstone. It's rumored that it's made from the flesh and bones of an ancient sacred emperor, continued Dugu Chen. Ancient saint emperor level expert? Even in the era of titled gods, they were the strongest existences, right? The 2 concubines couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Yes. However, the yellow mud platform millstone had disappeared for a very long time, but I heard that it seemed to have appeared more than 100 years ago. Some of the major forces in the Undying Realm dispatched experts to investigate the yellow mud platform millstone. I wonder if they have found any clues. Dugu Chen said. He paused for a moment and continued, the third millstone is the millstone of destiny. Some people also call it the wheel of fate. Everything in this world has its own destiny. Even a stone on the side of the road has its own destiny. Rumor has it that cultivating the great destiny art can change one's own destiny, but this requires subtle changes. In the process of changing one's fate, many unexpected things can happen. For example, if one encounters some extremely powerful existences, one will still die. This is something that the Great Fate spell cannot change. But, if we find the Destiny Millstone, it will be a different story. By spinning the Destiny Millstone, one's fate can be changed immediately. Even if you encounter the attack of a supreme expert, as long as you spin the Destiny Millstone, you might be able to change the fate of both sides. This Destiny Millstone is truly miraculous. The eyes of the two concubines couldn't help but light up. The Time Millstone, World Annihilation Millstone, and Yellow Clay Platform Millstone were all possible, but they were most interested in the Destiny Millstone. She directly spun the Millstone of Fate to change her fate, making herself a supreme empress. Countless men knelt on the ground, submitting to him. The feeling of being in control. How great would it feel? When that time came, Dugu Chen, Celestial Emperor, all of them would kneel on the ground. When that time came, they would no longer be the accessories of men. Instead, those men would become their male slaves. Who wouldn't want to rise above others? The two concubines also wanted to. You have thoughts. What? You want to find the Destiny Millstone and change your fate? Dugu Chen narrowed his eyes and said. This fellow was truly sensitive. When the two concubines heard the coldness in Dugu Chen's voice, they jumped in fright and hurriedly said, Young master, how would we dare? To be able to serve young master is already the greatest fortune of our lives. We are loyal to the young master. It's good that you know. Anyone who dares to betray this young master will definitely die. Dugu Chen said coldly. Of course, the two concubines hurriedly said. Dugu Chen continued, the fifth millstone is rather special. The fifth millstone is a mother-son millstone. It is rather mysterious. It is said to be a pair of stone millstones. However, the use of the fifth millstone is unknown. These 5 millstones each have their own uses. Any one of them is extremely heaven-defying. Therefore, the time millstone must fall into my hands. Young master will definitely obtain the time millstone, the two concubines hurriedly said. Haha, if this young master obtains the time millstone, I will definitely reward the two of you. Dugu Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, the two concubines were wild with joy. The group flew quickly. Suddenly, Dugu Chen raised his brows slightly. Young master, what's wrong? One of the concubines looked at Dugu Chen in confusion. I can vaguely sense the aura of the Hope Crystal, Dugu Chen said in astonishment. Hope Crystal? The rumored Hope Crystal, one of the top 10 crystals? This kind of thing is a legendary treasure. There's actually a treasure like the Hope Crystal in such a backward place. The two concubines were extremely shocked. They had heard of the Hope Crystal. It was said that as long as there was hope in one's heart, the Hope Crystal would allow the person who obtained it to continuously advance. There were even rumors that some ancient saint emperors were able to become ancient saint emperors because they had the Hope Crystal in their hands. On the path of cultivation, no matter what kind of difficulties one encountered, they would always be able to see hope. The Hope Crystal contained unimaginable power. It was definitely one of the most mysterious treasures in all the heavens. There is indeed a Hope Crystal in this world. I saw it at my uncle's place before, so I can vaguely sense the unique fluctuation of the Hope Crystal, Dugu Chen said as he lifted the curtain of the carriage. He looked into the distance. A primitive tribe appeared in Dugu Chen's line of sight. P.S. Someone asked Old Steamed Bun why Dugu Chen, who has a lifespan of more than 700,000 years, still calls himself young master? Think about it. A cultivator at Dugu Chen's level has a lifespan of 70,000 to 80 million years. He has only lived for a little more than 700,000 years, which is only about 1% of his lifespan. There is no problem with calling himself young master. Also, the ending of the Demon Lord story has been released. Follow Old Steamed Bun's WeChat account to see all kinds of stories. Search for Wang Zai Old Steamed Bun on WeChat and click follow. You will be able to see all the stories in history. Chapter 4131. Outside the ancient battlefield, Lin Feng leaned against a tree and looked in the direction of the ancient battlefield. He and the captain of the boat of curse had been flying around the ancient battlefield for a long time, trying to see if there was a way to break through the restrictions and enter the ancient battlefield. However, the two had failed. The restrictions here were rather strange. Breaking through the restrictions and entering the ancient battlefield was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. At that moment, Lin Feng noticed that the captain of the boat of curse was frowning from time to time. Lin Feng asked, "What's wrong? Did you notice something amiss?" "No." The captain shook his head. The captain of the boat of curse shook his head and said, "Let's go back." "Go back where?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. "To the primitive tribe," the captain said. "What? Could it be that you sensed something?" Lin Feng could not help but frown. "It's an indescribable feeling." "Let's go back and take a look," the captain said. "No problem." Lin Feng nodded. Then, together with the captain of the boat of curse, they quickly flew in the direction of the primitive tribe. Lin Feng naturally did not want anything to happen to the primitive tribe. In the primitive tribe, thousands of people were driven to an empty space. Dugu Chen walked out of the divine chariot. Hand over the hope crystal. Dugu Chen looked coldly at everyone in the primitive tribe. "Hope crystal? What is that? We have never heard of it." "Yeah, we don't know what the hope crystal is." Many people were puzzled. They had never heard of the hope crystal. "If you don't hand it over, everyone will die." Dugu Chen looked coldly at the crowd. Dugu Chen said indifferently. He was a high and mighty existence who did not care about the lives of others. "Spare us, young master, please spare us. We really don't know what the hope crystal is. Young master, please spare us." Many people knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Chop off their heads one by one until someone hands over the hope crystal." Dugu Chen ordered in an indifferent voice. "Yes, young master." Immediately, powerful guards pulled out their sabers and walked toward the crowd. The strongest person in the primitive tribe was the quasi-emperor Amo Senator. However, Amo Sen was like an ant in front of this group of people. There was no way he could fight against these people. He didn't even have the strength to resist. What could he use to fight against these people? "I have the hope crystal." At this moment, a tender voice sounded. Alice walked out. The hope crystal was given to her by the captain of the boat of curse. Alice knew that the hope crystal was extremely precious. It was also extremely important to her. But she couldn't just stand by and watch her clansmen get killed. "Alice, don't spout nonsense. Where would you get such a thing?" Amo Sen said hurriedly. "Father, I have it," Alice said. Then, he took off the pendant hanging around his neck. When Dugu Chen saw the crystal of hope on the pendant, his eyes were filled with a burning desire. "The hope crystal, it really is the hope crystal. My intuition was right." A supreme treasure like the hope crystal actually appeared in this small, defeated place. Dugu Chen was extremely excited. He took a step forward and snatched the hope crystal away. He carefully observed the hope crystal. It was really beautiful. Dugu Chen liked it more and more. "Congratulations, young master, for obtaining the supreme treasure, the hope crystal." The two concubines hurriedly congratulated him. "Congratulations, young master, for obtaining the hope crystal. Young master will definitely shock the heavens in the future." The group of subordinates also congratulated him. "The matter of the hope crystal must be kept a secret. I think you all know what to do," Dugu Chen said. "Yes, young master," the group of guards hurriedly replied. "That's good." Dugu Chen walked towards the divine chariot with one of his concubines in each hand. "Young master, what do we do with these people?" The leader of the guards asked softly. "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." Dugu Chen sneered. He couldn't leave any clues about the hope crystal behind. The best way was to kill those who knew about it. How vicious and merciless. Yes, young master, the leader of the guards said. After Dugu Chen and the two concubines boarded the divine chariot, the leader of the guards made a throat-slitting gesture at those cultivators. Those cultivators. They immediately understood. Then, with a single leap, he charged into the crowd and began a massacre. Fart, 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 fart. Ripping sounds could be heard one after another. The massacre officially began. Not long after, the ground was littered with corpses. Groan. The dragon's roar resounded through the world. The nine-headed WM pulled the divine chariot and rushed into the depths of the tribe. The rest of the people also soared into the sky and left the place. Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curses returned to the tribe the next day. When they arrived, they saw many corpses that had already turned extremely cold. Their expressions changed abruptly. They quickly rushed into the tribe and checked it out. The time of death was yesterday. All of them were killed in one hit. It was done by an expert. It should be the work of the cultivators who entered this place. There doesn't seem to be anything in this tribe that is worthy of such a vicious attack. Lin Feng's expression was extremely ugly. His eyes were filled with dense killing intent. Who was it that dared to do such a vicious thing? They should be hacked into pieces. He saw Alice's corpse. The little girl was covered in blood. Her heart had been pierced through by a sword. Lin Feng's heart was filled with sorrow and anger. The captain of the boat of curses came to Lin Feng's side and searched Alice's neck. His expression became increasingly ugly. What's wrong? Are you looking for something? Lin Feng asked. The crystal of hope. Someone stole the crystal of hope I gave you, Alice, and killed them. The captain of the boat of curses said. Hope crystal? You even have such a thing? And you even gave it to Alice? Is there something wrong with your brain? Don't you know that treasuring a jade ring is a crime? Lin Feng grabbed the collar of the captain of the boat of curses. He really wanted to punch him a few times. However, Lin Feng's fist did not hit him in the end. The captain of the boat of curses also had good intentions. However, things did not go as he wished. I have already sealed the aura of the hope crystal. No one should be able to detect it unless they have seen other hope crystals before. That's why they can sense the aura of the hope crystal after coming here. The captain of the boat of curses was now trembling violently. The killing intent in his heart was difficult to suppress. I am the one who harmed Alice. I am the one who harmed them. I have let them down. No matter who did this, I will kill them all. I will exterminate his entire family and avenge Alice and the others.